Okay, let's rip the bandage off. Microsoft is going to acquire Activision-Blizzard.
Okay.
Let's just run down some of the bullet points. The cost was $68 billion.
Okay, so 10 times their last big purchase.
That is almost as much as when Disney acquired 20th Century Fox for $71 billion, or when AT&T acquired Time Warner for $72 billion. Here's some relevant numbers. Acti-Blizz's operating cost in 2020 was $5.5 billion, and their profits were $2.7 billion. This means that if Microsoft changes nothing, they accept that amount of money and don't fuck up at all.
Yeah.
It will take them 30 years to recoup.
Yeah, this is not about making money, it's about denial.
If Microsoft had 50 million Game Pass Ultimate subs, which is the absolute maximum feasible amount of Game Pass Ultimate subs, if anybody telling you that it's like that they can get like 100 million or 200 million is a psychopath. That isn't happening.
Yeah, that's literally no way.
I'm gonna be real. I made up the number 50 million based on how many PS Plus subscribers there are, which is more than there are PS Plus subscribers. I'm like, you're not locked to this hardware. You're not getting 50. You're not getting more than 50 million. You're never gonna get to 50 million, but you won't get past it if you somehow do.
No, they're going to unlock it for TVs, and then it's just going to explode into 100 million.
Yeah. Stadia is going to become the biggest thing. Fucking Amazon Luna will be everywhere. Sure thing, Phil Spencer. So my point is, making games, they're basically never going to make this money back unless they spin off into media.
Are you saying Microsoft's division might have to tackle making a Call of Duty movie?
I will not be surprised if in the next year they're like, we have our new media division. People from 343 are in charge of it. They're making an Overwatch Netflix show. They're making a Call of Duty movie. They're making a fucking Diablo show. All this shit.
If they hadn't broken their own leg 3 times making a Halo, just a Halo show,
right?
I would feel like that's a reasonable path to take. But who knows? Maybe
They are the least trustworthy. 343 Industries is the least trustworthy people when it comes to this sort of thing. But yeah, an animated Overwatch show is absolutely something that should be done.
Yeah.
I don't know Microsoft to expand things that the people they acquire are already doing. You know, they like with Bethesda, they literally said we're just going to let them keep doing what they're doing. Here,
they can't do that with Activision.
Yeah, here it's on fire. So I don't even know.
Yeah, this is such a weird purchase.
It's like with all these others, there's been this like undercurrent of like Microsoft admitting that they can't get anything started, so they have to buy people who have things already started or can start them. And with Activision, it's like it's on fire, bro.
Yeah. Here it's like they literally burned up all of their resources to make one game, the Uber game, and it's like because of that. And here's the thing. You know what? I'm just going to get my one poignant statement out about this. Activision has been planning for this moment for years because there's no other way it makes sense to keep burning every studio you have to make one game, come back to do revivals for a few IPs, and then just shut them down again. That's you're just making a market case study basically of, see, our IPs have value. There was nothing sustainable about any of what Activision has been doing for the last 9 years. So, I don't know. This seems like a brilliantly played endgame. Fuck you, Bobby Kotick. This seems like the absolute goal. For people who don't know, Bobby Kotick bought Activision when they were in sort of rough sorts. I think it was in the 90s, the early 90s. And that's when he took over Activision and started transitioning it more into the company that we know nowadays. So yeah, this seems like the end game that was there for a while because they didn't treat themselves like I can't look at most publishers and try to see the same pattern in them. Like EA is still trying to make Battlefield and just fucking it up. EA made a Mirror's Edge and then it didn't sell a pretend amount of money.
They made a Mirror's Edge and was like, we want Mirror's Edge 2. And they're like, do you mean a weird reboot that's an open world game for some reason? And everybody went, no.
Yeah, it's really weird.
We didn't mean that at all.
It's really weird when people ask for a second sandwich and they're like, here's a gigantic pizza. It's the biggest pizza ever. Please help me pay for this pizza.
It's also in a bowl?
Yeah, it just makes no sense.
It's one of those keto pizzas that's just cheese and meat inside of a
the
pie
fucking
plate.
crust is chicken powder.
Take control again.
But yeah,
Okay,
that's the salient thing I just wanted to point out. This seems like where he's been driving the car for a while.
Yeah.
Sony made a statement hoping Microsoft will respect active contracts Sony has with Activision. Phil Spencer said they will. I wonder how many like weird content exclusivity for Call of Duty things they bought in advance that now locks those into having to come out on PlayStation.
He also said in that same interview about how he intends to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation.
Yeah, there's I was going to get into that where he made that statement.
That does make sense.
He made that statement, and then all the Xbox, like, the usual suspects came in. Here are 3 ways you can interpret this tweet. And I'm like, I can't do this again.
I mean, here's the thing. Who gives a fuck what they say in advance of the merger?
Yeah.
They fucking
do.
lied last time. Fuck them.
Right.
Their word is literally meaningless. In a sane world, their word right now is literally meaningless. Because last time
nothing,
before the fucking merger, they said, yeah, we would, of course, we're not going to take our games off of PlayStation. You know, we're just, no matter where you game, the more gamers, the better. And then the moment the merger went through, they're like, yeah, so this is super exclusive to us.
Yeah.
I wonder and this is one of those things where like the world has changed, where it's like, will the Silicon Crunch change their mind? Because it's like, we can't actually use this to sell more Xboxes. We can't make that many.
I mean, that is true. That is definitely putting a cap on both next-gen consoles. And I'm like, yeah, this is the generation of hardware I've been waiting forever for, virtually since 7th gen, where these terrible
4-year-long cross-gen period.
Yeah, and that's what's going to end up happening. And that's so bizarre. It's like my own version of a friend of the podcast was like, yeah, my entire adulthood's been in COVID. And I'm like, man, that's going to fuck you up in ways you can't even imagine. Like, later you'll figure out the damage that was done, but for now. But like this, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's what they're thinking. I saw so many people when this was first announced talk about, yeah, Activision games sell 3-1 on PlayStation. Like, they sell 3 times as many copies on PlayStation. I'm like, you've described most games. Like,
you've described probably what the console split was last gen.
I mean, for a while there, yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, that's how that works.
Yeah.
Fun additional tidbit. The total sales of every single Call of Duty combined, $18 billion. So 4 of those.
Yeah, which is why this number doesn't make any sense. Which, of course, as you said on Last Big Think, money isn't real, which is something that if you could grab control of the education system and make it actually teach children one thing before they graduate, that would be the single most important thing they need to understand. To giant corporations, money isn't real. Money exists so that way you have to hold a job. Outside of that, it doesn't fucking exist. Like, you need to understand that. So in no world does the number 68.7, was it?
Yeah, something like that.
Make any fucking sense.
Doesn't have to.
I mean, what was it? Somebody came out and said, they basically spent $70 billion acquiring Activision-Blizzard, or their intent to, and the FTC's a sham. Which is funny because for people who don't know, when this shit is involved in like the European Union or the UK or other countries, sometimes they get stopped. Like Nvidia is getting banged up trying to buy ARM. It still hasn't gone through. And they announced that, I think, before Microsoft announced the Bethesda thing. But when it's 2 American companies, fucking...
Sure thing, bro.
It's the Hyperloop of litigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when the Bethesda deal was announced and we were like, this is insane. They just let them spend way too much money just now. And now they come back here with 10 times that amount.
Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. No matter what way you look at it, it makes 0 sense. Like, I understand they're going to have access to a treasure trove of IPs. Microsoft has shown no ability whatsoever to facilitate IPs into growth.
Yeah, they haven't worked with any of the IPs they own already.
Yeah.
Like before the Bethesda purchase, even they've had this giant treasure trove of IPs that just sits there doing nothing because they can't ship a game.
Hey, Casey, how long has it been since they made a Banjo game? Right.
21 years.
Wait, I'm doing this, man.
Yeah.
That's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Phil Spencer did an interview where he's like, I'm really excited about getting access to IPs like King's Quest. It's like the standard, we bought an enormous thing shit, where it's like, we're really excited about using all these IPs. He's like, oh, it's bad when other tech giants barge into the space and don't know what they're doing, like Google or Facebook or Amazon.
I saw that and was like, that sure is the pot calling the color black. Yeah, Jesus. It was so bad.
He says that gaming is the thing for Microsoft to reach the most consumers. Bro, you make Windows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're forced to live with you at all times.
Like, dude, you have an actual monopoly, and what you're doing right now, buying them, is clearly trying to facilitate another. Like,
yeah,
this is clearly 1990s Microsoft Windows moves here. This is insane.
Yeah, he was trying to describe like what each tech giant has of like is their thing, and they're like, gaming can become Microsoft's thing, which seemed weird given that you're Microsoft.
How about making the definitive operating system on the market? I mean for like on the user level, not the we force you to use it level.
Yeah, like they have a sense of the pulse of gaming. You know, they do moves on PC that show that they still care. They're not Apple, but to pretend their entire company is that is completely facetiously insane. Like that's not reality. What are you talking about? You're the company that failed to launch a phone 3 times. Do you remember the Zune, right? You're Microsoft.
Yeah, I remember the fucking Zune. I remember the fucking weirdos, and I feel like everybody knew one where it's like, no, the Zune's actually super great. It's way better than any Apple product. I'm going to go live under this rock now. and then they flatten their body and slide under.
Oh shit, that's awesome. I wish I could do that.
Like, obviously nothing Phil Spencer said actually meant anything because it's like a puff piece interview.
Right.
Yeah.
I hope that there's some, because it is entirely possible that Bobby Kotick was just ruining that company. He like being a weird boomer, micromanaging everything because his dick is tiny and he has to feel like he's in charge.
Yeah.
So I certainly hope that is the case, and because again, Phil Spencer, at least unlike most executives, can appear as a human being.
Right. Bobby Kotick never figured that trick out. He even showed up in a movie and he couldn't figure that trick out.
So hopefully, like, they'll like work out Call of Duty's production schedule. They might even go down to every other year, because if they have Warzone that is like the constant background radiation that is constantly feeding the money, they don't need a Call of Duty every year.
And if we're in a phase
might be the decision they make.
And if they're going to decide to not put new Call of Duties that aren't Warzone out on PlayStation, there's no need for them to do it yearly, because then the other one's going on Game Pass. People are predominantly playing it through that and not buying a $70 boxed game.
I wish we lived in a world where Microsoft actually did have a good track record on studio support and bringing back old IPs. Because then I could live in the same world that these Twitter replies live in, where I can entertain that and feel positive.
I wish that anything had happened before they bought out half the industry.
Yeah, no, we hardly even closed on the Bethesda deal.
Yeah,
here we are with this.
I actually didn't get to the number earlier. The $70 billion acquisition, I believe somebody evaluated the fucking gaming industry at $170 billion annually. It's like,
yeah. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna beat on him a little bit.
Sure.
Jeff Keighley, what are you doing? Being like, here's other things they could buy based on this. Be excited, lunatics. I'm like, Jeff, come on.
He was like, here's the value of all of these. I'm like, you don't need to do this. All right.
Did Microsoft hit like did Microsoft like did you pick up the phone and Phil Spencer was like, the eagle hunts at midnight, and like the Dorito Pope outfit like spawned on you again.
It dropped in a fucking Destiny style
as seriously as you did.
The Destiny style engram drops and he gets his legendary Dorito Pope outfit.
I took it kind of as a post-in warning. Like there didn't seem to be anything positive in his post. It seems
he made a positive post about it earlier though that same day.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, see that.
Where it was like, this is incredible. Microsoft has invested. No, they didn't. $70 billion back into the gaming industry by
changing
moving numbers around.
Yeah.
So it was those two tweets combined that was like, come on, Jeff.
The way I rationalize it, because that's the thing. A lot of people saw that second tweet without the context of the first one to know that he was being positive. Because viewed in a vacuum, the second tweet just seems like, look at these numbers.
Yeah, this is scary. Like
theory craft.
For that 70 billion, they could have bought half the industry, literally.
Yeah. But Jeff really deep down loves video games and still views them the way that they were when he was growing up. You know, he's seen the transition of the industry from a child can come in and do an interview at Valve about their upcoming game, Half-Life, and what it is now, and the growth and maturation into an industry that rivals film makes him happy. Big moves in this space, blanket response, make him happy. Like, and this is me explaining it. This isn't me saying it makes sense. I'm just saying that's how he views it. So to him, this is exciting news. It's positive news. But yeah, any time a mega corporation conglomerates with another, merges with another, it's not good for normal people.
No.
It's not good news. If I'm going to take this the same way he talked about the emulator stuff last year, where if they go back and start using some of this older IP like he said they want to do and talk to these teams to see if they can get other projects spun up, that's great. I'm going to be like, all right, you mentioned it, so I'd like to see it. I'm not going to immediately just go out and say it's a lie yet. Granted, there's plenty of evidence to prove that, that may not happen, but I feel like there's just
based very directly on what
I have to give him a chance.
I mean, yeah, based very directly on what happened 1 year ago, it's fair to be critical and cynical of this statement.
I think it is absolutely fair to be like that, but I'm going to choose to hope that he sees, hey, there's that part where everyone was like, people were excited about Activision things, where they brought back some old games, and they looked cool, and they had a more varied portfolio, and then everything caught on fire and they just made one game.
Forever. I think if anything changes, that will be the thing that changes, because for the reasons I just said, like, there doesn't necessarily have to be a Call of Duty anymore every year now that Microsoft owns them and that they have Warzone. So maybe some people can be free to make other things. Honestly, first of all, Phil.
Yes. Xbox.
You own Project 8 now. Please.
It'd be really great. They do one of those shows and they're like, here's all the stuff and it's in there with FPS boost.
It's like they were like, well, it's hard to do this because we have to get permission. Like now you have a lot of things you don't have to get permission for anymore.
You know what would have helped covering the cost of licensing that music? $68 billion.
This gets a bigger headline than we got the licensing for this rock track.
But yeah, like we're still for the next 2 years, we're in this bizarre place where we just have to wait for like the Xbox era to actually begin at these things they're buying.
Yeah, it's
because right now
really
it's still shit that they had in development.
Yeah,
me and Dan were talking the other day about how it just felt like, man, they've bought most of the industry and they still don't have any games coming out this year.
Shut up!
Yeah, that was really bizarre.
Yeah.
But if they ship the annual Call of Duty,
that's a big win for Microsoft.
Microsoft Studios presents that thing's still totally coming out on PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I assume the next 3 will probably still come out on PlayStation because I'm sure that they like new gen 5 years. Here's the money.
Yeah.
I'm sure that this year Call of Duty's fine. It's really just after that of like, who knows?
Which, based on like things I was looking at other insiders, sounds like it's just going to be Modern Warfare 2.
Cool.
Yeah,
That's better than Vanguard.
Yeah, that's what we're up for.
I honestly wonder if it'll, like, if anything's going to make a Call of Duty slip.
Yeah, they might be willing to do that now.
It's this. Because like, the merger is going to throw everything into disarray, and considering how much this shit's already on fire.
Yeah, I was like, into disarray? What are you talking about? The whole year has been disarray.
Yeah, but now they're going to shake it
this
more.
is like this is like the building's on fire, and then they look out the window and see the tornado coming.
Yeah, it's gonna put out the fire.
I have this mental image. Phil Spencer's just in there, and he's like trying to talk to people to get them to put out the real life fires in the building. And some guy walks past drinking milk, and he's like, "Give me that! What the hell's wrong with you?"
If I was working at Blizzard right now, because I am not a woman, I am a white male, and therefore immune to the horrible things that were happening at Activision Blizzard. I'd be like sick. Nobody wants anything out of me for like 8 months.
Jesus.
It's like wow, there's no such thing as this is cool. This is a job where there's no deliverables.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's similar to that small period of GameStop was like, yeah, we don't have a CEO. We might just be shutting down everything. I was like, oh man, great.
Cool.
except there's no element of serving customers. so there's not even that. It's just like, I'm going to put on my cubicle wall camouflage and just do nothing.
Yes. Yeah, it's even greater because it's like literally do nothing instead of just don't worry about numbers.
It's like, wait, they can't see me because I'm a white man, but they can sort of see my cubicle. What do? Puts up Ted Lasso posters. But yeah, I hope what we see over the next 4 years out of Microsoft Game Studios in general is like all of these studios they acquired and all of the studios they already had that are having trouble shipping games like Rare and etc. do get more games out, and we do see a lot more to offer from Microsoft Game Studios, because then that means this would have been for something.
Yeah.
Because fixing Activision isn't the most galactic move in the world. As it turns out...
it seems like you just have to mostly not be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. As it turns out, having a functioning HR department should probably cover your ass legally enough to not be as horrible as Activision.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because we know that Microsoft has no history in actually fixing studios, like getting things working, getting things smoothly running, and things releasing.
Yeah.
So the thought of them taking in another 10
right
is insane.
Because when you look at the first 15 years of Xbox, right?
Uh-huh.
Long term, over those 15 years, it is the story of entropy.
Yes.
Every single studio just slowly breaks down or disappears entirely or whatever. And then in the 6 most recent years, the long-term studios, well, except for, God, what's the name? Bullfrog. Is it Bullfrog, the people who made Fable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure it
Wait.
was Bullfrog.
Yeah.
Oh, new Fable. I was like, Lionhead?
Lionhead.
Yeah. It was Bullfrog that became Lion.
Oh yeah, them.
They disappeared, but no one else did. Literally just completely disappear in the last 6 years. So we've been in a state of mostly maintaining, but not really improving, by and large, with their studios. Like, some of their studios are doing well. Like, the Coalition, I feel, has been doing all right.
Playground's like still delivered games.
Yeah, Playground's doing fine.
And
Turn
now,
10, maybe not.
Yeah, Playground's at the point where they're making 2 games now instead of just 1.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the studio that's doing well at Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
Rare isn't doing well. Coalition, they started doing well by the end. I'm not sure about public reception on their games, but when it comes to making the game they seem to want to make and shipping it, like, they seem to be doing fine. Now they're doing their early stuff for the next project from them, which is going to use UE5. So it's early days for that. But yeah, we haven't really, out of Microsoft at large, at any point in time, been like, this is massively improved now. Like, none of these studios have really, like, Bleeding Edge got greenlit is the major positive story out of Microsoft acquisitions. because that was a game they were having trouble getting greenlit at any of the normal publishers. And that survived 11 months, I think.
Oh, okay, cool.
But yeah, so what I would like to see some actual improvement and more stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like the industry merging is just always a bad thing.
Is bad. And,
Yeah.
and like, I hope it goes well and not like Disney buying Fox where most of their shit just got buried. Here's Phil Spencer visiting me at my desk at Blizzard.
What are you doing?
I like the cut of his
jib. God damn it.
There sure is a Simpsons screen grab for everything.
Yeah. Yes, there is. But yeah, seemingly nothing will stop this. So I hope I get things I want to play, and if it is, that's a big W.
Yeah, that's ultimately has to be my take. Is like, this is bad. I hope the bad thing comes with benefits for me.
Yeah,
Because I have no, it's like we live in a weird world where I have no actual impact on anything related to this. So I guess I just have to hope it works out.
It's like nothing can stop this. So if I get a game I like, I guess I have to take that.
I hope Phil Spencer is benevolent. Should I just run through the rest of my list?
Phil Spencer says he could hit you again. That was like what, a month ago.
It was like 6 months ago.
That was a while ago, Bob. I'm sorry.
Like,
that
I
was,
could hit you again, and then he did.
but
Yeah,
And then he did, but I'm like, oh, thank you, Phil Spencer. You probably hit me as softly as you possibly could.
yeah. I every time they do this, it's scary. It's like they could do this for the whole industry. Money means nothing to them.
I mean, clearly they just spent $70 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you say softer hit, did you say that because it was Activision in particular? Because I feel like the softest hit is Ubisoft.
But this is
That and this
on
is so
fire.
massive that I have to assume that it's going to slow down at this point because they've spent $80 billion. Even if money is fake, if they do it too much, the proles start to figure out that money is fake.
Yeah. they try and go for it.
Also at some point, organization becomes an actual problem.
That seems to never slow them down. We'll see.
Yeah, but it goes from like a small fire to the building being on fire, and I feel like they're at least aware enough to be like, we need to avoid the point where everything is so intermingled and we have so much that nothing is getting made anywhere.
Yeah.
Which I really hope we don't wake up and hit that situation with them in like. Also, this was a light hit because it's like, oh, they're just gonna buy like EA and Ubisoft if they buy more shit. They're not gonna buy like Sega or Square Enix or even try. It's just gonna be Ubisoft and EA.
They'll just
like
own every single American company.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because that seems to be where it's going for. Because I am in my head, I imagine Phil Spencer being like, well, the CEO doesn't know what Sega is, so they'll say no.
That is exactly the headspace I was in.
But if I say this thing that they know because it's so huge, they might say yes.
And he's like, I'll do it as a joke. Have you heard of Call of Duty? What do you mean, yes? It's, Xbox put out a big blog post confirming that Call of Duty and other popular Activision-Blizzard games will continue to be released multi-plat even beyond their current agreements that they have with Sony. And they also expressed interest in putting out games on Switch as well.
Yep. This is the cycle.
That last part really like has the energy to me of like, we bought them, now we got to try and make that money back somehow.
Yeah.
We really had no plan when we did this besides putting something in our column.
I have to wonder. This stuff is always so weird, right? Because it's like, we know financially it would have behooved them to put Starfield on everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't.
Yeah, there's already enough of an incentive of it being on Game Pass, because then it becomes a thing of, if I pick the other platform, I don't pay money.
Right.
Besides the fucking subscription fee.
Right. Which
like,
isn't real. That's free.
yeah, that's free.
So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it would just like when they messaged similarly about the Bethesda thing, it would make sense for them to do this, and it would be good for everyone if they don't go exclusive with these. I don't trust Microsoft's statements before the acquisition, given how they pulled a 180 on it with Bethesda. Because when they first announced,
but this time the FTC's being like, we'll just say you can't do it.
Yeah, but the FTC doesn't break up monopolies anymore. They haven't done that in forever. Like, so if the acquisition goes through, they can do whatever at that point. They haven't broken up a monopoly since the 90s, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, there hasn't been one since the 90s, right? Right?
Yes,
Right?
Mr. Field. That's right. Now go back to sleep. I'm so tired, Field.
Yeah. I have a bit more faith that this will stay multi-plat because as they look and go, yeah, this should probably stay.
I would honestly be surprised if Starfield stays exclusive now that the Silicon Crunch is just the new normal. Because you, like we've said a bunch of times, they can't use this to sell more Xboxes anytime within the foreseeable future because they're full.
Yeah.
Yum.
So it's like it becomes, because like with variants and nobody having their shit together and shipping issues, like the Silicon Crunch seems to be forever. It seems to be forever.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's projected to last until 2024, which is why this will be the weirdest generation we've ever had.
Yeah.
And that's if it at any point begins to get better.
So it's like at that point, keeping their shit exclusive is really just self-damaging.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like maybe that's a little too far. Being like Sony's putting things on PCs, they have to have sped that up because of this Silicon Crunch shit.
As I recall, Cory Barlog, speaking frankly on the subject, said the devs at Sony had been asking them for years to put shit on PC. And then they were like, okay, we'll dip our toe into it with this game. And then it sold all right, Horizon. So then they did, Death Stranding. And it went so well with those two that's what sold it for them. When they looked at the sales numbers, that's when they were like, oh, right. We do like money. So it just fucking makes sense to do it on both platforms. If you're going to do it. As for this, yeah, I mean, Call of Duty is not different from a Doom Eternal or any other major game from Bethesda. It's still a huge game. So it makes as much sense to make Starfield. I mean, Starfield's fucking made by the company that made Skyrim. Why in the world wouldn't you want that on every platform to sell? So Call of Duty falls into the same bucket of it makes just as much sense there as it does with the Bethesda stuff. And I do agree with Feel of, I think Starfield will eventually go multi-plat. Why wouldn't it?
They even have that weird thing from Phil Spencer where he's like, yeah, I want Starfield to be the highest selling Todd Howard game ever. It's like, dude, that's only on next gen. Even if you bring that to the PS5, that seems basically impossible.
Right, because that
they're
means
going to sell it for 25 years.
Also, frankly, unless they blow our ass out at some point this summer, that shit's just it can't stay in my brain. They haven't shown anything yet.
Yeah, they haven't shown anything yet. But
they showed like generic astronaut shit.
Yeah, they're not doing anything yet. But I don't know, for it to it's literally impossible to make it currently the fastest pick up on a Todd Howard game. Because one, it's not on every platform, and two, even if it was, it's next gen only, which means it limits it to probably just barely 40 mil or 35 mil or somewhere in that range. If it was on everything, and it's not, it's just on Xbox and PC.
If it was that limits it to not counting PC, just consoles, I think that would limit it to like 27, 30 million at the absolute most.
Okay, I thought the combined number was lower.
Not the combined number is like there's like 18 million PS5s out in the wild now, and I imagine I think I heard somewhere like 12 or 13 for Xbox.
Yeah, so I don't know. But yeah, as I said before, with the Bethesda stuff, they messaged early on that they didn't want exclusivity. They wanted to keep the games on everything. Phil Spencer literally said, keep it on every platform, and then the acquisition went through, and then they reversed their decision on it. So this press release doesn't really mean anything to me. It's the same company saying the same shit at the same time in the acquisition process.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a bit more faith since this is the number one game every single year in terms of sales. I feel like they might.
It's still just the same thing they're saying, though. So it's like, I don't want to give weight to it either. Like, we have to just wait and see.
Yeah. And once again, I think they're going to reverse.
They haven't earned being trust.
Yeah. That's the main thing. Like there's no reason to trust this.
And history has proved multiple times that any kind of rationale we come up with doesn't matter because nothing is real to a giant corporation. They live in a dream world.
Yeah, I mean the guy over Microsoft as a whole is like, yeah, we bought those game devs so they can make meta. And it's like
the metaverse.
Yeah,
yes.
the metaverse. So it was like, what do you mean?
It was even weirder phrased than that, Bob, because the way he said it was, we think by proving we can ship and create really amazing games, we have earned the right to craft the next internet that is the metaverse. And I'm like, man, you do some good drugs, don't you?
Yeah, so these CEOs, obviously, like, they're just insane.
Yeah. I mean, also, if you go back a year, none of us could have entertained an acquisition larger than Bethesda. That was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said, I remember a conversation of, that CEO's not going to let them do that shit again.
Yeah, and then they did an acquisition 10 times
yeah, I know, that was really fucked up. They did a sick line.
Do you think like you walk into that dude's office and like his head turns 180 degrees and you go, oh, this explains a lot.
Oh no.
And then you immediately stop moving so his fucking predator vision can't detect you.
It just makes me think of like some janky Western RPG where you walk in the room and their head tries to track you even if they're not looking at you, right?
And then it does the slow zoom.
Yeah, it's in the body turns.
Yep.
It's like, I think I'm thinking of a Fallout scene. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's Skyrim NPC core.
Yes.
Did you happen to see the Nintendo thing that came out where the current president of Nintendo talked about acquisitions?
No.
So they were asked about it, and it was Furukawa. Basically said, that doesn't make sense to us. We only want people with the Nintendo DNA. If we reach a point where most of the people working at the company lack the DNA of our company, it does not make sense.
Yeah, that kind of seemed like what Sony was doing too, and then Bungie happened.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even... it's just Nintendo doing this evidently.
Yeah, as it turns out, like, Nintendo has no plans of, we're going to make a film series on things. They're like, here, Illumination, just fucking make something. Go make the theme park, and now we will focus on video games and not.
Like, we don't want to complicate things.
Yeah,
we just
like,
want to make 48 new courses for Mario Kart. That's all.
Like,
God bless ya.
Yeah, 100%.
I was thinking literally last night, like back when I was in high school, like I didn't really understand the difference between a publisher and a developer because it felt like there wasn't a lot of publishers that had a lot of disparate studios under them at the time because this was 6th gen.
And also a lot of that, like, publishers did their best to hide the developer.
Yeah, that. So I was like, well, Capcom makes good games because it's like, and in 6th gen they sure as fuck did.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like I guess Nintendo wants to specifically cultivate that, where it's like,
yeah,
you can be confident if it has Nintendo on the box. You don't have to worry about what part of Nintendo.
Which is why they bought the rights.
For them to not.
Which is why they bought the rights to Astral Chain, and the next one's made by Monolith Soft.
Now that's a team. That's their Insomniac over there. It's slowly building up.
That would be so fucking funny. Like, why is this nothing like the first game?
It's like, that seems so random, but I guess that there were large areas in Astral Chain once in a while.
And they're both RPGs.
Astral Chain does have like a little bit of Monolith like aesthetic too.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, I feel like it's like Monolith, like Chronicles X, a little bit. Yeah.
Only the people look more human.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows what Takashi snorted when he's like, sure, do that.
Anyways, we got news.
Sure,
we should talk about news.
Let's
oh god, let's get the Activision executive thing out of the way. Apparently multiple executives and the top lawyer, the main lawyer for Activision, were promised golden parachute exits if they quit. What was it? The earliest they can leave is 6 to 8 months after the acquisition, if that goes through, and they each get millions when they leave.
Yeah, of course. Of course, that's how this works.
Yeah, of course, that's how this works. That's immediately what I thought of when I heard of the acquisition. But there were some other things in there. Who wrote these notes?
I wrote these extras.
Okay, feel free to read them.
Okay. We immediately saw that one of the conditions for Microsoft to buying Activision Blizzard was all the employees were blocked from unionizing.
That's a good guy, Microsoft.
Good guy, Phil Spencer.
I could tell it was a truly evil thing because all the replies I saw was, "This is normal whenever they're merging," which told me that it was evil and bad.
Yeah, that's a little insane
Yeah.
to be like, this is normal. This is a new normal.
And then the other,
So on this specific point,
yeah,
does this make them unionizing more likely? Because they are this coming out tells the employees, if you unionize, Kotick is decapitated.
yeah,
This deal falls through, the stock will tank, at least some, because people will rush to sell before, because it went up when the sale was announced.
Yeah.
So it will collapse, and he will be as destroyed as someone with as much money as him can ever be destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know. When all the information came out, it's like the employees are unable to unionize, but Microsoft can approve it at a later date if they want to.
Yeah, that's fucking corporate bullshit. We don't want them to ever unionize.
Oh, yeah,
but we
of course.
We don't want people to yell at us.
Yeah, that's what's going on with that. We got this information technically like last week. There were like interviews about the timeline for like the buyout and everything. Phil Spencer began talks to try and buy Activision Blizzard less than 24 hours after he made the statement, "We're re-examining our relationship," which has the energy of he rushed into Satya Nadella's office saying, now, which it was less than a day after he made that statement, which means 3 days after all that really fucked up shit came out.
Yep.
So it was really just like, we can do it. They're fucked. We can buy it right now.
Yeah, because it's a public win.
Yeah.
You get a studio, you get to make some moves that you have a narrative, right? That's a positive narrative. It's like, well, Kotick will no longer be in charge.
Like, I feel like people thinking, oh, yeah, the re-examining relationship is probably when they start doing the buyout. I'm like, that seems comically fast. And they were like, no, that is in fact what happened.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours, he was already talking to people.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Moving on to a little bit more positive news because it doesn't have anything to do with Activision.
Yes.
PSVR 2's new design got shown off. It looks really fancy. We're going to keep with the downbeat on news. Go from the top.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. So, the director of Perfect Dark has left Microsoft.
Okay, that's just one guy.
Half of the core development team of Perfect Dark has left Microsoft over the past year.
That's just like 30 guys.
You don't. You didn't write how bad it is. Where it's like, here's the list of people that left. The level designer, and it just goes
it's nonstop.
It's literally every super hyper important role, and I'm like, what's happening,
Dude? It's every lead in every department. Some of the departments, they didn't even have a lead left.
I was listening to a podcast detailing this, and I went, they keep reading names.
Yeah, no, it's nonstop. It's ceaseless. It's unbelievably bad. You could never have assumed an exodus this hardcore would have happened over the course of 1 year. But it happened. And seemingly instigated by the Crystal Dynamics shit.
Yes. Staff apparently were saying like Microsoft didn't give a shit about us at all. We were just left to drown. It was like, we don't care. We don't care when you ship or what you do or anything. Goodbye.
That's so weird for a company that's making their quadruple A game. You'd think there'd be any sort of direction.
Bob, are you saying gross excess and lack of oversight is unexpected for you in an American mega corporation?
No, I'm just saying it's disappointing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
From what's being reported, Crystal Dynamics probably rebooted the game, meaning all that time in development was nothing. That trailer we saw at the VGAs in 2020 was based on nothing and is nothing and was never anything.
Cool.
The expose talks about Microsoft's like philosophy a little bit, and it seems to be that they just want to spend until Insomniac or Naughty Dog comes out of the ether.
Like they just throw enough money and they think that's Microsoft. That's an American corporation. They threw money at the problem. That worked for Stadia, right?
3 for 3 worked, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think it was immediately after that first Xbox Series reveal, where I think it was me said, Microsoft has lost the right to show us CG trailers.
Yeah.
So about that, once again, they have shown us a CG trailer that is based on nothing, was never based on anything, and after they showed it to us, the game was rebooted.
Yeah, the game is basically canceled. Like that game.
Yeah, that game is canceled.
Right.
None of that work exists anymore. None of those people are there anymore.
Yeah.
Like, this is the worst it has been with Microsoft. Because how many years did they sink into this? 5?
Yeah,
4?
The people on staff last year were like, we've been working on this game for years. Which made me think there was some sort of slice.
That's...
Dan, were you...
What's up, Bob?
Were you saying that a lot of them just went back to Sony after this?
I mean, a number of people over the years did go back to Sony. I mean, what was it? The lead on Wolverine.
Yeah, I know he did.
Yeah, there are a number of people who just went to like Sony and other companies after this just is not going well. It's insane.
I remember people were hyping up this developer before they revealed the game because it was like, this is the secret one we don't know anything about. They say quadruple A. They poached a bunch of people from all kinds of major AAA games, whether it's a Ubisoft or a Sony or everything. I think all of them have already left.
Yeah.
So it's like this thing that was being hyped up by people as an all-star team is just dead.
It seemed like, and this also included that like Xbox's leadership team are very patient with people making their titles like Playground and Rare, making Fable and Everwild, which seems to just be, there's no roadmap for any of this. So, like, there's no guarantee we'll ever see those ever.
Well, yeah, and in the case of Everwild, I think Microsoft had insane, what's the term? Assertions about what the game should be about, because people would add mechanics and it'd be like, oh, that's too violent. That doesn't match up with the CG trailer. Like, I remember that being an anecdote that came out since then. Of just like, people finally made a mechanic.
Yeah, they're like, the lead on it was like, no, you're not going to fight in this game at all.
Yeah, it's like, what
do you mean?
The way to organic.
What is the game then?
Yeah, it's like, maybe let the game get made and figure out what it is from the game being made. I don't know. At least at the end of the day, a game would be made. This is nuts. This means we'll be lucky if this game comes out on the Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
As the new console.
Right.
And it was only announced a year after a year of it being out. Of the system being out.
So what like, I don't want to just pound on Microsoft yet again.
Yeah.
But like, what are the two Microsoft franchises that have been most successful? That I don't think anybody would argue that they're not Halo and Gears.
Yeah, grand scheme of things, absolutely.
Halo, Microsoft bought when it was almost done, and then in every subsequent Halo game, somebody had to threaten to fucking quit to keep Microsoft from ruining it.
Mm-hmm.
Then Gears was good because Tim Sweeney was like, you need to fucking double the fucking RAM in the 360 right fucking now.
Yeah.
And both of, it's just like, it just seems like Microsoft has the touch of death.
Yeah, I wish there was one super positive long-term relationship. The closest we get is Playground Games with Forza. Horizon.
Right.
That's the closest we get, and because Turn 10's already entered the death spin, in my opinion, with the fact we haven't gotten a Forza game in 5 years. They won't put a number on the new one. They haven't spoken about it since almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's just gone
and
weirdly silent.
And when they spoke about it, they seemed really vague on what was the idea. Yeah. Because here's the thing, like what happened with Fable, because a lot of people don't realize, Microsoft after Fable 3 basically said to Lionhead, you've made the best one of these you can. We're not going to greenlight any more normal Fable games. You need to innovate. Now, admittedly, some of that was Molyneux was over them. Apparently, they let Molyneux over all of Europe, so he was also over Rare.
Yeah. The worst piece of information I've ever heard.
Yeah. Apparently, Molyneux was over Microsoft Europe for a few years there as like their guy who kept in contact with the studios.
That guy sucks so bad.
Yeah, he's the worst.
But I'm just thinking about, we had this stuff of like Infinite was causing horrible problems being over so much of Capcom stuff. And he left and things got better.
Yes.
Molyneux leaving didn't make anything better.
No, it didn't fix shit, actually. Rare still hasn't really made a game since.
Every single executive at Microsoft can't leave. Like, that's not going to happen.
Right?
Yeah, I wish we saw an improvement, and I wish there was a studio I could point at and be like, they just keep turning out bangers. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's so hard to be positive on this stuff.
I mean,
when stuff like this keeps happening.
I mean, like, I think it was, I don't know if it was January or February. I think it was late February. KZ and I are just hanging out, and the conversation comes up of what is Microsoft shipping this year? And we're like, a Bethesda game and another Bethesda game.
Yeah, because you were telling me Starfield is the only one they had, and then my brain was remembered that Redfall is scheduled for the summer.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, that's another Bethesda game. They shipped a half-finished Halo in November. They will now sleep for the following year.
Yeah, it's really weird. They forgot to greenlight games for about 4 years there. And somehow through all of this, Phil Spencer is seen as a really positive effort at Microsoft. And I'm like, I don't see it.
Even the stuff they did greenlight is just dead. Like, they greenlit Perfect Dark.
I mean, sure, they greenlit Perfect Dark. Sure. But, like, I feel like at the end of the day, they can absolutely be doing the thing they were doing through the 360 era, especially the first half of it, where they greenlit a lot of third-party games and made it second-party titles, right?
Well, they don't want to do that anymore. They want to buy those studios.
Yeah,
which is why they have no games.
Right.
The only games they have are Bethesda games. Because they're
a mission accomplished.
Their internal studios aren't making anything, and they're now just dependent on projects that are already in motion.
It's okay. They also have Ghostwire coming out for PlayStation.
That's true.
They do. I will be playing that soon.
That's good.
Let's move on from the dark times.
Yeah.
The first Elden Ring clone has been announced. Flintlock Siege of Dawn by the developers of Dark Souls clone Ashen. Okay, we got to talk about it. So Activision has been doing union busting in the middle of a union election by Raven Software game testers. They fired 12 people who were talking too much about unions, which, by the way, you cannot do by federal law. Has transferred others to different departments and is now just being like, if we catch you doing this, you're not going to get promoted and we're going to take your benefits away. And now I think with 100% certainty that every single insane thing that is not directly related that comes out of Blizzard is a distraction. Yes, actually, I do think that.
Yeah,
of course.
They have the track record where it's actually entertainable.
But at this point, like, if you're still giving them rope, like, why? Like, what possible motivation could you ever have for any announcement they make on top of something horrible coming out for you to be like, they obviously aren't related? Like, what is the point of your stance on that? Like, you're just shut up. You're dumb.
Well, let me explain. They're dumb.
I think this is the funniest it's ever been, though, because usually it's something that people could potentially get hyped about. Instead, that barrel's empty. They instead craved the sludge.
Some executive thought they would get hyped about this.
Yes,
I know.
But instead, they reached in with a spoon and found literal toxic waste.
That they're like, you eat this, right? No.
So, Acti-Blizz acquired King, the mobile game dev, at some fucking point. Let me look. February 2016. King has this thing. It is a calculator and ranking system, and I guess algorithm in some capacity, for ranking the diversity of characters meant to combat unconscious bias in designing characters.
Now, real quick, before we detail this, in no world is making a computer in charge going to make things not racist, because that's not how that works. Continue.
Yeah, it literally has in literally every single case in human history, it in fact had the exact opposite effect.
Yeah.
So they put out this article where it has like an unbelievably insane graph of Lucio, Zarya, and Torbjorn.
Mm-hmm.
With their rankings on this in JoJo where they have the stand power grid where it has 6 categories and it forms like the shape with the ranking. It has that for diversity.
Yeah.
And
one of these categories being, can they get away with saying it?
Yeah, I insulted some of my co-hosts at the start of Friday's stream because the news just dropped. I'm like, God, did you see Blizzard's new ethnicity tier list?
Let me see if I can find the list of what explicitly. Now, diversity space method. Here are the axes of this 7-point graph.
Oh no.
Culture.
What?
Ethnicity.
Who are you?
Age. Ability. Which the more detailed version, which has leaked, has been out, which is specifically cognitive ability, body type, gender identity, and sexual orientation.
Oh my god.
So everyone has a potential of 10, which has led to some unbelievably insane things. Like I'm just gonna go off the chart of the 3 characters from what I see here. Zarya has a higher gender identity, which seems to just be because she's a woman.
Yeah, I guess. Unless someone there has a really mistaken idea and assumed things about her that I don't want to even say.
Or she's just buff.
And that's what I was saying, slightly based on that.
Right, and that's probably what it is.
And that's really infuriating, personally. As the person who had to sit through that fucking The Last of Us 2 video where it's like, well, obviously, Abby is coded. I'm
looking right.
Well, let's not get into those.
No, I want to throw them in a fucking wheat thrasher. Anyway,
but this whole algorithm is them. That's all it is.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. So I'm looking at one of the screenshots that lists the character Anna,
and
they're like, here's all the things on the graph, and it's all like drop down menus where it's like culture, and you click it, and it's like Egyptian 7.
What is that?
But then it's like physical ability, one-eyed 4.
Okay.
I'm confused at how this shit works when they're like gender identity, woman 5.
Okay, so this is the 7 points are compressed down on the Anna one. It's 11. No, it's 10. There's 10 possible axes to this fucking chart, but we'll go one at a time on all the things that made me have a stroke. So Zarya and Lucio have identical culture scores. So in terms of culture, Brazilian and Russian are the same. Torbjorn has 0, which even by do you understand that?
No.
Nordic cultures are not the Anglosphere. Yes, the Anglosphere of the United States, Canada, and Britain express cultural hegemony over the entire fucking world. But that Norway isn't part of that. So already we're getting really stupid. Ability, Torbjorn has a really high ability score, which I have to assume is because he has an artificial arm. He has a prosthetic.
Or because he's short.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
That would be body type. That would be body type.
Well, no, because they might view body type as just exclusively, keep in mind, these people are insane. They might just view that as what is seen as a stereotypically normal Hollywood attractive. So the short thing might literally only apply to ability in that case.
Maybe.
Christ.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what they mean by this racist chart. It's not good.
Let's figure out how bigoted these bigots are.
Let's go through the Anna chart, and I'll just hit each bullet point real quickly. And if anybody else wants to comment on it, they can. So on culture, she has Egyptian, which is a 7, which means probably Middle Eastern cultures are near the top. Race is also at a 7 because she's Arabian or Arabic. Age is also 7 because she's 60.
Man, wait.
Cognit-
How is 60 a 7? You said she was a 7 for age, right?
Yeah.
That's a really high cap they set. They're like, man, this is really progressive. This bitch is 110.
Yeah, I assume that, like, if you're, I assume it's like 20 is 0, under 20 is maybe 1, and then it goes up the older you are.
Just imagine.
Yes. We have one of those lowly vampire characters.
I
like,
know.
you think it's a
Why
10.
are we both in the same place? I'm thinking 3,000-year-old dragon's a 10.
Yeah, it's like, this is insane. That's not how that... Stupid motherfucking asshole.
They did it. They solved diversity.
Yeah.
Cognitive ability 0. That means this is a neurodivergency ranking.
Okay.
Physical ability 4 because they're one-eyed, so that obviously is like prosthetic limbs,
Okay.
physical deformities, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Body type slim plus curvy 0.
Wait.
Because that's not diverse. Every character, like this whole conceit means that they have to have a very, very narrow and frankly kind of weirdly offensive conceit of default.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem we're supposed to be combating here.
Yes, like, but they're Silicon Valley sociopaths, so they don't understand human emotion. Facial features / beauty slightly aged 1. If you're attractive, that's not diverse.
Oh, okay. I thought diverse people were attractive, but I guess I'm wrong, aren't I, Blizzard?
Gender identity woman 5.
You know, Bob,
What's up?
I'm gonna have to send in a picture of Tosh. Get them to rank her. Hey guys, rank my girlfriend. She's really fucking short.
I am so fucking desperate for someone to leak a version of this software.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, we all need to know. Just buzz it open.
But here's the thing: we're gonna find out, Phil. This isn't software. They just crowdsourced a bunch of racists talking about character designs. This isn't actual software. It's just a room.
tank.
It's just a think tank of bigots.
Okay, come up to the desk, hit the drop-down menus, and then you can go home.
Sexual orientation heterosexual 0. Here is where the shit would really get fucked up if this shit leaks. Knowing their LGBT rankings.
Yeah.
Oh, I need the
There's
tier list. What?
There
Oh,
is
God.
no way that ends well for them.
Sorry, hun. The new meta's in, trans is out. You're just not
It's
pulling
gonna-
as hard as bi for some reason.
It's gonna say
Turns out Ace wins yet again.
it's gonna say something like lesbian 1, and the whole company will burst into flame.
The deal falls through immediately.
And socioeconomic background middle class 0. So I presume if they're wealthy or poor, they get more points.
I would hope being wealthy wouldn't give you more points, but
And this isn't directly related to this because this is all insane. King did an absolutely insane GDC talk like 5 years ago when they created the software, which it's really funny that they made it and then Activision was like, we're going to set ourselves on fire with it.
yeah.
But I would that GDC talk felt like I was catapulted back to 2012 with all the frankly shockingly open racism. Like they literally never mentioned Japanese games once except to shit on them.
I can't deal with that. Like I wouldn't be able to deal with that. I couldn't sit through an entire panel of that. It's just it's too fucking stupid and ignorant.
Yeah, it now and a thing a lot of people noticed and was like, "Hey, how come the Cowboys still called McCree in this internal software that you're showing us? How come they're still called McCree, Blizzard?"
Yeah, they since renamed it to Black Lives Matter Boulevard.
Cassidy. Yeah, Black Lives Matter Boulevard.
Yeah.
Now, I always kind of suspected that a thing that came out of Blizzard when this whole thing broke, the shit with the McCree guy, was that the people in the trenches really wanted to rename McCree, but executives didn't. So it was an epic win for the employees. This makes me think that was just fucking made up to sound like they were doing anything. Because the people dealing with this software would be people in the trenches who would be more motivated to change it if they cared at all. Maybe that's a wrong read, but this is just like, they literally just were like, we're just going to set Blizzard on fire publicly. How long before Blizzard employees just start to quit because they don't want to work at Blizzard anymore? Like, even if they weren't abused.
I have no idea.
I don't want to be associated with this company anymore.
I'm surprised
I bet
we
it's
haven't seen
happening,
it more.
and it just hasn't come out yet.
Probably.
Yeah, there are like some people on staff that went, I'm so fucking tired of this.
Like, I can't imagine
I work
it feels...
on Overwatch, and every fucking week, every time I feel like we're making some progress, fucking some clown shit like this thing comes out. They're like, we don't even know what the fuck this is.
Yeah, I could have sworn that the people who worked on Overwatch was like, we don't use that software. That's something we got from King.
Yeah, they literally went, we don't use this fucking... I hate our parent companies. Literally what the employee tweeted.
Now, this isn't. I have to make it clear that this isn't something this isn't an observation I made. I got this from Pat Staresat. I just need to credit him for this. The two characters in Overwatch that are openly queer are Tracer and Soldier 76. The characters that would have the lowest diversity scores using this software.
I mean, yeah, logically speaking, the way you be the most progressive is to make the most popular character, anything LGBT.
It's entirely possible they were like, these ones are too low on the chart. We have to make them gay to get the number up.
I feel like it doesn't matter if they use the software at all, because I'm very skeptical of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's far more likely that they're like, look, guys, if we announce Zarya as like trans or something, no one will care nearly as much as Tracer, because everyone loves Tracer. This is what they believe at Blizzard.
Yeah, see, when I say like I don't mean like actual people making these games. I mean some psychopath in a corner office. I need to make that clear.
Okay.
Who just stumbles out drunk, which we know happens at Blizzard, and just makes everything worse for a while, and then goes back in and falls asleep. Like a fucking bear that exists in the office.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, like, obviously no idea if this software is even actually used in any capacity other than just like an executive playing phrenologist in his office.
Yeah.
But if it is, bet your money they have a maximum score too.
Oh.
Can't make them too diverse. That'll scare the gamers away.
I was like, yeah, you could max out everything conceivably. You mean they have a limit?
There's a ceiling.
Fantastic.
Turns out that's
great.
Turns out that ceiling is 7.
Jesus Christ.
Like, let's look at the two. Let's just break down the two possibilities here real quick.
Okay, sure.
Possibility one is they don't use this software at all. That is psychotic because they just set themselves on fire for no reason. Some insane PR executive thought this would get them over, or they didn't even care and just wanted to distract people from the union busting story.
Because they thought this was a win.
Or they are using it, and the only capacity I can see this actually being used is for a white executive to beat on non-white creators with it. It's like, the software says it's not good enough, black woman, and then throws the fucking binder at her. Like, that's how this would be used in practice. Like, in my mind, there is no other way.
I'm noticing on this diversity software, there's a category here that doesn't really make sense with the others. And he's like, what do you mean? Well, this is body type, culture, race. That one just says feet.
Thank you, Activision-Blizzard.
The feet one is weird. The feet one is weird. But boss, why is there one that says skull shape?
Well, it's to check if they have the correct one. Sir, I have more questions.
and then of course the thing everybody immediately goes to is post Winston's chart.
I mean, What's typical for a gorilla? I don't know. Maybe they do. Let's find out. Thank you, Phil, for the fantastic news. We had to Casey.
Thanks.
Hey, Casey. You got some news that does involve Activision Blizzard. Thank God.
Yeah, right. I've had too much.
Let me eyeball my stuff here. Yeah, no, I don't have anything there.
Fantastic.
I guess I'll start with this one. We have a Silent Hill news block. I'm so tired.
Help.
Next news.
I should mention right now that
Sure.
Today when they announced, or whatever day they announced that, the National Labor Board also announced that Activision has been illegally suppressing unionization and must now address their complaint or get fucked.
Say what?
Wow, what a surprise.
Once again, do I think that they always line it up like this? Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, they didn't even have a trailer, so that makes perfect sense.
Phil, I have a really good question.
Yes.
Did you write this addendum to the Phil thing before or after my tweet? Because I did not see this.
I wrote it after.
Okay. I thought you and I are just writing things in different text fields on the internet, writing the same shit.
I love us.
So, you got any other news about Activision? Maybe people who will buy them and what they say about this.
God.
Oh, sure. Raven Software's QA testers have voted to unionize. Activision immediately said, we're not going to acknowledge that because we don't like following the law. And then Phil Spencer said, I am not stupid enough to announce publicly that I won't be following the law. So after the buyout, we'll deal with the union. I hope they actually do, and there's not some weird thing like Phil went and talked to them and they decided they didn't need a union or some shit like that.
They changed their mind as soon as we acquired them.
Weird.
But yeah. I hope it's like legitimate. It's like I will honor this. I'm like, cool, that'd be nice.
It's a really weird statement because they're literally saying we will not break federal laws, and I'm like, that's a real big brag, bro.
Yeah, I know. We're in a real clown world. People are like, look how great Phil Spencer is. He said he isn't going to commit a crime. And then he threatened to hit me again. I don't know why.
Actually, that was Sony this week. I didn't write it into news because Jesus Christ, I'm tired of saying it. But they're like, oh, don't worry, they're not done acquiring things. And I'm like, this isn't. I don't think that's a dub.
This is. I know. We're closing in on Summer Games Fest, but shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not a cool gaming announcement.
Yeah, aren't you excited to own our console because we bought these humans?
I already bought both of them. Just fuck off.
Just fuck off. Moving on to my last bullet of news. UK has a competitive competition watchdog group that is now investigating Microsoft's $69 billion Activision takeover. No shit. The amount of times we were like, America might let this happen. Let's see if Europe does.
Yeah, that has been the thing where Europe cares.
Interesting that it's the UK and not the EU. I always expect the EU to be the one coming in busting ankles.
The EU is a little bit preoccupied with certain things at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In a statement, the UK's competition and market authority said its investigation would, quote, consider whether the deal could harm competition and lead to worse outcomes for consumers, for example, through higher prices, lower quality, and reduced choice. They set a deadline of September 1st for their initial decision on this. So that'll be interesting. Because we haven't seen a whole lot of progress on the acquisition front on that at all since it was announced.
Yeah, it's funny how a lot of game journalists have just decided, oh, that's happening. Absolutely, there's nothing you could possibly stop it.
We even had some kickback on that even in the States.
Yeah.
Which was weird.
Yeah, the FTC like woke up and was like, no, we're gonna look at this. You can't just have one of the second largest buyout in human history and have us not look at it.
It's really funny because every time it's reported on it, it's like Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition of Activision in this $190 billion industry. And I'm like, You don't even have to look deeper than that.
No, it's like that's
The headline makes it clear.
Yes.
You can be a fucking idiot and go, yeah, that's probably going to cause some sort of level of monopoly. But yeah, that's it. That's it for me. You know, the sooner we get to talk about certain skulls and bones, the better. Let's go to Mr. Field.
Skull and Bones launches November 8th, the day before God of War.
very smart. A good time.
Yeah, there was also what was it, on the 20th of May, I suppose? They started doing this review process, you know, in Brazil for this acquisition. And every major companies in the industry had to come out and speak on what their thoughts on it were. And it was really bizarre because Sony comes out and they're like, yeah, this is a huge fucking deal. Look at how much they're spending. Use your brains.
They have 2,000 employees working on this one video game.
And then you look at every other publisher in the industry who are just third-party publishers, and they all basically go, we don't know. It seems like it could be fine. And I'm like, you fuckers just want to get bought next.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah.
It's really funny just to think that, like, wow, Microsoft could make 300 Horizon Forbidden Wests for the cost of this acquisition.
Yeah.
They all want to make games.
That's becoming brutally apparent. Let's continue with Blizzard and more Blizzard and Microsoft news.
Can I read a quote from the Brazil thing specifically?
Sure.
This is summarized over on Reset Era from somebody who's been looking through all of this stuff as it's been happening for the last couple of months over in Brazil. Amazon said they don't have enough information to assess the importance of Microsoft and Activision-Blizzard on game publishing. Google basically saying the same and then following up with, well, you know, alternatives to COD, there's like Counter-Strike and Rainbow Six and Battlefield. So, and wow, you know, there's Lost Ark and Guild Wars 2. I'm like, all right.
Fucking Lost Ark, come on.
So every tech company came out to be like, it's fine, it's whatever. The publishers and devs
Please
came
don't
out
get
to
in
be
our
like,
way either.
right, exactly. It's fucked up that, like, Sony's one of the only people to come out and be like, use your fucking brain. There is a
one
reason.
game sells more than every other game in the industry every year.
Yeah, and on top of that, Call of Duty by itself is one of the only games ever that you can see generation over generation. Microsoft had the marketing deal during the 360 era. Things went their way for most of it, and it did really well for them. Sony got that marketing deal the next gen, and shit started going their way then. Really hard. Now, I'm not saying Call of Duty is the only thing that matters, but that definitely made a fucking difference. And they spent shitloads of money and co-published the marketing. Like, Sony paid it and Microsoft paid it before to get that deal done. Of course, they fucking matter.
Yeah, speaking of other Activision things that helped push PlayStation that gen, Destiny. They made like exclusive missions there to the degree where it's like, I'd be an idiot if I bought it on the Xbox version. There's less game to play.
Yeah, but there were more players, weirdly enough. When I found that out, I was like, I'm glad Sony spent all that money so that way the majority of players don't get to play all the
Especially when those are exclusive strikes, which are just the thing you're doing in the playlist constantly. Plus PlayStation had that one multiplayer map exclusive for a year in advance, and it was actually one of my faves. And I was like, this is fucking wrong. But yeah, it's really unfortunate Sony's the only one saying that this is a problem, because then every person with no critical thinking skills goes, well, of course they don't like it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, it becomes this thing where people will just disregard the concept because the only one complaining about it
is the competitor.
Is the direct competitor. So it just ruins any level of discussion about it.
And it's like, well, that's the direct competitor. What are they going to say? You're supposed to be doing an antitrust thing right now. So, ironically, what the competitor says is super relevant. But yeah. And of course, people in Congress, people at all these, like the FTC and stuff, they don't listen to industry professionals, like analysts and stuff. They just listen to podcasts, and every podcaster says it's fine, actually. So
it's fine and inevitable.
In fact, it already happened.
Yes.
Anyway, let's move on to the next bullet. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about it?
No.
So people who listened to last week might remember I talked about some details that came out of Brazil's government oversight over giant corporations, and we got details from different companies' perspectives on,
the
Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard. Well, recently more details came out about details that technically came out in the Apple thing, but nobody paid attention to it back then, and they're only paying attention to it now because tech sites didn't care. Sony pays companies sometimes a bonus for not being on Game Pass. Apparently, they are purchasing an exclusivity for hard standard capitalists.
I mean, I thought this was just expected, and this is just what I expect from the game industry. I don't know. Like, this seems completely normal to me, so everyone's freaking
so
out.
Bad. I hate Game Pass so much. I hate that we have to talk about this because Game Pass exists.
I think it's a very interesting and bizarre form of paid exclusivity because they're not even, you can only be on our console. No, it's, you can't be free as a part of a subscription somewhere else. And from the phrasing of the article I read, it sounds like it's not even exclusive to Game Pass.
That makes sense.
It sounds like it's like literally any of those.
If you're paying to not have it on a service like that, you don't want any of them.
Right.
You want to make sure someone has to buy this game on, preferably on your console.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the interesting thing here, okay? The interesting thing here is I understand completely how it's in Sony's best interest. Because I know the first thing I do is if I'm not feeling overly positive on a game, if I'm sitting here and I'm hard expecting a game to be a 7 or a Risk.
Right.
I'm like, is it on Game Pass so I can even play a few minutes? And to Sony, that few minutes, no matter how disappointed I could have been $15 or $20.
Yes.
Maybe even 60. So it totally makes business sense for Sony to do something like that. That's insane, though. We're in a weird place of capitalism between that and the HBO Max delisting programs like it's the producers.
Yes, because they can get some kind of... I need to know a specific example of a game Sony did this with. I need that to come out in some form. Because these documents were Microsoft being like, we have proof this has happened, but we're not showing you.
The producer's analogy totally goes to Dr. Agro, who pointed that out earlier. And I'm like, you're right. That entire film, both of them, is about delisting a streaming program and then using it as a tax write-off. That's fucking hilarious.
So Microsoft acquisition stuff. Basically, Jim Ryan's like, the we're keeping Call of Duty on PlayStation thing is only for 3 years, and fuck that. And that, like, this is such a bullshit acquisition that it shouldn't happen. And then all of the stupidest people in the world got activated like sleeper agents and ran to their phones or Twitter as fast as possible to post variants of, and whenever anybody says what I'm about to say about a giant company, any version of it, they are just confessing to be brain dead, and you never have to listen to anything they have to say ever again. Any variant of, it's their right. Whenever the fucking the barrier they try to throw up when a giant company is being terrible, whenever it's any variant of it's their right to do that, you can safely disregard that person, anything that person says ever again. Ryan McCaffrey.
Yeah,
that was embarrassing.
That was infuriatingly stupid. That tweet actually pissed me off. Like, I know Ryan McCaffrey is the most, I don't understand what's at stake, and I just see Xbox as my buddy from high school. Like, I understand that's the level he's coming in at, but this tweet was absolutely infuriating. Like, it just shows a level of, you don't understand what's at stake. This is the third largest company in the world trying to buy most of an industry in one go. It's okay though. It's all ball. Anyway, there's the
Yeah, and some of the God, he even has the fucking hideous looking thing. It's his fucking
he's got his avatar. You remember avatars?
Even Xbox deleted them, but he wouldn't let it go.
No.
And a lot of people also put up variants that seem to boil down to Microsoft should be allowed to have this. They're the underdog because they've torched all of their previous platforms through sheer incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
And studios.
Sony didn't twist Microsoft's arm and force them to release the Xbox One $100 above the PS4 and do that terrible E3 where it's like, no used games, always online. Oh shit, where'd all our sales go for the whole fucking gen?
Even though I know I shouldn't preempt this information because, being wrong about something drives engagement. This is 3 years past the current deal. So guys, calm down. It's only 5 years.
Yeah, it's 5 years.
5 or 6 years.
I like even in that.
Isn't that good enough?
In that press, like this series has been going for 20 years.
Right. I do. Yeah. And then you have insane people. And then you have insane people like fucking Paul Tassi from Forbes saying, doesn't really matter. Call of Duty's past its prime. Doesn't matter anymore. Warzone isn't one of the biggest games on the planet.
I don't like a thing, so I don't care what antitrust shit is done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool, great, awesome. You're so smart. Jesus. You can walk around with a brain that big? That's impressive.
Yeah, every single commenter on this has been so insane.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea how they can even function.
People just want to be nice to Microsoft because they're losing, and I'm like, they're losing for a reason.
Yeah, like, oh no, they spent the last 10 years fucking up galactically, so they should be allowed to mar the industry in whatever way they want to be able to, get back on their feet after the tough time they caused themselves.
Right, yeah, this is such a misunderstanding of what it means to compete and do better to win at a marketplace.
Yeah, I saw people complain, but Sony has the exclusive Spider-Man, and it's like...
They made it!
They made it! Marvel offered Xbox it first.
Firstly, no one in their right fucking mind can complain about you making a game because it doesn't happen.
That's what I was saying earlier. Microsoft, the reason they're doing this is they're not in the business of making video games. They're in the business of buying video game companies and destroying them.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the takes that I saw were just so galactically stupid.
Yeah, Jim Ryan's just a whiny baby for saying this. It's like, no, he's doing this to let everyone know, the public know, Phil Spencer and other heads of Xbox are lying to you. Mm-hmm. Lying to you, lying to the boards assessing this directly.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, they're not going to cop to, this is pretty anti-competitive, lol. Like, that's not going to fucking happen.
Right. Well, come on. We're not going to do the exact same thing we did when we bought Bethesda.
No. Why would we do that?
Come on.
Look at Minecraft. We didn't do that to Minecraft.
You guys remember Gears 2? It was good times.
We're your bro. Anyways, what was it? Daniel Ahmad took to Twitter to explain Sony was Activision-Blizzard's largest customer in 2020, being 17% of its sales. And it's like, yeah, I definitely don't see anything weird Fallout-wise, fiscally speaking, happening because of this. Yeah, this sucks.
The funniest, I mean, on some level, it would be funny for Microsoft to successfully acquire them and then never ever make even a fraction of that money back.
Yeah. I mean,
like, it's already a pretty fucking steep climb to reclaim $70 billion.
Now, I'm going to talk about this from the weirdest angle possible, I think. Let's say you love Xbox and you don't see how this is a net negative. You're going to start getting free Call of Duties. Now, I'm going to ignore the part where, of course, the Call of Duties will not be as high rent made by 2,000 people because it's on a subscription service. I'm going to ignore that.
Yeah, no Microsoft fan seems to have, like, squared the circle of you're now signed, like, all Microsoft games now, and the games of any company they buy that you want them to buy now are going to turn into, like, the game equivalent of streaming service shows.
Yes.
Where it's like they transparently have less money. Because we just had that thing of, who was it? What? I'm missing the name. He was on, like, the Hot Ones, and he explained why good movies aren't made anymore.
Oh, you're talking about Matt Damon? Or was
yeah,
it
Matt
the
Damon.
other one?
We just had that big viral thing with Matt Damon saying streaming services fundamentally changed the way the industry works and made it worse. And, and then when you point out, obviously that applies to Game Pass, they just go, no, it's different for some reason. Phil Spencer said that wouldn't happen.
It's like, okay, so you get Matt Damon talking about the film industry, explaining that. You have a decade straight of people explaining this about music as an industry for streaming services. And somehow we still have these people who are willing to believe that the gaming industry is just built different.
You can look at Halo Infinite.
Right.
You can look at released games from Microsoft and be like, oh, they clearly the quality went down. Gears 5 turned into open world nonsense.
And it's not high rent open world
No.
nonsense. It's clearly just this game needed to get out. We're not going to try this hard ever again. But like the angle I was going to come at that I've seen nobody address this from. Do you realize what will fucking you fucking idiot? Do you realize what'll happen if Call of Duty isn't on PlayStation? That's a power vacuum. We're going to start seeing shitty AAA shooters like it's fucking 7th gen again, you goddamn idiots.
Do you want to play?
No, General Radix can come back. No.
Somebody call Insomniac. I have an idea. Never mind, false alarm. Let them do it.
If this sale gets hammered through, if every regulatory board in the world fails and this happens, there's no way that Sony is not like, get somebody, fucking Resistance or Killzone, it needs to come back. We need one.
I'll be honest, that was the first thing I thought. I'm like, Aggro's going to think this is good news.
Yeah, you're thinking these good ones. You're thinking Resistance. You're thinking Killzone. I'm thinking Homefront.
Right.
Homefront 10.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Why
You
don't
guys
we-
are just upset because you know you'll have to play all of them at some point.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, I wish Sony would greenlight fucking anything. Like, just go ahead. Resistance 4. Let's go, baby. Like, Killzone 6. Let's do it. I'm always interested in more bad ideas. There's one thing this podcast network has proven. I am interested in being the person who dives into the black hole. How was the Resident Evil Netflix series? I wish I didn't know, but here you go.
Maybe Time Splitters will come back.
It's supposed to be coming back.
It's supposed to be. Where the fuck are the receipts? I need this shit. It needs to be out.
And finally, Stadia will shut down on January 18th, 2023. All purchases will be refunded.
Will they though?
I don't think...
Will all purchases be refunded?
Well, calling it a purchase means I would have to get something for the exchange of currency. I don't think they're refunding robbery.
You probably won't get a refund for the subscription, but if you actually purchased a Stadia game, maybe.
Yeah,
Now-
no, I bought the hardware and they're even refunding that.
I'm surprised they're refunding the controller.
Oh, they are fucking terrified of getting, because you need to understand, video game companies get away with some skeezy shit because they're video game companies. They're not Silicon Valley giants that are one of the 3 biggest companies in the world. Google has a bullseye on its fucking skull right now.
Yes.
In the current administration, in the current climate, they are like, here's all of your money back. We're so sorry. We're so sorry. And I'm like, I would feel almost sympathetic if you didn't sit there and go, I'm going to become the president of America, and you didn't graduate middle school. Like, there was no way this would work out for you. So how am I supposed to appreciate you saying, I'm sorry? You didn't think this through at all, you fucking idiot.
Dan,
now,
why are you afraid of the future of gaming?
I'm not afraid of the future of gaming. I love the future of gaming. It's just not this. This does not exist in the future of gaming.
But
now the funniest possible outcome of this, the absolute funniest, is if it leads to Final Fantasy 15 getting more DLC in the year of our Lord 2023 because that Stadia exclusive stuff no longer exists.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, we might as well just give it to people.
I wonder if there's even anyone left who can do that port of it,
Right.
of that stuff to the consoles.
That studio still exists, and Forspoken will be out about then. So
Maybe they just put it in Forspoken.
such content as a dungeon where you have to do platforming that everyone hates, a weird mini game that has animations that don't work, and a boss fight that everyone alive who has played it says is bad.
I need to express, at my current age, which is the same age as Pat, as I understand it, and that is now how I will say my age for the rest of time. I have no patience for people who say shit like, why are you guys lying? They didn't announce they're stopping Stadia for the last 3 months. This writing was on the wall. Every dev who just kept walking towards them, even this year. I'm sorry that you have a game coming out on November 1st on Stadia when the store just shut down because you cannot buy games anymore. It's gone. What were you thinking? I don't. What is it out there that lets people believe in such obviously bad ideas? Is it a lack of understanding what people want? Is it the belief that Google is so big that of course it would work? What led people to think for a moment at any point in time that this would exist for even the average Google product lifetime?
Yeah, like we stopped seeing Stadia events over a year ago. Like they obviously dropped all support for it.
You sit there and you look at that guy who made the tweet. I think his name was Justin. I don't remember his handle, but he made the tweet of the average amount of days a Google product stayed alive, and it was 1,460. And Stadia beat that by a year because it was expensive.
Yeah.
And you don't even need to understand technology. You just need to understand economics to know this was never going to work. And
Game streaming is never going to work ever. It's certainly, Dan, you have the Luna controller, right?
Yeah.
Does that feel like a cheap piece of shit?
Yeah.
So, like, they can't even engineer the only thing you're going to actually own.
Yeah.
Like, they can't give you a good feeling controller. There are third parties making good feeling controllers. Just go to one of them and be like, shave off the symbols on the buttons. We'll take it.
Even that's too much work. They don't want to pay anyone else but themselves.
No. The funniest thing is, like, Amazon will do anything to get a microphone into your home.
Yes, absolutely anything.
They made a TV, for the love of God. Did you know that? Did you know you can buy a Fire TV?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure you should ever put those two words next to each other in a product name. Right next to Explode Phone. I'm not sure, but you can do that. And I just sat there going, man, that TV must be something. Is the soap opera mode always stuck on? There's going to be an extra layer of cursed other than there's a live mic in your fucking house.
Oh, the Amazon TV's a QLED.
It is, yes.
Of course
it is. But yeah, I just, as much as this should be a victorious moment for me, I just sit here and go, people never learn. This shit just keeps happening. I do wonder how long before Microsoft goes, nobody uses our streaming. It's not working. I'm like, yeah, look at Sony. They did it the whole PS4 gen. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck.
I imagine they'll probably just keep it because it costs nobody uses it, so it costs so little.
Yeah.
And there will always be some Microsoft fanboy being like, I used it once, it seems good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
I didn't feel any lag.
Continue to use it. So
I didn't feel any lag. I don't know. I didn't feel gravity.
No, I honestly think the established video game companies are never going to stop trying this.
Yeah.
Every generation, they're going to come back and say, oh, it works now.
Yes.
and relaunch this shit
Yes.
forever.
Yes.
It's.
I mean, we have the AV1 codec now. Once they figure out a way to cheaply put that into servers, because right now it's so CPU intense, it's like, fuck that. They're going to be like, quality's better than ever, you guys. And that's going to happen this gen, most likely, where they're going to be like, guys, it's better than ever.
I don't know. I think seeing the level of shit Google is eating with this, where it's like, you made zero money.
You made unmoney. You spent money to lose money.
And then you have to give all the money back.
Right. you there's so many layers of you did not make money out of this. It's nuts. But yeah, no, it's gonna keep happening forever. Yeah, until capitalism collapses. Anyway, let's just say at the end of the day, there's nothing stupider than we expected you to accept the input lag, accept the lower image quality, accept the smaller catalog, and spend full price for games and a subscription for the streaming service itself.
Yeah, that was insane.
That was never going to happen. Anyone with a brain and an understanding of what dollars means would have known that wouldn't work. Anyway, that's it for news.
Yeah, and the last piece of news I got is that insane article that Xbox put out about how we suck a lot. Let us buy this.
This is so embarrassing.
Yeah, this is weird. We kind of stopped covering anything messaging wise that would come out from anybody but a regulatory committee on this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the CMA being like, yeah, no, this is not looking great. And then Xbox just sending them a public email where they just go, our penis is so small. Even if we buy the third largest, buy one of the largest publishers in the industry and become the third largest, who's to say we could even win then?
It's like, if you're an Xbox fan, how do you recover from Microsoft saying, if every single Call of Duty player jumped ship to Xbox, we would still be in distant third?
Now, being one of the crazy people with a Master Chief profile image on Twitter means you already have to have a massive disconnect with reality because you are so well versed in, I'm going to put studios I love on this banner image, and one of them will just say Age of Empires.
Yes, but normally normally your cognitive like your fucking AT field that keeps out reality doesn't have to keep out things the company you're standing for says.
I know. Right? This is really testing them. This will be a true test of love.
This would be like if Jim Ryan came out and says, I actually do hate every single person from Japan and we will never focus on any of their games ever. Like that isn't even as dire as what Microsoft had to say. And it's really embarrassing that after how long? 7 years? 6 of them not saying their sales at all, they flop it out in this response to explain how pathetic they are.
Mm-hmm. Like this is...
Like, our user base is 60 million people and Sony's is 155 million.
Yeah, this is the most clown show shit this entire acquisition has become, and I did not realize how publicly pathetic it would get before, like if it started approaching not working out.
It's Phil Spencer literally gets on stage and takes his pants off and pees himself.
There's a great bit near the end where they talk about, like, come on, there's nothing about this. Like, we don't want to hinder our competitors getting into cloud gaming because it's the only thing we've got. We need Sony and Apple to make game streaming real because it is the buoy to which we cling.
Also, we didn't cover Phil Spencer's like, hey, here's a reason to take a picture of my bookshelf, allegedly. And then people went, is that a prototype for the streaming stick sitting on his shelf? And then he's like, ho, ho, ho. And then the official Xbox account is like, oh, Phil, we told you not to take a picture of your shelf. And I'm like, man, you guys, this is really lame.
The streaming stick is one of those things that tech journalists talk about for 2 weeks and no human being will ever buy or use.
Yeah. As someone who bought and used a Stadia, yes.
Yeah, that thing is useless. No one wants it.
And yet, like 50% of you out there will have a friend who's like, "Oh no, it's completely fine. I don't notice the lag at all, so it doesn't exist." It's also 240p.
And as I looked at this, stick, like, oops, I accidentally posted that, and then the Xbox account said that really dumb thing in response. I sat there and I genuinely thought, well, this is the dumbest and most cringe tweet Xbox's account is going to make this week.
You fool!
I was fucking wrong. They did that other one where they're like, ha ha ha, we have trolls in our replies. Thanks.
You know, like,
Publish a game.
the person who turned the Wendy's Twitter account into what now shittily defines all PR Twitter accounts
Yeah.
should be put on trial for war crimes. Like, they should literally be put on trial for crimes against humanity.
Is ruining culture a crime?
Now,
Can we?
Now, hang on, because it is settled. It is settled military wisdom that it's not a war crime the first time. When they did it, it was a neat new thing that happened. It is not their fault that every other company decided
Our benevolent
to hello
monarch,
fellow
their
kids.
oppressive tyrant.
Just saying, like, the Wendy's account just went, wow, this is a really great way to burn a motherfucker. And everyone else, they're the criminals.
Like,
Man.
I had to see Duolingo this week making a joke about their fucking owl mascot shooting out green cum. Like,
What?
like I'm sorry, Wendy's Twitter person, you have to be put on trial now.
We'd like our brand to be relatable. I would like your abstract money-destroying algorithm to stop trying to relate to humans. That's inappropriate.
And that's the news for this week.
Phil Spencer, after seeing Sony get up on stage and shit all over themselves by raising the price of their consoles, it said, we will also do that, just not until after the holidays. Also, we're probably going to do it to Game Pass.
It's so weird that they just said it.
Yeah, this sort of stuff is usually so, like, we know, but they will never say it.
But that's the thing. Most people are ignorant and they don't know. Let me explain something. For the console price going up, they literally said they would not do that when Sony raised their price.
Yes.
Microsoft made an official statement. They're like, we're not doing that. We don't need to. We have that much money. We don't give a shit. We're not doing it. For Game Pass, everyone just points out that's going to happen. And up until now, Phil Spencer hasn't really said that. He just keeps going, Game Pass is profitable. It's fine.
Didn't he say the opposite of that earlier this year? Or it's like,
I think
not
early this
profitable
year
yet,
he
it's not
said,
fine.
no, I think early this year he literally confirmed that it is profitable and people need to stop bringing that up as some sort of, sign that maybe things aren't well.
And now it is profitable, but we were playing the rates price anyway.
So
Okay, he apparently said it yesterday.
Look, guys, we're having supply chain issues.
one moment.
All right.
One moment. Are you saying as a part of this price thing, he said Game Pass isn't profitable?
No, he said it is profitable finally yesterday.
Oh, okay. I swear to God, he said it early this year. I
Which
swear to
is
you.
a pretty great thing to say when you also say we're going to raise the price soon.
Yeah. This is an insane thing to say long before you do it. Like, anyone who has a remote ounce of cynicism should have been able to hear us on Big Think Dimension point out that that's the Game Pass / Netflix arc. That you start out really cheap, it comes free in Rice Krispies, and then you raise the price as you go, so that way you can make infinite money.
Phil, you're supposed to achieve total market dominance before you start raising the price. You don't do it as you admit that subscriptions have basically crawled to a standstill and there's no growth.
Let me just connect some dots, okay? One, we have enough numbers to know that thing Phil said is pretty accurate, that the subscription growth is not there where they want it to be. They thought it was going to be much higher. It isn't. Two, a bunch of people just got fired from Microsoft. 3, now Game Pass is going up in price. Like, this is a pretty connected situation here. So
it's become very apparent that Microsoft is comfortable just making profit off these monthly things and not trying at all and being in last place. Like, they're totally happy with that.
if they were happy with that, I would think they wouldn't have bought Bethesda and they wouldn't be trying to buy Activision-Blizzard.
Because everybody, like, even last week, we made fun of that article, not on Big Think to mention, on Twitter, of the guy saying, Sony better watch out. If they're not allowed to buy Activision, they're going to try super hard and use that money to own Sony. And it's like, no, they're not. Every fucking time some Xbox fanboys have been talking about the sleeping dragon awakening and money hatting its way to the top of the gaming industry for 21 years since Xbox launched. And it's like, guys, they don't care. They're not going to make online free. They're not going to cut the price of the Series X to fucking $300, even though they could do that, sell 100 million and still spend less money than they would want to spend on Activision, a lot less. God, they're not gonna go get all these. They don't care about getting exclusives unless they own the company.
Yeah,
they just want things for Game Pass so they can have things there perpetually.
I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they're tired of paying people for content. They want to own people because then you get free infinite content. That's how their brains work.
Yeah, that's how Disney does it too. Like, yeah, we need to buy all that thing so we can then fill our subscriptions with it.
But yeah, no, I don't know why they made this statement this far in advance. That's the part of this that makes no sense.
Was this just some interview where Phil got way too, like...
drunk?
Yeah.
Or is this literally like, no, we're press meeting? Arranged.
Well, no, they didn't call a press conference to make this announcement. Phil Spencer said he was going to piss on the moon? I
don't know. Until that deal does or does not go through, I'm just going to keep fucking 4chan conspiracy theorying it up like it's 4D chess. Trust the plan.
CD Projekt Red announced a Witcher 1 remake in Unreal 5.
Huh. That sounds like a reasonable thing to remake.
Last bit of news, man, this is the weirdest news I've ever had to bring into Big Think because the mechanics of this are important to the news story. Because normally you never hear me say the word Democrat or Republican on Big Think Dimension. However, the mechanics of how this works is important to the story. Okay, so SP Global is a website that covers various things, journalistic outlet for e-commerce and tech company stuff. They're reporting that the FTC, Federal Trade Commission for anyone who doesn't know, recently broke a completely even bipartisan split in the assembly over there. And now the agency is, with the confirmation of a Democrat in May and the recent resignation of a Republican commissioner, is now much more Democratic leaning. And as such, the head of the FTC, the chair, Lena Khan, is more likely to make progress in her agenda, which I brought up in the past, was anti-big tech, anti-competitive leanings on that. More likely to make progress on that than they were before, which they did make some progress with right to repair and some other things. Specifically, the comments, the words on the street, are that the two things they would look into first and foremost, as people wonder why the hell I'm talking about this, is Amazon acquired a company called iRobot for $1.7 billion, and apparently that is already openly on their shit list. So that's apparently bullet number one. Bullet literally number two is Microsoft's planned acquisition of Activision-Blizzard. If this was any other agency, Ajit Pai, I believe is his name, or that agency, I wouldn't believe it. But given we've actually made progress in this field at all for right to repair and other things, I'm like, this might be legit. Also, thank you, Lionheart and Jeff, for reminding me. Yeah, the people who made Roombas is iRobot. They bought the Roomba company.
Oh, weird.
I assume
Yeah,
they just want to stick some mics in it and spy on you.
The FTC also blocked some other, like, these two publishers wanted to merge, and the FCC blocked them on the grounds this will make things worse for authors. And they almost never block things on the grounds of this will make things worse for the labor. They almost exclusively consider the effect on consumers.
Right. Usually, yeah. And so, like, I spent the entire Activision-Blizzard acquisition arc being like, well, clearly the UK or the EU, they're going to bust their balls, and America is just going to sit back and say, me too, at the end. Maybe.
No, but if we can actually unfuck the FTC, holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a brand new ball game.
Yeah, it actually is. That would be crazy. Imagine if the quality of the internet at a certain basic expected standard continued to go up over the last 20 years. Yeah, no, there are all sorts of things the FTC could do, and that's crazy. I have to wonder how the hell all these gaming websites are going to cover this, because most of them already said that Microsoft bought them.
Yeah, most
is
of them,
not what happened.
Like the tweet went out where they had their logo,
the pictures,
under, the pictures of all the characters and like Microsoft logo over the Activision logo. It was done in Game Journalist head.
Yeah, especially like all of them really, but especially the Xbox oriented ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how this goes when it's like the FTC blocked this, because then anyone covering this might have to start talking like a reasonable person and go, well, they probably blocked it because that's a huge anti-competitive problem. That's obviously going to be a marketplace issue.
Look, the U.S. government are just clearly ponies. I don't know what else to tell you.
Xbox fans have already come up with this. It was from a Windows Central article. This is the FTC overcorrecting after 20 years of letting tech companies do whatever they wanted.
So you buying one of the largest publishers of the game industry to combine with yourself to become the third largest or fourth largest isn't that. Those things are different and in the past and over, and they were fine, but now you're overcorrect. All right. I don't know. That's actually my largest point of interest at this point. Not like, will they, won't they? It's, if they do, how the fuck is the game industry going to cover this? Because they're not used to doing any level of due diligence, even remotely.
Yeah, I'm like, will they just go mask off and show themselves to be the complete idiots they are and like complain about the American government ruining their gaming?
I'm sure most podcasts will be that. The question is, will articles be written in that tone too? Because I'm sure most podcasts will be like, it's a shame that the U.S. government won't let us have fun. That'll probably be the way
which is crazy, because
like, then it'll come up once a year. It'll come up once a year when they have to pay $60 or $70 for Call of Duty.
Mm-hmm. And it's on Game Pass because they want it to be there.
They want it to be on Game Pass. That's the only layer this giant merger acquisition matters.
Yeah, it's like it literally does give them nothing for games. Like, it's just net negative, because it's like, oh, you blocked it from being on one platform. You don't get a new game. You get a new game on Game Pass, I guess.
I suppose really this what this means is when Ryan McCaffrey comes out of his hole, and if he sees his shadow, will we be listening to the next 5 years of the sexism at Blizzard would have been solved by Microsoft? Oh,
yeah, no, they all say that.
That's been the angle for a while, even though stuff came out of Bethesda already where it's like, no, they don't even interfere enough to give us the benefits Microsoft employees have.
There might be another piece of news about why Microsoft is so hands off with their studios, but I don't know if that was written in. Anyway, so that was that bit of news. We're gonna move on. We got gamer news. Did you guys know we cover that?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Gamers have news?
That's something we do now.
Oh my god.
Gamer news. God. Okay, I'm getting the worst one in my opinion, and this is exclusively my opinion. I do not speak for my co-hosts. Out of the way. right now. So, hey guys.
Hey.
Phil Spencer went on a podcast and said something about being open to something about PlayStation and Call of Duty. I'm announcing right here, right now, that until there's something actual to report here, I'm done talking about Phil Spencer saying numerous conflicting statements on this.
Mm-hmm.
And then Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, came out right before Big Think and needed to just go, hey, just so you know, everyone, us acquiring Activision Blizzard is going to increase competition between publishers.
What?
Their logic is probably, we're fucking terrible and can't compete with Sony. If we get Activision, maybe we'll be able to do that.
You being able to compete more does not mean the marketplace as a whole is more competitive. Fuck off. I wrote this into my news as, so help me God, I'm trying to be a better man, but you are fucking testing me, Microsoft.
Yeah, it's like it's blatant at this point that Phil Spencer specifically has like some sort of pseudo Elon Musk-esque brain disease where he constantly needs to be in the news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
It works. He has an equal amount of crazed fanboys.
So just stop, unless it's actually something. No, I'm sorry. You're not getting on this fucking show, Phil.
Okay, so we're moving on. I just needed that get out of the way. Anyways, hey guys, they announced and launched. Well, they announced it a while ago. The RTX 4080. Let's move on to the news that just barely escaped us last week and yet won't leave us alone.
Yeah, it happened the day after Big Think last week. Politico, a politics website, reported on the FTC is likely to file an antitrust lawsuit to stop the Activision-Blizzard acquisition by Microsoft.
Yeah.
So it's just a bunch of anonymous sources that they reference, but they're like a real, very serious website that wouldn't just make stuff up.
Right, and a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, Politico, a lot of their thing is verifying like sources and not just editorial. But, you know, I don't read them regularly. But yeah, no, it sounds like that thing I literally talked about when this was announced of, man, if the FTC woke up.
Yes, and luckily they seem to be waking up all year long.
It feels good. Because while a bunch of people in the game industry are really fucking stupid about this topic, and I mean really fucking stupid, all you have to say at the end of the day is, so you want the third most powerful company in the world to buy nearly a fifth of the game industry, or you think that's okay? Either one of those, you're either apathetic or a psychopath.
Yeah.
That at the end of the day, that's it, right? Because this isn't complicated. And it wouldn't be complicated if every place around you weren't so hell-bent on, we need to treat both sides equally. Sony got to buy a single developer, so Microsoft gets to buy literally innumerable IPs and thousands of people's jobs.
Yep.
Because Microsoft
they have
gets to make the second largest acquisition in human history. Literally, the only one bigger is fucking
Disney
buying Fox.
Right.
Yeah.
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 This isn't complicated. It's not. The fact we've had to have this conversation for years now is so insane.
Do you think like Phil Spencer's just gnashing his teeth at fucking David Zaslav because you know that Discovery buying WB and immediately beginning to run it into the ground is making the FTC go, maybe not?
See, I don't know if the FTC cares about media companies yet. I think they sincerely are doing this because it's Microsoft, because the Silicon Valley giants are the most powerful companies, the richest companies in the world. If Apple was doing it, they would also be knocking their teeth in. But, you know, Apple does this thing. It's crazy. They pay for other people to make a thing, and then they own that thing, and then they show it on their streaming service. Isn't that a crazy concept for your subscription model where you pay someone to make a thing and now you own the thing?
This report also had like little tidbits of like Apple and Google are also pushing behind the scenes like, no. Don't let them do this.
Say that again?
Part of this report was also that like behind the scenes, Google and Apple are like saying, we don't think you should let Microsoft do this.
Right. Yeah. No, it's so good when you watch the people who actively rule over all this shit, just break each other down.
Yeah.
You know, like the government should be doing it all points in time period, because at no point does letting a company get this rich benefit the U.S. government or the public.
Yeah.
Part of that report was also the anonymous sources saying this could happen this month.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that seems likely. I mean, we did have the leak earlier that was on the agenda. So having this article come out and say multiple sources says it's going to be soon. Yeah. Well, thank you, Bob, for the news for the FTC MSAB segment. We now go to Chris Wolfhard.
I guess we should get to the big funny thing. The FTC is suing Microsoft to block the Activision acquisition.
Thank God.
My camera premonitions are just robbed. Like, how do you make a joke funnier than that? Like, fucking, they tweeted it
on Game Awards Day.
It. Yes.
Now, yesterday, Microsoft met with FTC head about this. And it seemed, I guess it was just, we're going to open up your ass. Like, I guess that's how that meeting went.
That's how Phil Spencer looked. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to swing at Phil Spencer a little bit here. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. He posted that shit on Twitter on Tuesday night. Like, we agreed to a deal with Nintendo so they can have Call of Duty for 10 years after this deal goes through, which, one, if I was a Call of Duty fan, I'd be seeing that like, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
So now the big expensive AAA blockbuster games that, you know, are one of the few games in the industry that have shitloads of money and put into presentation now have to run on the Switch.
Yeah.
That's not something I want.
Yeah, or just an entirely separate game being made just for Switch every year, which nobody should want that either.
Yeah,
but there was that, and then directly leading into this, Phil Spencer's the Elon Musk of gaming.
He is. Yeah.
Like, he's a terrible manager and executive, but he hangs on because he has his fanboys he keeps whipping into a fury with tweets and by going onto podcasts and shit.
Yeah.
And he seems to think tweets are real and matter.
I mean,
like, that's all I can read from that Nintendo thing is like, no, this will placate the FTC.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, he assumed the FTC worked the same as game journalism, which is kind of even more of a joke than normal journalism, because I believe we were talking about on Tuesday, off content, because, you know, what the fuck, were you going to just talk about this during a Kung Pao review or fucking Podcast Devil? Welcome to the Podcast Devil. Can you fucking believe Phil Spencer this week? New segment. He tweeted that, and then a number of gaming news sites just ran it like, oh, they made a deal with Nintendo. It's real. And
yeah, like and everyone started acting like, oh, I guess the deal went through with Activision. It's like, why do you think that?
We are a year and a half into it not going through.
What
Why
do you think your job is?
Writing words into a fucking CMS and hitting publish. Yeah. If at any point you thought maybe Microsoft isn't stupid and Sony is in fact really stupid in what they're doing in all of this, the part where Michael Pachter came out and said Sony's acting immature like 2-year-olds throwing a fit, that should have been the part where you went, oh shit, I agree with that guy. Oh god, I must be the dumbest motherfucker in the room aside from Michael Pachter. Obviously.
Man, I did not remember Michael Pachter coming on record.
He did that Wednesday.
Oh.
The day the FTC was seemingly having a meeting with Microsoft to say, get ready.
He just lined up to be punched in the face.
It's like the football thing in Charlie Brown, but there's no football at all. It's just a foot. It's just a steel toe boot at head height, and he ran straight into it.
That machine from Beavis Butt, the second movie.
Yes. What's it gonna do? I'm so excited.
Something that really also casts a really negative light on Phil Spencer, like he must be a fucking idiot, is one of the FTC directly brought this up. It's like Microsoft promised European trade boards in writing they would not make Bethesda games exclusive to their platform, and then they came out and said they would. So we have no reason to care about anything they say on that front
Yeah.
in any of their arguments. So we're suing them.
Mhm.
And
Now-
this is bad. This isn't like, oh, well, this will be settled in 6 months. This is going to take so fucking long. Just assume the deal's gone.
Yeah. They are going to get busted the fuck up by this. Who knows where it fucking stops, but this clearly is getting into antitrust tier, which is taken more seriously than any of the other shit Silicon Valley usually gets hit for.
Mm-hmm.
There's honestly, like, there's even like, how hard will Microsoft fight this? They don't want to piss off the FTC. The last time they pissed off the FTC, they only barely avoided not becoming 4 companies.
Yes, precisely. Which, fun fact,
And
that
th-
was
and
like 24 years ago.
That was about 20 years ago. It was like 2001, I think.
They started going through it in 99, I think, because it was even before the Xbox had come out, and they kind of did a similar.
Man, imagine
song
that
and
better
dance.
that better future we would have been. Maybe.
Still want to have games.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, this is why it was insanely stupid for all these game journalists, their term, not mine, to sit there and the moment the Activision tweet goes out where it's like, we're family now, all of them to be like, yeah, they just bought the 3rd largest company in this industry. That totally happened because they tweeted that it did. And it's like, that didn't happen though, and you really need to stop saying it does, because your audience, to some extent, is children and non-adults, the in-between. They don't understand this shit, and when you literally treat this like this is how it goes.
Yeah, a lot of that Microsoft tweeting these acquisitions in the way they did feels like it should be illegal.
Yeah, this honestly does get a little bit into that Elon Musk tier of just like,
that's another Elon Musk thing of like, and I do wonder if that might not be part of this, however this judgment goes. It's like, your CEOs aren't allowed to tweet without passing it through an FTC person anymore, which is how Elon Musk works, by the way. Elon Musk is not allowed to tweet about Tesla at all without it going through FTC approval, because he's fucked up so many times.
yeah, that makes sense. He really fucked up too many times.
For a little bit of context, when they got sued in the 90s, it took 3 years from the filing of the lawsuit to the final judgment. So we're in this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so at the bare minimum, expect this plan doesn't go through for the acquisition. At the next level, don't sit there and get excited or salivate or anything, because whatever. I guess my message with that is, it's not worth your time to get excited about Microsoft getting beat the fuck up. Like, they're not even worth that. Just understand, it is entirely possible that Microsoft gets dissected a bit, because they only barely avoided it last time. And the fact every other division of Microsoft has somehow avoided this, I guarantee you Phil Spencer has massively fucked up in the eyes of Satya Nadella. Because you cannot work at Microsoft and be the only division getting hit with this bad. Every other division equally deserves that. Well, maybe not every. There's probably a few products out. I mean, for fuck's sake, the anti-competitive shit, Teams, I believe Microsoft Teams is getting hit for that in Europe because they bundled it with Office Suite. But even they're not under this level of, we're going to beat you to death, that the gaming division is now. And last thing before I shut the fuck up on this and let anyone else speak, I swear to God, the first thing I said when they announced, Bethesda games are gonna be, they won't be exclusive, I'm like, yes, they will. And then when they announced they were exclusive, I'm like, you really fucked up. You realize that, right? Because now we can't trust you, which means government agencies who are paying attention can't trust you. And they have the power to do shit about that. And while every game journalist in the world is fucking stupid, seemingly intentionally to piss me off, because that's how it feels when you sit there and go, no, they said they wouldn't make it exclusive, you guys. Call of Duty isn't exclusive. It's like
Yeah,
they said
10-year deal.
They said that about Bethesda.
Yeah, it's like how do you? It's the exact same line when Cox was like, "No, you should totally repeal net neutrality because we're not going to do anything fucky if you let us. But it's very important that you let us.
yes.
But we're not. But we need to be able to because we won't."
Yeah.
Here's another.
Yeah.
We said 3 years. It's actually going to be longer than that because I just did some more research now. The FTC's in a thing with Google right now. They are suing Google for antitrust.
Mm-hmm.
They filed in October 2000. October 2020.
Okay.
It's not even going to go to trial until September of next year. So we're looking at 4 to 5 years before this Microsoft thing moves at all. And like I said, it's like the deal's basically crushed because let's say Activision stock goes up a bunch in 5 years. They're not going to want that deal to go through at the lower rate they agreed to with Microsoft. And if it's the reverse, Microsoft won't want it to go through with the paying a lot more than the company's worth.
Yeah, it's really fucking
5 years is an eternity in like this level of business. Microsoft might not be making Xboxes in 5 years.
right.
Yeah, I know,
exactly.
right?
A lot of their plan outlined basically this being the last generation, where Sony clearly is not doing that, as they sit there and openly write in the documents to the CMA. Yeah, we're making another PlayStation in like 6 years. Like that'll fuck us up pretty bad if COD's not on it.
We're gonna see how fucked this is if Phil Spencer leaves Xbox within 3 months.
This
I could
really,
I could totally see it happening.
dude. Yes, the companies go through CEOs of divisions for less shit than this. I think this actually is a really big fuck up. There's a reason. Like I don't get any joy out of even a person as shitty as fucking Phil Spencer with the manipulation he does through social media and other things. And just horse crap he says in fucking interviews. I don't get joy out of that man being miserable, but it is fucking obvious he was miserable at the Game Awards tonight. That is a dude who probably had a talk already where it's like, do you realize the level of fuck that you just did? I can't imagine Microsoft just being like, oh, they said what? Whatever, buddy. We'll talk about it next week.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, like the worst case scenario here for Microsoft, the absolute worst case is the FTC says Xbox has to be its own company now.
I cannot stress how good and healthy that would be.
Yeah.
Because
Xbox wouldn't exist very long, but
that's the thing. They could if they simply just went through the process of making games, selling games for money. Nope, that's it. Yep. And stop pushing cloud gaming because, of course, that's a net loss. Like that and Game Pass are a net loss for them, no matter how much they'll scream and tell you that it is not.
I mean, those documents they submitted to like the European board about streaming is a farce.
They basically wait. Cloud gaming isn't real. Don't fucking worry about it. Yeah. That's nutty. Also, totally doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Microsoft announced their games are going to go up to $70.
They're what?
I know, right?
Starfield. Their Starfield is going to go up to $70.
Oh, Redfall too.
If Redfall's $70, I'm going to have a stroke.
No,
and that is
announced
entire.
it, yeah.
one, does it matter what the price of something that will never be purchased is?
I mean, that's their own language. That interview where I pulled the quote where they said their $60 price point was more consumer focused and fan friendly. That quote, literally the next line is him going, but does it really matter how much we charge for a game if it's on Game Pass? And I'm like, I hate how much that sentence you just said lives at the core of every review of an Xbox game or a game on Game Pass.
It's fine. I didn't pay for it.
Like, yes, you did.
But
You've been paying for it for months.
This is one of those things where it's like where I just have to, whenever, Windows Central or wherever cranks out the guys, Microsoft is going to start trying article, which happens every couple months. Taking their games from $60 to $70 gets them nothing. They already barely sell copies because of Game Pass.
Yeah.
This is only a negative PR thing, and they didn't care because somewhere in the maze they have built, the fucking labyrinth of Xbox, they might make $10 less if they aren't $70.
Yeah, I don't understand.
With Sony, with Sony, that extra $10 on like God of War Ragnarok is going to come out to $200 million.
Right. It probably is. I mean, it's already come out to about $120 million.
Yeah.
Because they sold about 10 or 12 or wait, no, it was 5, wasn't it? Pokemon was 10 or 12.
I can't remember right now.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that makes a huge difference. It doesn't because I doubt Microsoft games even sell 1 million copies of the hard copies nowadays. Like, as far as I know, they don't move through distribution channels at stores.
They don't.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason they don't talk about it at all.
Right.
Like the closest thing to concrete numbers on a Microsoft game that we've gotten lately is like Gears 5 sold 15% of what Gears 4 sold its first week.
How fucking weird is it that we got
because that was one of the big. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, who knows?
Yeah, we should have gotten any Xbox announcements at the Game Awards. All we got were ads for Game Pass. It was like
even
joke
like a
we would
Starfield
make?
trailer.
Yeah, because it's Starfield.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be out like in 3 months, right?
No, I don't think they have a date on it.
First
They
half. Don't have a.
Okay,
it's
so
just first half.
Sometime in the next 6 months.
That game is supposed
out.
to be out and playable for $70.
So how many games did they release at $60 on the Series systems?
You're asking me how many Series X games are real
Yes.
and cost $60?
I think it's only Halo Infinite.
Microsoft Flight Simulator, Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite. Oh my fucking god. Come on, Dan. There's got to be more than 3. Oh my god. Oh no. Is there really just 3 games?
You
oh
could
my
count
god, it is.
Psychonauts 2, but I don't know if I count that.
I'll count it, even though they just bought the company.
I feel like that was launched at 50 anyway. Like it was a lower budget than the 60s dollar price range.
It might have been 60. I think it was just 60.
Okay.
All
right. They got so much good PR.
They got a ton of really good PR about we're cross-gen, baby, and $60. We're so pro-consumer. We don't have any fucking games. Anyways, good thing you guys are deaf.
It's funny how gassed up they got for that, and then Sony just did the same thing anyway.
I know, which is weird. I think they tricked Sony, but at some level, like Sony definitely could have looked at the numbers and gone, yeah, we're gonna make like $100 million more dollars if you make a last-gen version of these games. So get to it. Yeah. I'm going to have a stroke if Spider-Man 2 is cross-gen. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Not going to be happy. Anyway. Did you have any other news, Chris? You know, I sat here and said, oh, wait, we don't have any weird Microsoft news this week. Everything's perfectly normal. I'm so excited to have a big think. And then I swear to God, we hit the go live button, and then that exact vector of Microsoft news I don't want to talk about came out.
Oh no.
This is what you would consider good news along that vector, though. Google and Nvidia expressed concerns to the FTC about Microsoft's Activision deal.
Oh, wow.
That's it. What a simple bit of news. We can just move on. I think it's interesting because if you asked me who was going to get in, Google and Nvidia?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, I'm sure Google doesn't want Microsoft to become any bigger because then they can start fucking with them.
Right, but the Nvidia thing's what I don't get.
Well, Nvidia doesn't want Microsoft to own half the industry and then crash it. Like, there's obviously a competency gap that rational actors can just see.
Yeah. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, I get it.
This is also a perfect moment to just, speak up. And I'm also here and on the side of antitrust. You can not have to look into any of the shit I'm doing because I am clearly publicly with the FTC. Yeah, we're friends.
Yeah, I've actually seen multiple companies do that before, and it never works. They've been like,
Yeah,
but we hate that. We can't be doing that. We hate that. Let us buy ARM, you pricks.
Yeah, companies are getting scared now because the tide really feels like it's turning against these tech companies.
Mm-hmm.
Not just in public view, which has been pretty fucking basement for a while, but like politicians are being like, yeah, fuck you guys. we're gonna break your kneecaps. Like, they fucked up bad enough that the Republicans and the Democrats hate them.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
One might call that a hat trick. Yeah, that's yeah. And like me and Chris and I have said a lot. It's a good feeling when you watch someone who is equally not your friend beat up your other person that is equally not your friend. So that way none of them royally fuck over anyone. If all the companies really just turn against each other and prevent each other from becoming a monopoly for their own greedy gains, technically I gain from that.
Right.
When a devil catches a monster, I as a human being can only hope they both die.
Right.
God. Let's talk about something really fucking funny.
Okay.
So Blizzard got shut down in China.
Yeah, you're right. That is funny.
That is funny. Here's what's really funny. NetEase is laying into them.
Oh?
NetEase is like, this is not our fault at all. It is their fucking fault. They repeatedly called Blizzard the equivalent of an unfaithful spouse.
What the fuck did they do?
They did a live stream where they deconstructed their Orc Axe statue, a giant fucking statue, on live stream and replaced it with a big sword from one of their games.
Ooh.
Then at the NetEase coffee shop, they introduced Blizzard green tea. And green tea is a modern Chinese slur referring to someone who's two-faced and is a backstabbing parasite who tries to appear wholesome and innocent.
Whoa.
Wow.
Wow, what the fuck did green tea do?
Also apparently,
Right.
Blizzard's archiving thing that's supposed to let them, I guess, somehow export people's data to when they find a new partner is breaking. So a lot of Chinese players are apparently losing all their World of Warcraft shit. So yeah, and they just put out this big thing like, Blizzard said we wanted to control their IPs, which is fucking nonsensical and stupid. Also, don't use their archive thing until they fix it. It's broken. So things aren't looking too good for Blizzard at the moment.
That's okay. I heard someone's gonna buy them and fix everything.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yeah, that'd be also good.
Yeah, literally any news would be good. Which is not a thing I can say broadly about news this week.
Yeah.
I guess we're getting into it. Let me change the fucking thing because we're going to be here for a while. Let me just type this in. 10,000 lives have been ruined by Microsoft. There we go. We're good. That covers it, right? Microsoft laid off 10,000 people. When this was announced originally, I assumed that this was going to be like when Ubisoft says 10 trillion people play Rogue, Rainbow Six Siege, and that they may or may not exist, and they may or may not be at Xbox, basically is what I'm getting at here. Had no idea. Had no idea that it was going to be like, oh, they're not only at Xbox. They're at 343, and they're at the Coalition, and they're at fucking Bethesda. And that made me lose my goddamn mind because I did not expect that tier of shutdown of things owned by Xbox. So let's get into it. Apparently, 343 was hit really hard. We have rumors from a French Halo podcast specifically about what happened there and how deep that goes. So we'll move on for now. Bethesda Game Studios, seemingly the people working on Starfield, were hit incredibly hard. The Coalition got its teeth knocked out, which is
We don't know how many from the coalition. Like, I never saw anything directly, but we don't.
This is the exact point where this should be the opposite of the direction they're moving in, because they're supposed to have another game coming.
Yeah,
They're supposed to. And yet we have no evidence of it.
The coalition. I hate to bring up Phil Spencer as we talk about this, but it was just back in December that Phil Spencer said Sony wants to grow by making Xbox smaller, and then now a month later they're gutting all these studios.
I mean, it's literally impossible to be like, these people who are directly under Phil were fired, let's not bring up Phil. He is definitely involved in some level of this decision. If not this one here right now, the decisions that led to it, he has been running Xbox for 10 years.
right. He absolutely signed these pink slips.
I mean, yeah, he would have to. Also 11. No, we're at 10, just barely over 10. Okay. Joseph Staten, Joe Staten, the person who came back to write the ship that was Halo Infinite, a little under a year before it shipped, has apparently left 343 and has returned to Xbox Publishing. These are the news bits. Now we get into the 343 specific rumors. 343 lost around 1/3 of its workforce, including that is combined internal workers and contractors. 2023 is going to be unchanged, seemingly, but there's going to be less focus on the campaign's just dead in the water.
Yeah, it was specifically like there is not going to be like future DLC campaigns for Halo Infinite single player. That isn't happening. They're all gone. They're all canceled.
Before Bonnie Ross quit, Joseph Staten took a small team and was preparing to ship multiple contained DLC things for the campaign over months or even years. This plan was stopped when Pierre Hintz and the new key roles came in after Ross says they've seen too much complexity in creating new contents for the campaign plus was not profitable enough for them to sustain it.
Game Pass.
So they decided to completely halt them in favor of focusing only on the multiplayer for the time being. Gonna read the rest of these as fast as I can without cursing. Halo Infinite largely missed its financial and overall goals and led to Microsoft's decision to halt 343 active development, transforming or regressing them into franchise coordinators. They're now just a branding company. They don't make video games, they handle the brand, which is probably what they should have been the whole time, because I wouldn't say any of the games they shipped went well.
Yeah, I mean, they're so good at doing that. I mean, look how faithful the Halo TV show. Oh, no. Okay, go on.
They're effective at doing that. They got show made.
After how many years?
Don't worry about it. They announced the Halo show initiative or movie initiative at the beginning of the Xbox One. This was an evolution of that.
It was brutal.
So it has been TV sports 9 years to make. Slipspace Engine is still in place along with its internal engineers, but it will be opened up to learn and use with all external studios working with the IP. This is the opposite of the news we got before of they're changing to Unreal Engine so they can make a fucking game.
Well, somebody's like, well, we're losing a bunch of money. The most important thing is to not have to pay Epic, not make anything anybody would want to buy.
Right?
That math checks out.
In this sense, 343, together with Microsoft Game Publishing, started contacting and contracting with external studios to create future Halo experiences together since 2020, also with the aim to reduce, optimize costs slash budget.
I never, ever, ever want to hear anybody tell me Game Pass is not having a negative effect on this shit ever again. Everything Dan just read is boiled down into these games. We don't sell games anymore. They cost too much to make. It has to get cheaper. That is everything Dan just read.
You know what? I actually think there's one problem that's bigger than that for this, which is insane because I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But I think the even larger problem is the fact these motherfuckers refuse to hire employees. They insist we need contractors. Okay, well, you're using a proprietary engine. They don't know how to use it. You just lost 4 months on ramping a person to learn your engine, which you then got rid of. It's like we had so many things come out from former Halo developers who are just seething fucking pissed at how the contractors were treated. Like, they literally had multiple people who were in 343 who were talking about, contractors would try to float and elevate an issue and try to get it solved, which would have been the best for the project. And instead, they were literally told, your opinion does not matter. Shut the fuck up and do your job. Like, they were literally told shit like that. It is fucking infuriating. It's insane. It is such... there are so many tiers of issues, and we're starting to see more and more former Halo developers come out and specifically talk about this. It is... It is... It... Yeah, I'm just going to read one of them. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The Coalition also got cuts. They shipped a game in 2019. It was one of the first big Game Pass games. It didn't sell anything. Obviously, again, this is all coming from, well, you shipped a game and it didn't sell because we made the thing where it'll never sell. So now we're going to cut you.
Yeah. So, see former Halo employees, Halo developers saying, as a Halo fan, because they're no longer there, they've been at a Respawn for a bit. As a Halo fan, I'm really tired of Microsoft business and practices and policies slowly killing the thing I love. Between the contracting policies they abuse for tax incentives and layoffs in the face of gigantic profits and executive bonuses, they set up Halo for failure. And the follow-up tweet was, I really don't care if I should be saying this or not anymore. There was also higher-ups on Halo at the time talking about similar issues, like absolutely insane stuff. Christ, what else was there? Let me get this specific quote. We got a dev who, was there up until the end on Reset Arrow, just talking about it, saying it's really rich for Microsoft to go on this mental health campaign and for Phil Spencer to retweet videos from studio heads in support for donations and standing together. When these kinds of actions lead directly to mental health deterioration, I had to talk to a crying coworker who's much older than I, not knowing what to do about his 3 kids since he's out of a job on Friday. Somewhere lines of cones and dollar signs became much more important than the people.
Yeah, when the company was founded.
Yeah, it's so absolutely fucking insane and infuriating as I sit here and I'm like, Microsoft owns great... notorious franchises that people care about. And they do nothing but consistently grind it down into a fucking dust. Here's another quote. This one's from Patrick Wren, former senior multiplayer designer at Halo. The layoffs at 343 shouldn't have happened, and Halo Infinite should be in a better state. The reason for both of those things is a competent leadership up top during Halo Infinite development, causing massive stress on those working hard to make Halo the best it can be. The people I worked with every day were passionate about Halo and wanted to make something great for the fans. They helped push for a better Halo and got laid off for it. Devs still there are working hard on that dream. Look at Forge. Be kind to them during this awful time. This absolutely sucks, and I could not be more pissed. And the fucking cherry on top is this fucking tweet from Ryan McCaffrey. That is the fucking cherry on top. That this motherfucker, upon hearing 10,000 people and a third of 343 is losing their job, he goes, what if id Software made a Halo game? And FPS specifically. They have the talent, the tech, and the focus. And then he goes, I'm not suggesting the closure or demise of 343 industry to be sure. I just think it would be interesting to see a take on Halo. Maybe a side game. What the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How broken are you as a person, whether functionally or otherwise, emotionally, that this is how you respond to this? Like, Jesus Christ. Do you have your finger on the pulse of anything? Can you not see how this has been going over there? What has happened to this fucking franchise? To all of their franchises? It is so upsetting to me. Because I think there's so much strength in what they have over there, and they have done nothing to build up.
I think this really is representative of every studio they own and how they just can't manage studios at all. Like, it leads to them spinning out and making bad games for years and not knowing why, and eventually just firing everyone like this. It's really frustrating to see, and I feel like 343 is one of the first ones they put together, and it's inevitable this is going to happen to the rest.
Yeah,
it's really frustrating.
it is so upsetting. It is so upsetting that some fucking loser bitch in 4th place is going to piss and moan about being in 4th place while ruining everything they have.
Mm-hmm.
The fact it's like even apparently happening to Starfield is nuts.
Yeah.
Like what? You just bought them.
Yeah, I didn't think that.
What's going on over there? What's up with that?
I would like to know more details on that too. It seems insane.
I would love to know details.
Because they kept talking about, no, the Bethesda's its own separate thing. We let them do what they want.
Right. Which is why it's like, then why is firing of those employees announced on the same day as all of the rest of this?
Yeah,
no shortage of feedback.
There is no silver lining to this.
No.
The only thing I can think of is maybe Starfield's done. Because that always happens when a project wraps. They always lay people off. That was at least that was the argument that got trotted out all the time for why games should have like DLC immediately. So maybe it's like they have to ship Starfield. They have to. Like their entire fucking thing is built on this house of cards that is called Starfield. Starfield's the bottom of their house of cards.
Right.
If that game slips into we don't know when it's coming out, it seems fuck territory, even the most delusional Xbox fanboys are going to start to lose faith.
I don't know if this is going to be a point for the industry to start waking up to see, and I mean the journalist industry, start waking up and see the horrible job Microsoft has done over the last, really, like, it's not just the Phil Spencer reign. It's a few years before that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the tail end of the 360. But even still, that transition period still had games and funding for games. You know, we still got Project Spark and a bunch of other things.
It was a couple years into, like, once they realized they weren't going to compete, they would not, it would not be 7th gen again. They wouldn't be basically equal in terms of sales to Sony.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as that happened in 8th gen, they just stopped. It's like it went off like a light switch. They stopped trying to get exclusives. They stopped really developing their own.
And every game in development just fell apart like fucking Scalebound.
Fell apart.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Did you see that we have rumors of Scalebound back in development?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah, sure. Don't we get some variant of that rumor like once a year?
I feel like
it's popped up.
We just get a statement from Platinum saying over and over, "We would love to make it."
Yeah, I feel like that we didn't hear about it. Like no rumors like this for years, but over the last 2 years or so, we've been seeing stuff. And Platinum did release a statement being like, "Hey, Microsoft, please."
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe that game was somewhere close to being done at all, and Microsoft looking for anything they can ship.
Right.
Maybe
That's the only
take
thing I
it.
can think.
I won't buy it because it'll be on Game Pass, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
I think that maybe the game journalists are waking up a little bit because a lot of them, like, what it took is this 10,000 employee being laid off thing is to the day a year after the announcement of the Activision-Blizzard acquisition.
Oh yeah.
And that was enough to make them connect some dots and realize things are weird and bad.
Yeah, it's almost like people who cover game as a journalist, game journalists, you might call them, video game journalists, maybe haven't paid attention to how business goes in other industries in the least.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't understand that an acquisition doesn't mean we get to put our name on your building
Right.
and then everything's fine.
Yeah.
In fact, we magically make all the sex pests go away and all this other shit. Yeah. Sorry if I got a little emotional there. It's just deeply upsetting. It is deeply upsetting. Like, to know that as the fans, they're ruining what they made, like what that is to us, right? What these games are to us with their terrible decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're watching an executive suite through malice or incompetence spiral. I mean, like these terrible decisions, they're not just affecting their company and all of the companies their company bought because they're evil monsters. Them fucking up this bad lowers the quality of other companies who maybe don't have to try as hard because their only competition is this box of rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part of it alone is upsetting enough. And it's like, and on top of this, I'm now having to confront that all of these people's lives working on all these games were being ruined by executive decision nonstop. The whole 6 years or whatever they were working on Halo Infinite.
Mm-hmm.
People forget how long they spent making Halo Infinite, revising the slip space engine and all this other stuff. And it's and it didn't work out at all. It was all literally for nothing.
Yep.
Which is why when Bob gave it at the last second, it's they hit the coalition too. I'm I'm going to stick my hand in a blender. It's so bad. The only part we didn't hear anything about today is Forza.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to have to entertain that studio's fine.
Both of them.
Yeah,
Surely.
both of them. Well, I just meant the main Forza. I'm sure Horizon people are probably okay because they ship on a cadence, a regular schedule.
Yeah, but they're also working on Fable now, so that's scary.
Well, that part of them's fucked.
Yeah.
That's not even news. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. I wish that people who covered video games for a living would not sit there and take things executives say at complete fact.
Right.
Because that has been happening. And obviously I have no major problem with this, but it was a very funny moment with this specific thing. It was a very funny moment when on a recent DF Direct, Alex Battaglia was like, well, yeah, they'll have to figure out how to ship the new Call of Duties on Switch somehow. Because he just instantly took them at their words. And then John and Richard are like, I mean, they'll probably ship some other thing like a mobile game on that. If they do that, it's more of a statement of intent. It's terrible. All of this sucks so bad. It's the worst part of this news cycle cranked to 11. Where it's just man, maybe you wouldn't have had to cut people if you sold games for money. Maybe you wouldn't have to cut people if you made smart decisions from executives who've worked in the creative field. Because you know what you never get at any of the Sony studios? Which I'm being specific to Sony, not because of favoritism, but because, also Nintendo. You never get that person who's I came here from the Office software. I've never made a video game.
I'm a manager from Reebok.
Right.
The closest you I mean that was Reggie.
That was Reggie.
That's true.
And maybe he led an era of Nintendo I don't fucking care for so much. But you the closest you got was Naughty Dog's being nobody in the gaming industry wants to work for us anymore. We have to get people from VFX studios.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is also fucked.
Completely and utterly. You have such a notorious reputation for crunch and the state of your studio and how bad you made their lives that no one will work for you. You know Ubisoft hires people, right? Ubisoft doesn't have this problem. Think about that.
Yeah, they maybe hire too many people and now have a completely different problem.
Multiple because of the strike from the Paris team, apparently.
Oh yeah, I didn't put that in news. This everybody at Ubisoft Paris is which is their headquarters, is going on strike, which probably includes the strike team that they had announced was going to be trying to save Skull and Bones.
Which is very funny.
I heard it was Paris. I didn't connect that would be their headquarters. It was oh yeah, it's France, of course.
Yeah.
I all this time, all the years doing this podcast, I wanted to be wrong. Every time I was where are these games that Microsoft showed off at the Xbox, Xbox Series reveal? Where are they? I really wanted to be I wanted to even be wrong to the extent of here's something that's obviously just a 7. We got a couple of those. I didn't want to be so right. It's no, they're just falling apart. They probably won't. This is almost certainly the last Xbox.
Yeah. Me and Dan were talking the other day, and somehow it came up of I assume they just leave the industry in the next 3 years.
This is a pretty bad situation, and no situation's unsalvageable, I feel like, but is Microsoft the people to do it? I don't know.
Not currently.
But
you'd need a lot of money, which luckily they have.
You might have to replace some management who's been over Xbox the entire time it's been falling apart.
Right. If we swept out Phil Spencer, this could be turned around.
I don't even know if Phil Spencer is the only problem, because as we talked about during Gears Month, Gears and Halo go in such the similar directions after the core developers leave, after the original developers leave, that it has to be someone in management pushing them in these same directions.
I mean, it's kind of like the Activision-Blizzard thing where like people who are really high up who have no business doing creative decisions have an influence on that. At the end of the day, it works because corporations are like this. It works like politics. You know, Phil Spencer has a team. If Phil Spencer gets replaced, his team will to some extent be replaced.
And they need to, and this can't happen. So it's over. They're doomed. It's like they need to hire people, not contract them. They need to hire people and say, you team of consistent employees who work for us and get our benefits are now making X game with a competent manager.
Right. Yeah. And that's not hard when you have infinite money. I mean, fuck. The fucking tweet came out where it's just like the amount of money they want to spend to acquire Activision Blizzard could pay all 10,000 of the people who were just fired based on the median pay at Microsoft of $163,000 a year for the next 41 years.
Yeah. Easy.
And it's like, oh, hey, that would be going into the bank accounts of the people who make the thing that makes you money, which is a lot more sane than we acquired a company who we like our only winning play is to cut off the supply to other people's platforms. Because it's not like Call of Duty will suddenly make a shitload of money for Microsoft. We've been over this over and over again on this podcast of you project how much money Activision Blizzard makes out, and it takes an insane amount of years to make this amount of money make sense. It's infuriating. It's upsetting. It doesn't make any sense. Truly, I hate every company in the game industry who's Silicon Valley based. You're at Google's.
Yeah.
With your now shut down platform that last 3 years since the announcement. I see a lot of people who like Phil Spencer because he's an affable guy, and he is an affable guy, and I feel like he's not as disearnest as a lot of executives are. But at the end of the day, that man has a job, and he does not seem to be doing it well. So at the end of the day, I will still be like, he should be replaced. This is not going well. Something needs to change.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to convince them to start hiring people.
They're Silicon Valley based.
Right.
No, the future is no one's employed. You know how the future was streaming for content and stuff, and that's working out great? Well, the new feature is contracting everyone. It'll definitely be sustainable. It'll be good. Very excited for Walmart to no longer have employees and have contractors.
That's insane.
Could you imagine they went all in on that? Because Silicon Valley companies, they mostly run apps, right? Mostly. Fucking an actual institution like Walmart doing it would be just stroke-inducing. It's like, somebody didn't show up today because they're not your employee. And then they never showed up again. Great. Anyway, I think I'm done. Did anyone else have anything else they wanted to say about this fucking horrible situation where they fired 10,000 people? I assumed so many of them were in random other divisions. But then we hear studio after studio getting in.
I mean, it was also in other divisions of Microsoft, like
of course.
Edge and I think the Mix AR stuff.
I mean, that makes sense. They never made money at either of those.
It never should have gotten this bad.
No.
Even that developer conference they're doing next week. They couldn't wait until I get that Xbox is a tiny, unprofitable, irrelevant division of Microsoft at this point. But they couldn't even wait until after that to announce this.
That sure puts a dark cloud over that entire stream.
Yeah.
It's like you'll have to sit there watching it, wondering if any of the people in the videos are still working at the companies.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, because it's not just like a press show for people. It has the developers in it.
Yeah. It's supposed to
Hope
be them
they-
directly
hope they
talking to
reco-
us.
Hope they aren't recording those right now.
Yeah. Another layer
Hope
of
they
this.
don't expect these people who are now insecure in their job to be fucking doing promotion for them.
I think when I tried to look back at what the tenure of Phil Spencer was and like what's the best things he's contributed,
Mm-hmm.
the answers were I think the Xbox One X is cool. I think the back compat initiative is incredible. I think that's it though. Those are the most amazing things I think that Xbox has done in the last 11 years.
It's funny because even with the One X, it's like you have better specs than the PS4 Pro, but every game runs better on that.
Because they have the mandate of 4K or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like they get a little kickback if they have the 4K tag.
Microsoft is the dumbest. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I think the back compat stuff is really cool. It's unfortunate that they say they're stopping that now.
Yeah.
I think the Series X is good hardware. I don't like the fact this many years later we're still activating online when you first set up a console. Yeah. But aside from that, I can't really see anything over the last 11 years, which is insane. Because Nintendo and Sony have done amazing stuff over the last 11 years in a number of different ways. I mean, even just deviating slightly, Sony has successfully launched one VR headset and is heading into another.
Mm-hmm.
They have their main stuff they do. They have the hardware. They have everything else. But they've done that. And that adds more to the game industry at large than Microsoft is doing. Remember when Microsoft gaslit a bunch of journalists into thinking they were going to do VR, even though their box couldn't possibly power that? And then they said Oculus would team up with them maybe. And then they just stopped talking about it. And every game journalist forgot.
Yeah, no, I still remember various customers being convinced that they would get that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is HoloLens?
HoloLens is the mixed AR thing. There's a Conquer game on it.
I just remember HoloLens is a thing, and I'm like, I don't know what it is, so nobody must have ever used it in human history.
They brought it to E3 to give you the idea that this was their VR thing, because there's a lot of ambiguity between where Microsoft ends and Xbox begins.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought it to E3 around when Sony was working on their VR headset, a little bit after it launched even. And they're like, hey, check this out. Minecraft in mixed AR with HoloLens.
Yes,
hey,
I remember that.
Conquer. Because they had a Conquer game they made for it, and Conquer looks horrifying in that game. I'm now going to pull up an image.
Didn't they actually launch those for consumers at like $3,000 or something?
It's about $2,000, I think, but it could be higher. It could be like
Good
Apple.
Lord.
Yeah, it's fucking expensive.
It's not made for consumers.
Oh, guess what almost entirely just got cut?
What?
The HoloLens team.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It never worked out. Oh my God. I remembered it looking bad. I did not remember it looking this bad. Viewers, if you show up tomorrow and we're streaming, and this isn't the viewer icon, know that I chose peace over wrath. Because this is single-handedly one of the worst images I've ever shown on our channel. There he is. And before anyone thinks this is a weird picture that I've just hand-picked, this is the Microsoft Store page for Young Conquer. That is the representative image of Young Conquer.
That I'm pretty sure that's how Conquer originally looked in Project Spark, and then they changed him to
normal Conquer.
To normal Conquer.
Yeah, if you want to see how he looks in game, which might be worse or better depending on which side of this war you're on. Here's how he looks in game. One moment. There we go. Here's how he looks in game. Is it better or worse?
What?
See, he dances on your desk and he freaks out while you do a cool little platformer. Guys, a new stream goal.
No.
We need to get a HoloLens, you guys.
Why is he got a bodysuit? It's
No.
like he's in some sort of perfect dark Zeeking suit.
Dan, I tolerate a lot of your nonsense. I will drive down there and physically stop you from spending $3,000 on a HoloLens.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. That's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
I feel like dog shit spending the $550 on the PSVR 2, and that's a live platform that lives and gets games. Unlike HoloLens, which literally the only thing I could think to do. Yes, good job, Dan. You spelled it right. HoloLones. My favorite part of the weekend is when I go to my local Mexican restaurant and order their HoloLones. Okay, anyways. The only thing I could think to do, hey, it's only like $500 used. There you go. Great. That's exactly as much. Which one would you guys rather have? The PSVR 2 or HoloLens? Yeah, that's not surprising at all. That's not surprising at all that division got the shit beaten out of them. So many different divisions of Microsoft don't make money
Yeah.
because the few that do make enough that there's enough to go around, you know?
Right. It seems like they don't even have the goal of ever making money.
I mean, Xbox didn't.
Yeah.
And yet, for some reason, everyone was like, no, this is actually really smart business sense. And I'm like, no, actually, it isn't. And we've known this for years thanks to Netflix.
But it's what all the businesses are doing, so.
Yeah,
Isn't it weird how every Silicon Valley company like 7 or 8 years ago just decided they never wanted to make money ever again?
Yeah, it was really weird. I asked my brother
And
how
that
it
was
felt living.
Widely, they're geniuses actually for not wanting to make money.
Yeah, they're brilliant. It makes sense long term. I asked my brother how it felt to live his adult years in this transition period in the eternal morass of culture is largely directed by Silicon Valley companies that are doing things business-wise that never, ever economically make any sense. So we've just propagated and propped up this lie of eventually, financially, this will make sense. Anyways, I'm a YouTuber for a living. No, that's fucking bullshit. I live stream on Twitch and do podcasts for a living. That's completely different. Those make money. For anyone involved. Anyways, what a bizarre time we live through. May you live through interesting times. Thanks. Anyways, this sucks. It's all absolutely terrible. But I'm done talking about it. Do you have anything you want to say about?
No, I'm done.
I think that thing you said of like, will Xbox just shut down in 3 to 4 years? It's like, which one's more, like, legitimately, which one's more likely? They fix the leadership and replace it, or they give up?
Yeah, because it comes down to when they come up for making a new box.
Do they even do it?
Right. I feel like it just won't make sense to do it.
They would have to be restructuring now.
Mm-hmm.
Right fucking now.
And I think it's also very possible for Xbox as a whole to shut down. And then years later, they realize like people get into the company changes enough where it can be revived and be a huge thing again.
Mm.
Like I think that
depending on how the whole industry looks at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, things change.
I mean, I hard called it 2 years ago that Microsoft is getting out of games. They had already decided to stop making games 2 years ago. We're just watching them slowly trickle out the back door.
Yeah, it's been really weird. The shit I've had to tolerate over the last 2 years, because it really has been the last 2, where it was painstakingly obvious they had no games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, painstakingly obvious. It's so weird. And now we're having all these troubles because of Game Pass and them not wanting to hire people.
Right.
So we've got a lineup problem. We've got a company culture problem. And it's just compounding to make this worse than...
No, Dan, the real problem is the FTC won't let them buy the industry. That's obviously the only problem happening right now.
Anyways, I've moved the doomsday clock 1 minute closer to midnight, where Phil Spencer calls the FTC woke, like Chris predicted.
Yeah, I'm really not.
Oh man.
Phil Spencer reveals his final strategy to make Xbox the platform where you can say it.
Wow, Game Pass has all sorts of passes included. The fucking value's off the charts. I can't afford to not buy it. Like, no, seriously, I can't afford to not buy it. I say it a lot. Like, oh damn, dude. I knew you were on Xbox Live, but holy shit.
Are you making up that value in bulk?
They do what's supposed to be one of those heartwarming, like, this is our community videos. And it's a dude in sharing. He's like, yeah, I'm using that pass all the time. I get a lot of value. Let me tell you. I don't know how I'd get through a weekend without using the pass. Anyways, I think we're done. I'm going to say we're done. We're going to the news. We're getting the clown news out of the way immediately. As I do a taste test on The Beast Unleashed Hard 6.0% Mean Green Monster Alcoholic Drink.
I'm sure that's gonna go great.
Yeah, it's gonna go great. Here we go. I'm just gonna take a sip, and we're gonna read the clown news that I wrote in here. The EVP of Corporate Affairs and CCO of Activision-Blizzard, Lulu Messervy, hope I didn't ruin that, made an insane chain of tweets adding the FTC saying, The Last of Us on HBO is such a good show. Have you seen this, FTC? Because if you had, you would realize that actually proves that Sony's too strong. They made a good show. And I'm like, okay, first, you're a company trying to get acquired by by Microsoft. They have a show. By tweeting this, you have just thrown that entire thing under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember the Halo show?
I try not to.
No, actually, I don't. In fact, after the Cortana gets cucked scene got talked about a bunch, nobody ever said a single thing about it after that.
Well,
all I know is Cortana gets cucked, and the first season of the Halo show does not even reach the Fall of Reach, meaning it does not. The Halo 1 show does not reach the prequel of Halo 1.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Who could have foreseen that coming in the current climate of terrible streaming shows?
Put the Surf Dracula tweet into the Library of Congress.
Yeah, at this point, you
Yes.
need to. Ugh. Yeah, that's absolutely insane, these tweets. I don't think any direct verbatim quotes necessary, because that's what all of the tweets are about.
Mm-hmm.
Literally posting an image of a screen cap of someone else talking about how good The Last of Us is. Really, really insane move. Luckily, nothing else was insane of that same ilk this week, right?
Let's get this out of the fucking way. So on Tuesday, Bobby Kotick went on to UK TV and then went on this incredibly bizarre rant that it seems like that the tech industry's new strategy to try and ward off the government breaking their knees is to just go but China over and over and over and over. And that is what Bobby Kotick did. He basically said Sony, which by the way, like, I guess Sony's technically a Japanese company, but so much of the leadership now is European. This feels really fucking stupid.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But he's like, Sony and Nintendo are these super powerful Japanese companies, and companies like Tencent are protected by the Chinese government. So the only way for Americans to American and Europeans to compete is to merge into super companies. And he literally says, he says, real competition is between American and Europe and Asia because Activision doesn't succeed in Japan. And to which I say, maybe Activision, if your biggest franchise wasn't entirely written by the US State Department, you would have more success in places that were outside of the Anglosphere.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe people out other than America, Canada, England, and Australia would want to buy your game. You know, the 4 countries that are immune to the machinations of the State Department. And the UK, he also said that UK, if you try to do anything to block us, you'll never be the Silicon Valley of Europe. You'll be a Death Valley, actually. To which the UK Competition and Markets Authority said, this seems like it'll fuck things up and that you're trying to do evil shit. We don't think you should do this. Maybe we'll say it's okay if you sell Call of Duty to a third party.
And we've now entered the okay guy who's been talking about how big his dick is this entire time I've known you. Pull out your cock. Because they keep saying, it's not about Call of Duty. It's not about Call of Duty. It's not about Call of Duty. Call of Duty can stay on everything. And I'm like, well, show. Like, you mean that?
They love rolling out, well, we'll do it for 10 years. And it's like,
right.
That's not what we said. We said we want you to chuck it out of there.
Yeah. There's no way they're doing that.
No.
There's no way they are separating from a company that sells the second and third best-selling games of the year and one of the best performing free-to-play games on the planet. Mm-hmm. There's a 0% chance of that.
Yeah, there's 0% chance. There's also a 0% chance of this fucking acquisition going through.
At this point,
also,
it is pretty obvious.
This felt like an incredibly bizarre thing to come out and say. It feels like a unbelievably weird, desperate move where they're like, even if the deal falls through, we're not going to get rid of Bobby Kotick. We're not. It won't matter. So you might as well let us do this.
What?
Yeah. They came out and said that, like, we're going to stand by Bobby Kotick even if the deal falls through. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're going to shoot him into space. Why are you lying?
What? I've never seen someone.
It's like the whole thing is it's fucking. When you lie about so much from so many angles, it becomes hard to track. Like, we need to circle around to the top here where he's shouting, but China?
Yeah.
Like, who on this earth thinks if we just let Bobby Kotick do whatever he wants, he's going to defend American interests from China?
Or even better, Phil Spencer.
Well, there is roughly 500,000 people who think that. I'm pretty sure that's about how many subscribers Twitter Blue has.
Just random points of data here. Random points of data.
So there are some people you can tell them really easily, especially if you install that Chrome add-on that turns all Twitter Blue check marks into the clown emoji.
Oh, that's really good. I thought you were going to say you can tell them really easily because when they move along, they sound like the vulture from Looney Tunes. They're just going do.
Oh.
That because somebody over in England was like, the UK needs to become the Silicon Valley of Europe and greatness and technology and innovation. The part where Kotick's just like, you're not going to be a Silicon Valley, you're going to be a Death Valley.
He really thinks he's the main character of reality in his head, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, this is his WWE call out. He's going to wrestle the UK next week.
Either that or turn to Matt Hazard, unclear.
It's Hazard time, he says, abusing another employee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but we are literally at that point where governments, and by government, I'm now going to refer to unified bodies that have a monopoly on violence and own their own militaries, need to start deciding whether or not in our cyberpunk dystopia they are in charge or computer companies are in charge.
Right.
Because we're going to go one way or the other, and they've got to fucking pick.
It honestly seems like we're rolling it back.
It actually does seem like the Republicans and the Democrats have largely gotten together and saying, no, we're in charge. We're going to break the knees of all these companies.
Do you think maybe at some level this happened not exclusively because of years and years of just losing all of our privacy and violations of privacy in other ways, but because of the part where none of these megacorps that made an insane amount of money because the government gave them carte blanche to do whatever, paid taxes? Do you think maybe that might have had something to do?
I mean, that's probably why the Democrats are doing it. The Republicans are doing it because their tweets don't get enough likes. Like if you read any conservative commentator or Republican politicians' statements on tech companies, it always boils down to they're somehow censoring us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The prosecution rests.
They could no longer, and they couldn't just have an opinion that is not popular in non-game traction.
No.
They're being censored.
No, on their very curated platform, they're very popular. So on this open platform where they're not, that's something's afoot. Only other news I had. AI generated Seinfeld says it. It is banned from Twitch.
Let's see. My last piece of news. In a report that Microsoft made to the UK CMA, they admitted that putting games on Game Pass caused a significant decline in game sales.
Say it again, Bob. Say it again for the people in the back.
Say it again.
They admitted that Game Pass leads to a significant decline in game sales. They redacted exactly the percentage.
In a filing to a government agency, they have officially said this themselves. Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a shit. In 2008, when it had just started, Phil Spencer told an insane lie about how it affected Forza sales. You know, so many times people brought that up to me, and I'm like, he's lying. He has no incentive to not lie. And if you're not stupid, you could tell by the fact Game Pass got big fucking games the first couple years. Then that stopped entirely. Now they only ever get AA shit at most.
Yeah,
and there's a reason.
Yup.
Yeah, they still get big stuff once in a while. Like we're getting Atomic Heart next week.
I would say that's a AA game.
Yeah,
I would say that's a AA game. I wouldn't even say that's a AAA game.
Like it's on the top of that pile, but it's in that pile.
I'm sorry, that trailer sold me on it's a AAA game. It's very big and important. It has plot twists, guys.
It does. It tells you a story through cutscenes. They made that very clear.
Oh, you're probably right. It probably is lower end, man. But yeah, this is insanely obvious, so it's great to just see it come out.
There's all sorts of fun stuff coming out of the UK.
Yes, it's really great when they have to literally tell them, like in no mixed messaging, no weird terms, exactly what's happening with their business.
There was the one.
It's been really embarrassing to see people cover this, like even Polygon. It's like, well, maybe it works out some other way, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. That's why Game Pass is failing.
Yeah,
that's why Microsoft's financials in the past quarter came out, and it's like the Xbox division is bleeding money even as Game Pass subs went up because Game Pass does not make the money. It is not profitable no matter what Phil Spencer says. You just can't trust anything Phil Spencer says now because he'll say something and then they'll file something with a government body saying the opposite.
I mean, I feels like they have not let Phil Spencer talk directly to the public in a while.
I don't know. It feels like he's on some fucking podcast every other week.
It used to be that way, but I feel like I haven't seen those since the beginning of the year.
That's because they're getting ready to fire him and he's training his replacement.
Oh, God, I hope. I really do hope.
Oh my! There's wild articles coming out of the last couple of weeks of this CMA shit out in the UK. Like, they're getting into it with Sony because, you know, they have all this legal shit going back and forth, and Microsoft has right of discovery, but they keep asking for shit like internal employee reviews, and Sony's countersuing. They're like, this is clearly harassment.
I knew they were asking for way too much, but I did not know the extra level.
Yeah, it's
part of the reason we're probably going to get a state of play soon is one of the things that Microsoft is demanding is like Sony's internal release schedule. So they can go look at all these huge things Sony has. We don't have nothing. Our dick is so small. Please let us buy this huge company. So I assume at some point Sony's going to be like, we better tell people this shit exists before they find out through court documents.
Which, and like last week with that insane CEO who went on. Where did she work? Did she work for Activision? She was bitching about The Last of Us.
Yeah, she was Activision's CCO, I think.
She was something in the C-suite. Anyway, to forestall this, The fact that Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard is anti-competitive has nothing to do with how well Sony is doing.
No.
Let that go. That's not an argument.
Yeah, I have
Well,
to
that's
wonder.
the only argument they have, and the other is pretending that Xbox is a different organization from Microsoft, which it isn't, because we wouldn't be having this discussion. Xbox would have already gone out of business multiple times if they couldn't just siphon money from Microsoft as a whole.
Yeah. No, it's real frustrating. You guys got any more to say about this? I think it's funny that this finally came out and we can stop having to listen to Phil Spencer ever.
Oh, it's so good.
But I don't really have anything else to say about it.
No,
That's pretty
there's
much
not much
it.
else to say.
So speaking of Call of Duty,
Uh-huh.
maybe being bad, some mayonnaise sandwich named Brand Smith, who is apparently vice chair and president of Microsoft, tweeted the other day that we've now signed a binding 10-year contract to bring Xbox games to Nintendo's gamers. This is just part of our commitment to bring Xbox games and Activision titles like Call of Duty to more players and platforms. So for those of you keeping score at home, he has announced that he has signed a contract with Nintendo to give them a game he doesn't own so they can put it on a system that can't fucking run it.
For 10 years.
So that the government will let them buy Activision.
Now you might be worrying, oh, this will ruin Call of Duty. Don't worry, because it already seems like they're going to partner up with Nvidia and just make cloud versions of Call of Duty for Switch.
Is that what? Well, I saw they were partnering with Call of Duty to presumably put Call of Duty on the GeForce streaming experience.
And then Microsoft signed something with Nvidia too at the same time. And then Nvidia turned around and said, "We really think this deal should go through because they're going to give us money to put it on the Switch."
Bad. Man, that's hilariously bad.
Cool.
What a win for Nintendo gamers. I also love that his tweet is saying Xbox games, and then the text he actually posts under that tweet is Call of Duty only.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the game owned by Xbox, right?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Also, they showed a fucking hilarious chart to regulators, which is like the most egregious "our dick is so small" they've done yet, where it's like, Sony has 80% of the market and we only have 20%. I think one of the regulators is like, why are you entirely leaving out Nintendo and PC?
well, because we really, really want to buy Activision.
It left out PC and Nintendo.
Well, yeah, because then you would see Microsoft has a problem. This isn't about Nintendo. Don't.
Yeah, they're not in
forget that.
competition with us. They're different.
Ignore the documents that say otherwise. Holy shit! Oh man.
God, what was that other executive who said like he carries around this same contract for Sony in his pocket?
I don't know, but I believe it. These
Yeah, and then
executives
that's- and
are
then that
going
same-
more and
that-
more insane over the last year.
That same one from last week with the insane tweets about the Last of Us show
Yeah.
posted this MS Paint meme, that's the fucking bike meme where they stick the spoke through their own bike and then blame someone else. They did that with Sony. It's very epic.
Yeah, they literally posted that meme. And it's funny because this is actually starting to get to the point where more game journalists are going, wait a minute, you're all fucking insane.
That's so stupid. It's like they gain nothing. Activision will continue to bring Call of Duty to PlayStation because it sells best there.
No, Bob, they're going to turn down having the second best selling game on the most popular gaming platform.
Yeah.
For third-party software.
Why would they do that?
They're going to do that because Microsoft wants them to do that. But it's also not a problem.
God,
It's okay. It's okay, man. Starfield's going to be great. And it's a good thing that they're not getting 80% more sales, or actually, I guess 4 times more sales, potentially.
God, I'm really, really enjoying watching some executives get told no and watching them have this complete fucking meltdown.
Oh,
yeah, that
no.
really seems what it, like, got, like, there, you have, like, fucking Michael Pachter and all these other ghouls running around saying, no, it's still totally going to happen. This doesn't matter. I'm like, if that was true, all these freaks wouldn't be going through the cycles of grief publicly.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when like how many different whole countries have told them no?
Well,
Like,
there are so many who are just
we're
like,
through denial. Now we're at bargaining.
Right?
yeah, it's really something. And I'm glad to some extent people are starting to notice how insane all of these tweets are, and also how insane the fanboys are getting.
Yeah, no, I loved seeing this one where it's explicitly about Call of Duty. In what the UK just told them was, you have to separate Call of Duty.
Right, exactly. They literally just got done saying, but you're not going to own that.
But we can't separate it out. We have this deal with Nintendo. Which, can you imagine? God, I want to be in that room and see the faces of the Nintendo reps at that table. They're like, you want to promise us what? Yeah, okay.
I want to know if they get like a bonus, like Nintendo gets money if this deal doesn't go through now.
That'd be funny.
Like Nintendo just shows up at Microsoft HQ and they're like, so, where's our Call of Duty?
See, what would be really funny is if in the timeline where this deal actually goes through, Nintendo's like, you promised us content and feature parity. That cloud version doesn't give us that.
Could you imagine?
We need you guys to R&D us a system that can run this game.
Yeah, this whole situation's fucking insane. And I thought at some point it would get less insane, but it just keeps ramping up week to week.
Right?
I thought we were at the peak somewhere. At Phil Spencer tweeted a thing saying that he made a deal, and everyone went, "That didn't. You just tweeted that you were going to make a deal. That's not what." This. How can it get more insane from here? I don't even know.
I don't know.
God, the thought that Xbox is, as a division, is going to lose more money than Sony spent on Bungie if this doesn't go through. Because that's the fee they have to pay Activision if the deal doesn't go through. And they will have from it nothing other than a fucking warped fan base.
There's a lot of really funny trajectories this could go, even if the deal goes through. Like, they plan to do this deal in cash. Like, this is all cash on hand Microsoft has. So if we hit that fucking recession everybody's talking about, and they have to burn through some of that cash, suddenly they're borrowing the money to buy Activision at like a 6 or 7% annual interest rate.
Yeah.
So the interest on the Activision purchase is now more than Activision makes.
Yeah.
Jesus, that makes me want to vomit. Oh, wow. Okay.
Man, how deranged the fan base will be if this doesn't go through. You're right. They will just be this warped, like, always inferiority complex person.
Oh, no. They're
Like-
warped in completely bizarre ways if it does go through or doesn't go through.
Yeah.
They're no shit. If Microsoft pulls off this magic trick of convincing all these governments around the world that it's okay, the fan base will go, good, buy Nintendo.
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
Yeah, no, because they need to compete, and then obviously, if they had Nintendo, they could do that.
That's the only way. You know, a year from now, when they announce they're buying Nintendo, they're going to tweet, that's the only way we can compete if we own the Switch. Oh my God. When does this end? Anyways, hey, Aggro, we have other news.
I sure hope Microsoft as a whole folds and just gets shattered to pieces. That'd be great.
I mean, that would be funny, but I would like a third competitor in this market because Sony absolutely takes advantage of the lead.
Yeah, they should they should just sell Xbox to a company that isn't incompetent. Like, let me check the list. Google, no. Meta, no. Samsung, maybe?
That would be funny.
That would be funny.
That would be funny.
I'm stuck in this game. Bixby, can you look up how to beat this guy? No, don't
you know
text
what it
my
would be?
mother.
You know what would be? Realistically, it would be fucking Tencent.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It'd be Tencent or like the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Samsung would be way funnier, though. So we just stick with it.
Can we actually? I don't know. I'm starting to think the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia being the third contender in the video game industry would be very funny. As we're just like, your choices are a portable that can't run games, Sony's movie games, or literal Saudi Arabian princes.
Reprehensible royal family, all, warmongering criminals. Some of those princes have great taste in games.
That's true. That's true.
Man, we get the highest budget King of Fighters ever made.
Oh shit! Care to tell me what you're doing, Kyo Kusanagi? I'm finishing the fight.
Can you imagine they announced King of Fighters 16 just looks like Street Fighter 6 suddenly?
Yeah, that'd be good. We have cinematic trailers. Triumphant music swells.
So anyway,
I want to leave the really funny one to the end. So
is
a report. This is a report from Wario64 linked it, but it's like from a fucking Bloomberg or whatever. The EU will allegedly say they're okay with the Acti-Blizz acquisition if Microsoft signs enough fucky-wucky deals. So basically, it's Microsoft has to sign like a million fucking things promising to put everything on everything for them to agree for the deal to go through, which Microsoft will probably do because they're stupid.
You'll get it done, I guess.
This is this acquisition is so bizarre, not just from the element of it shouldn't fucking happen. Corporate acquisitions are bad. It's like it feels like the reason Sony, like, first of all, I'm still disinclined to believe it will happen because I feel like Sony knows better than any of us how likely it is to happen.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
And if it was likely to happen, they would have taken the deal already.
Yeah, that's true. But there's also a thing called bluffing.
That's true. There's also this weird element of like, okay, don't put Call of Duty on PlayStation. Good luck ever recouping the cost of this acquisition.
Look, somehow they're going to make money by not selling it on a platform where it's the second or third best selling game.
They're gonna make money by not selling it on the platform that accounts for 70% of the franchise's sales.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and since it will now be on Game Pass, the whatever chunk of the sales are on Xbox will no longer exist.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this isn't me saying so they won't do it. This is Microsoft. They pulled Starfield off of PlayStation.
Yeah.
Which is a much larger platform than the Xbox.
Don't worry, Phil said it was never going to be on PlayStation, so it's fine.
I think
he can just lie to us to our face now.
Yeah.
He can do that.
I mean, yeah, he's been doing that for about a year.
Yeah.
I mean, longer, because he said that thing about fucking Bethesda's games were going to show up on everything, and then immediately the first thing they do is nope.
Yeah, and then the thing you would expect the most to happen happened.
Biting them in the ass.
I saw references to an interview Phil Spencer gave this week, but the actual article is in the UK and it was paywalled, where he was like telling people like, even if the deal doesn't go through, Xbox is going to be fine. And I'm like, did he just admit the possibility that it might not happen?
Right. That was the funniest part of that quote, because what was it?
Yeah, it seems like it. I feel like the media has, in the past 2 weeks, has started to kick up the manufacturing consent engine. When they start to lie to you to your face and get mad if you point out inconsistencies. So I can't see through the radiation and be like, is it actually moving more towards happening, or are they throwing a fucking fit because it seems like it might not?
I think, if anything, reading the room right now, it is the most likely to not happen that it's ever been right now. Even if the EU signing on, that doesn't mean the UK CMA is going to allow it. Even that quote, as Agra was pointing out, from Phil Spencer, openly admits the notion.
Right. The possibility.
Because, elsewhere he's saying that will literally happen.
Mm-hmm.
Phil's saying three different things to three different groups. He's trying to sell that Activision's super important to Microsoft, and it's the only way to defeat Sony, which is really important. It's really important that they come in first place. That's what a healthy industry looks like when Microsoft comes in first place instead of third.
Mm-hmm.
Even though if you look at according to Microsoft's own numbers, even if every single person who plays Call of Duty on PlayStation switches, they will still not be in first place.
He's also trying to tell them that they don't actually care about Call of Duty. It's about King. But they're mobile games, remember?
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with PlayStation's market share. They're also saying it's not about console hardware numbers, but the cloud isn't taking off either. There's no consistency in any of the statements Microsoft has made about the acquisition or the state of the market or their plans this entire time, except for one thing. One thing stood out in that document, and I'm glad it stood out to Chris, too, because I saw his tweet, where there's a part in the fucking giant thing from the CMA where it's like, our research shows that console owners are possibly transitioning to a 3 to 4 year cycle between new generations.
No, they're not.
And I'm like, Microsoft's actually going through with the series plan. Like we were talking about at
There's
launch.
not a chance.
You don't think Microsoft's that stupid?
They lose so much fucking money on them already. Are they gonna lose even more to push out a slightly stronger box?
They're gonna have 4 years where they have the strongest console in the market. So that marketing they did 3 years ago will begin to start making sense.
But everything will still have to run on the Series S.
Yeah, but it'll run better on the Series X 2024.
Like what? It'll be 4K 60 instead of 1440p 60. I want to be real. I can't tell the difference.
No, most people
it's
can't.
still going to run on the Series S, but only the cloud version. Don't worry. They'll have a sticker that'll make that very clear.
They always they don't need a sticker because it's on digital only platform.
It's more like a PNG.
Getting a question in chat if we saw the Microsoft subpoena Sony. Yes, I saw that. Did anyone else?
No.
They asked for a laundry list of information that was just like, you have to tell us literally everything you're doing over there.
Oh yeah,
this
they were
happened a
asking
few
for
weeks
like
ago, didn't it?
internal private documents. Yeah,
It happened
we brought this
today
up a couple
to,
weeks ago, but I
Sony.
think they ruled on it.
Mm-hmm.
Sony has to reveal all their third-party exclusivity deals.
Oh.
Which is very funny.
Yeah, that is very funny. Hopefully they do some sort of showcase before we just see it all in court documents.
I'm gonna love if this acquisition doesn't go through and Sony has only grown more bitter through the process of going through all this shit. And like we knew at the beginning of the gen, every journalist was talking about it, that Sony was making the deals. They're coming to these people for exclusives. They're coming to these people for timed exclusive. They're funding these studios. They're making new studios. They're doing all this stuff. And that wasn't them post-pissed from the lawsuit.
Right.
Post-pissed from the acquisition drama. I don't know what a Sony absolutely fucking scorned would do in a modern environment. I know what that looked like in the PS2 era, and I still miss Lick Sang. But yeah, between the FTC suing and the UK CMA thing, I still think this is the least likely to go through it's ever been, and I think a lot of people can read the tea leaves on this one.
Yeah, and it's like, I feel like at some point the EU is going to realize there's no amount of documents you can get them signing for 10-year exclusivity or non-exclusivity deals that actually make a difference in this. But who knows?
if they sign a contract that Microsoft has to give them 10 Call of Duties with feature parity and everything to the other versions, that's good enough because Microsoft won't be in the video game market 10 years from now. Like they're the ones that put out the look how small our penis is. If you actually look up numbers, we're admitting we've sold less than 10 million series so far.
I think the numbers came out to 18 mil for Series S and X, didn't it? I thought that was the number.
That's not what they fucking showed. They showed that graph where it's like we have 20% compared to Sony's 80.
We got numbers since then, I'm pretty sure. I saw
did
those
we?
floating around. I thought I saw that in the last week, but I didn't write down like bring up numbers because I'm not
maybe they're
anymore.
doing some fucking asinine thing where it's like, well, only the Series X is competing with PlayStation 5. Because then the numbers would make sense to what the graph they showed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, we should move on to the final.
Yuji Naka basically said, "Yeah, I did it. I insider traded. I saw what was coming out and then bought, $1.5 million of stock."
Can I go home now?
I'm gonna steal a piece of Bob's news because it's related to the metaverse vaguely.
Go for it.
That's unfortunate.
Microsoft signed a 10-year deal with 2 cloud gaming platforms, Boosteroid and Ubitus. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, who knows? They have
guess
like
it's supposed to
400
be-
followers on
I
Twitter.
guess it is supposed to be like ubiquitous with a syllable taken out, so I'm just gonna say Ubitus.
Yeah.
Ubitus did the Switch cloud gaming versions of Hitman 3, Resident Evil 7, and Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Bob says he opened too many instances of their website, so it stopped working.
Yeah, I couldn't look at it anymore. It just started. It went to an infinite loading screen because I opened the web page 3 times.
And Ubitus is big on NFTs, which is funny considering how hard Phil Spencer went off against them, as if anything that man says matters at all.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So, okay, that's the NFT horror round over. I hope we never have to talk about the metaverse that much in one podcast ever again.
Yeah, I hope not. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
Do the rest of the Microsoft news.
Sure.
Did we cover everything under the 10-year deal with 2 cloud platforms?
There wasn't anything there other than Phil Spencer signs other deal to please let this happen. Please.
Yep. It was just 2 completely unknown companies. Like, there are 4 million users of Boosteroid. That's it. And they act like it's some big deal that they got this 10-year deal to bring Microsoft games for it.
Like, it's so nakedly what it is. Any day now, Phil Spencer is going to look directly into a camera and declare that he has never heard of Starfield.
The other thing that came out was they got signed permission from 6 other companies that it's okay for them to buy Activision-Blizzard, and they submitted that to CMA.
A question. Why does it fucking matter what all these other corporations say? Isn't the point to protect the fucking consumer?
I know, right?
I mean, that's how it's been run for like the last 40 years. So.
Yeah. The only one of these studios that wasn't anonymous was Studio 4J, the company who ported freaking Minecraft to everything. So they're already Microsoft partners. Why would you even bother submitting that?
Because you're Microsoft and you hope they won't notice what that company does.
Yeah.
You literally assume they're that stupid. Yeah, they really are desperate at this point. I'm pretty sad.
I'm inclined to believe that the worst thing possible will always happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I am inclined to believe that the deal will sadly go through somehow.
Yeah, despite all factors.
At the same time, they're wriggling so fucking much that I feel like it has to be worse than we know.
Yeah, this other thing that they came out this week. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that as we all know, if the deal doesn't go through, apparently Microsoft has to pay an insane amount of money to Activision. Activision wants the deal to go through because the number of the executives want to get paid. This is so desperately needed by both parties.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make it good for you, the consumer.
No.
I know a lot of people seem to have this mental block where they go, but those companies are made of people. So if the companies need it, then people need it. And if people need things, then it's good for them to get them.
Yeah, the people at the top need them. The people that aren't human.
Right.
at all.
Like this
no-
isn't
no
going to
connection.
save Toys for Bob.
No.
As we found out with that Bethesda thing that came out, is like, it's not even good for the people who get acquired because Microsoft is so hands off. They don't give the new employees Microsoft benefits.
Yep.
Like we got that expose where they're like, yeah, I was really excited that we got bought by Microsoft because they have much better health plans than us. And then it's like, well, you're not real Microsoft employees, so you don't get that shit. Surprise. No company buys another company to treat the employees better. I don't know why this fucking is so hard for people to understand. Guess what? Guess what, motherfuckers? Guess fucking what? No company is going to buy another company to spend even more money running them.
Shock.
Yeah.
Complete
A
shock.
company being bought by another company means one of two things. They have to make more money with the same amount of resources because now more people have to get paid, or they have to make the same amount of money with less resources.
And really, like what we're seeing more and more over the last 4 decades, unfortunate, is that a lot of this conglomeration is not even about what he just said. It's about manipulation of the market. Like once you're able to control the market itself, like you get to leverage things into very specific points. Like Microsoft and Sony are very, very lucky that Nintendo has differentiated themselves. And all three of these fuckers are lucky that it's hard to enter the gaming market because it would not be hard to disrupt their $70 MSRP asses.
Yeah.
But it's hard to get into that market. It's very unfortunate. A lot of industries are a bit easier to get into than this because you need the developers to come to your platform in order to make it successful. You need the consumers to also come to your platform to make it successful. You don't make a product, you make a platform for products.
Mm-hmm.
And you also need to fund the making of products. The thing Microsoft has yet to successfully facilitate their way into doing.
Yeah.
With their lack of very compelling software for the first approaching 3 years of this console. But hey, at least Starfield will come out. And if they didn't acquire Bethesda, then what would have?
Forza, maybe.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really dire.
Fable got rebooted. Perfect Dark got rebooted. Who fucking knows with Everwild? Last I heard, like a year ago, they still didn't know what that game was supposed to be.
Yeah.
State of Decay 3, who knows?
State of Decay 3 Avowed, assuming that didn't get canceled the second the Bethesda acquisition went through.
Right. Like we're just sitting here waiting for them to make any compelling software. It's no wonder that they're third place.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
Like,
Bob.
like we've talked about a bunch. Since the first franchise, Gears was like 2 to 3 years fucking rock solid.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Gears game every other or third year. The last Gears game was 2019.
Yep.
It now feels like even that has fallen off a cliff.
Yep. The last thing I got about this,
The Microsoft.
the Microsoft or CMA stuff is literally Microsoft being like, you did the math wrong. CMA, you did your job wrong.
Okay, what about what?
The CMA's model compares gains on a 5-year basis to losses on just a 1-year basis. And Microsoft says this massively skews the results.
What is that? What does that mean? It sounds like they're ignoring 4 years of your losses. So,
right?
what did that?
It seems like weird. Like
I don't know. Like it's accounting. If you don't know, don't try.
Yeah. I don't. Okay.
It's weird, and it feels like maybe not the smartest thing to do, just to literally say the CMA did the math wrong. Do it again.
No,
it's literally calling for a recount.
No, as it turns out, government institutions really appreciate it when the people they're scrutinizing go, "You're not being rational."
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
You got other news?
Yeah, there's news about video games instead of this garbage.
They've literally ruined years of podcasts, I feel.
Yeah. I cannot wait for this thing to just be stomped completely into the ground. We can just stop talking about it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Anyways, where are we going?
The top. So Guilty Gear Strive. We got some news. I guess we should move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
So there are a couple interviews with Redfall developers.
Oh, that's cool. I'm looking forward to that game. Finally, some good news. Let's talk about it, Bob.
One of them just said, we were making a PS5 version until we were bought by Microsoft, and they told us literally to stop making it.
Okay, now I
What?
want to.
No, that's a lie.
I want to say something real quick, okay? All right, I want to say something. Every one of you journalists, everyone online who went, oh, they shouldn't have said that, shut the fuck up. I need them to say that. I need these weird people to just incriminate themselves for seemingly no reason.
I honestly, it comes because he's having from the Bethesda side.
Right.
I think it really is. They don't care. They have no oversight.
Microsoft, in fact, has a shortage of feedback for the Bethesda side. We need more studios to just come out and say, yeah, of course there was a PS5 version of development. Well, the director tried to say something along the lines of, well, it's actually good that we're not making that anymore because Game Pass.
Game Pass, and then we don't have to worry about working on this is for as many platforms. It's like, but this goes against everything that Phil says, because of course, it's like, it's supposed to be on everything. We're trying to bring games to the gamers.
Right, yeah, no, everything about the Bethesda exclusivity literally goes against everything Phil keeps saying. So, but anyway, whatever.
So, yeah, I'm glad that they said that.
We got the stupidest fucking lie I've maybe ever heard from a developer. Where the game is always online because they want to collect data to improve accessibility?
Yeah, they were like, we need it for telemetry and also accessibility. And it's like, well, I mean, you know games could do telemetry without forced online, right?
Yeah,
like,
I was like, this last week we got the numbers of like, oh yeah, this many people have died in Elden Ring. And it's like, Elden Ring isn't always online. It doesn't require that.
Every game already fucking collects data. That's why you have to sign a fucking EULA for every single game now. Like you're just lying for no reason.
Like, Jesus, I have a bridge to sell you for accessibility reasons.
I don't know, like, what the game is already effectively online because it's a day one Game Pass game. Nobody's ever going to play it without Game Pass. Especially considering it's an Arkane immersive sim, which bomb anyway.
It'll be different this time.
I like to believe those do well, because how do they keep coming out if they don't?
Not a single one has ever done well. Not Dishonored, not Prey, not Deathloop.
But yeah, telemetry, you don't have to be always online to collect that. That's insane, and you're making shit up.
Yeah, allegedly they're trying to remove that, but they're not making any promises, so I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah, why would any journalist even mention that they're saying we're going to get it working in time? It's like, no, probably not. You don't even sound certain of that,
right?
I always say when they just repeat PR like that, because it's just like you're letting your viewers believe that they actually think it's a priority and that it will happen.
Right.
Let me be clear. I'll totally eat crow if they make that thing legitimately offline playable by launch. But that has never happened this late in the game. Look at what happened with SimCity.
Look at what happened with the Xbox itself. The Xbox One.
Bob, you can totally use an Xbox offline completely. You just have to connect it to the internet to do anything at all. In the first place.
God. But at least the developer themselves was like, yeah, we probably won't do it. It'll probably not make launch or anything. Like, it didn't. They made it very clear this wasn't a priority.
Then it's still absolute horse crap to even say that, because you're leading people on.
Yes, that's true.
You're letting people who are gullible believe you mean that, and they're going to buy it, assuming you will definitely do it at some point. But
that's true.
That never has happened.
Yeah. There's.
Anyway, so that sucks, but I was never not going to play the game online. I don't think, but
I really need the EU, because it won't be the American government. I really need the EU to just be like, all data collection is by default off.
that would be intense.
Yes, please.
Oh, that would be so good.
Great. Yeah, you can go into opt in a menu. Like you can't have it something you can even opt in at the beginning.
All software must have a mode
Mhm.
where it doesn't constantly scrape data from your device. And it's like, that radically changes everything. You realize Windows has been cucked, right?
Yeah, we just see like half the tech companies in the world burst into flames because they don't actually make their money from selling you things. They make the money from selling you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, my next thing. Spider-Man 2 actor Tony Todd, who's going to play Venom in the new game, leaked a bunch of stuff of like, hey, apparently the game comes out in September. There's going to be a big marketing push in August.
Now, the funny thing is people already reverse engineered this based on the launch date of the last Spider-Mans.
Yeah.
Well, Spider-Man, because Miles Morales had to wait for the PS5 to come out.
Right.
And the way Insomniac does stuff and the other things that just leaked on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fucking hilarious that he leaked something that everyone already deduced.
Yes. But that's cool. I'm excited for Spider-Man 2.
Did you see the tweet of him underwater?
Yes, he just is like, oh, I was jet lagged, please.
Jet lag. I'm no more talking. My lips are sealed. See, they're underwater. I can't talk. Like, what the hell? Yeah, the game's probably going to be really good.
Yeah.
It's not in Bob's notes, but I bring it up because the internet keeps bringing it up. That makes it the same month as Starfield, which people said when Starfield got pushed to that month.
Rip.
Yeah, I
mean, they're totally different.
They're completely dissimilar things, but the internet keeps going.
But they're totally different, but they're the same in the sense of like, these are games to appeal to the biggest normies.
These are the two biggest games from each side.
I mean, these are probably outside of Tears of the Kingdom, the two biggest games this year.
Rocco Bodie doesn't know what he's going to do now.
Shambles. The man's in shambles. I assume he's just going to play Spider-Man and not give a fuck about Starfield. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Either way, Starfield's on Game Pass, so it wasn't going to get sales anyways.
That's true. It truly doesn't matter.
I can't wait for like 2 weeks after that game launches and Phil Spencer just lies and says it sold more than any Bethesda game ever.
How could you imagine?
Yeah, there's no way. Like,
because he keeps saying he hopes that happens. So I'm assuming he'll just lie, and then the financials will come out and say he was lying 6 months later.
He's saying that he wants it to be their biggest game yet, not to get the most sales, because of Game Pass having 30 million people on it.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I can't
PC.
wait to find out that Starfield is Netflix's most watched original content ever.
I'm going to cancel it next month.
Could you imagine things were that deranged over at Xbox? They're like, Grounded is the biggest game ever. It just came out and it's canceled. It's gone. You can't play it 2 months from now. Well, what the fuck are you doing then? Hey, Chris, you got any news about corporations trying to be like, oh, Japan?
Okay, so here's the Microsoft ruins the podcast block. Let's go.
Always has to come.
We'll do the Game Pass shit first because it's faster. Microsoft is ending the $1 Game Pass trial because too many people would just pay them $1 whenever they wanted to play something on Game Pass, and then cancel it immediately, and then get another $1 trial later.
Yep.
Why?
Also,
I heard they were only ending it because it done so well already. They don't need it anymore.
Also, while we were doing this podcast, they apparently soft launched Xbox Game Pass Family, which is $40 a month.
Holy shit, that's a lot.
It is ultimate privileges for up to 5 people. It's so much that you better have 5 people or it doesn't fucking work out.
Right, I was like, I'm still
Yeah.
paying $8 a person? Like,
Well, like isn't it $12 a person for Ultimate normally?
It's $15 for it's $15 a month for Ultimate.
yeah.
But that's still not enough. That's not enough for $40 a month. That's a ass load.
Like, I run a podcast network where we cover games, and I'm still sitting here like, oh, I don't know. We might be a family, but that seems like really expensive. Because, like, it's me, you, and Chris have Xboxes. Aggro does not.
Right.
And then, I need to find 2 Xbox owners.
Like, Game Pass means family, and family means nobody gets left behind.
Here's your
Family
Xbox
means
Series
nobody
S.
has to pay for Atomic Heart.
Oh my god.
Now here's Xbox. And there's more to this that also came out today. Not the exact same, but similar. Xbox is fucking crying to Congress that nobody in Japan wants to buy an Xbox.
Yeah,
It's
this
fucking
is
This is
now,
deranged.
for my own fucking mental state, for my own fucking mental health, I have to assume that they're just being dicks to try and cause trouble for Sony because they're mad about their Activision deal being impeded at all. I have to, for my own mental health, have to assume they do not actually believe what they are instructing their pet Congress people to say, because most of these Congress people are from Washington, Microsoft's home state.
yeah. In case you didn't see that, it's like almost all of them.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
So
I'm really
I have
glad
to
our
assume it's just
taxpayer
them.
dollars are paying for these people who have no spine. Yeah.
So the basic gist is Sony has somehow been ruining Xbox's sales in Japan. We told our pet Congress people that Nintendo doesn't exist, so we gave them the numbers that Sony controls 95% of the Japanese console market. I'm sorry, they used the weasel language of high-end console market, which isn't a fucking thing.
right.
So
Yeah,
they
it's
are
like
so
not even Sony
so they
does
ha-
well in Japan
yeah,
anymore.
Sony isn't the leader anymore. Sony Gaming is basically an American company. They're headquartered in fucking California. Shut the fuck up. You're so pathetic.
Yeah. This is literally just so we can be clear here. For anyone who doesn't have these mechanisms built into their brain to immediately pierce to the core of a thing, Microsoft is instructing senators to believe their racist bullshit. Oh, this other country is anti-competitive. They're keeping us out of their country. And I'm like, at the end of the day, if they were doing that, then whatever. Fuck you. It's not your own turf. Secondly, they're not doing that. You're just not trying. So double fuck you.
Yeah, every single
the-
thing.
The Biden administration trade representative basically had this tone of like, I'll say I'm going to look into it, and then I'm not going to do it at all.
I hope so, because man, this is
Everybody has more important shit to worry about than
Yeah.
this. This was literally just Microsoft shaking the bush, rabble-rousing about Sony.
Like, what did they
speaking
expect
of
him
that,
to do? Like, oh, this Japanese company's keeping us out of Japan. Sir, you called the U.S. government, right?
well, they want the trade representative to go to Japan and say, you better get involved and take care of Sony illegally blocking Microsoft from being successful in the industry by trails off.
and that's when they just fade away in person.
Wasn't it about buying exclusivity on like 2 games or something? Like I think
Yeah.
it was,
Yes, it
Yeah, they
was.
literally listed like 2 examples.
Yeah.
They're like, obviously we'd be doing just as well as Sony if they didn't get these 2 games. And I'm like,
There's like I keep leaning towards the acquisition will go through because everybody is cucked by giant businesses. But the way they're throwing fits constantly now, like it so indicates that it is not going as smoothly as they keep having their pet analysts go out and insist.
yep.
Which speaking of that, we got a rumor about why NetEase quit working at Blizzard.
Oh,
With Blizzard,
Yeah.
which is Bobby Kotick is a paranoid lunatic who thought they were going to try to interfere with the deal.
what?
Like that they were going to go to the Chinese government and be like, say no to this deal.
That motherfucker's gonna step on my toes, pulls out shotgun, aims at own foot, right?
And
I'll
Bobby
show
Kotick
him.
put out like a public letter today basically saying it was real fucking embarrassing. It's like, I'm really disappointed that Sony's been objecting to this deal even though we've been such good partners for so long. Don't worry though, when the deal goes through, I won't hold it against them. I am now of the opinion that every single thing about them saying they're keeping Bobby Kotick if this deal falls through is a lie. He will kill himself if it doesn't go through. So everybody should be hoping for it to fall apart.
I mean,
Like-
everyone should hope for this to fall apart because it's going to signal a sea change for all sorts of things. But, man.
Like he just genuinely seems like he is mentally falling apart over this deal.
Oh, I bet. I mean, No one in any of the parties involved expected this to go the way it was. That's why you see, what is her name again? It's really hard to remember the whole thing, but Lulu Cheng Maservi, I believe is the full name of the Activision person.
CFO, I think.
Yeah, she's on Twitter just every day trying to rile up the troops. It's just like, this is embarrassing behavior for someone in your position.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard for me to tell if these analysts coming out and saying, well, it'll probably go through because of X, Y, and Z is real, or if it's like where I'm seeing the consent being manufactured before my eyes.
Right? Because like either the analysts are just bullshitting, or like you said, just inertia and the way our culture is, it's gonna get brute force through anyway. But they're still out here throwing tantrums because anyone dared to question them.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's a pretty Microsoft move. To do that. That's very Old Testament Microsoft. But it just feels weird in the modern climate. It just feels weird to see a corporation throw fits.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, we spent 2 decades dehumanizing you. The only you that exists as a person is the Twitter handler. What are you doing acting like a guy who had flaming poop in a bag left on their porch? Stop yelling. We're trying to go to sleep.
Somebody needs to go around to the C-suite over there and show them Bill Gates' deposition and be like, this is why you need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. What if somebody did and that just made it worse?
I'm just gonna whip through the rest of my shit real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thankfully we're out of the Microsoft block.
Yeah, thank God.
RE4 Remakes Mercenary Mode launches April 7th.
Did anything happen this week?
I just don't know.
Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha.
I think something happened this week.
I just don't know.
That's oh man, they added an additional click into me getting links through Discord because Discord added markup text, so that way you can do embedded links and other things. So the extra click is, hey, this is the website it's sending you to. They're not trying to give you a virus, are they? Click here. Anyways. Let's start with the obvious. Hey guys. The Microsoft and Activision-Blizzard merger was blocked by the UK's CMA, just like the Nvidia one was. Their proposed acquisition of ARM was. Microsoft and ABK then made veiled threats and vowed to never give up and are making an appeal. And a bunch of brain-dead people on Twitter with Xbox avatars talked about how bad blocking corporate consolidation was for the market.
Yup.
Ha ha. Ha ha. So this was blocked because of cloud gaming.
Yes. You wouldn't want their cloud gaming to get too strong.
No.
Specifically, the CMA decided that cloud gaming was a new and excited field that would be harmed by Microsoft owning all these major titles that they could then make exclusive to their own cloud service. And they didn't seem they didn't seem to care how many fucky wucky deals Microsoft was interested in signing.
Yeah, I love them basically saying, yeah, these mean basically nothing to us. We just have to enforce that, which is more work for us. So we'd rather just block the whole thing.
And they also
they literally said that.
We read these, and a lot of these deals are you still getting all of the money for sales and microtransactions. So
what? I also appreciated the part where they're like, we've seen no evidence to date that shows that Call of Duty could run on a Switch. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah,
right?
That was great.
That's
like
fucking insane.
You seem to have promised this company that you're going to put 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
I think they did a Mythbusters on this one. Let's check how that went out. Yeah, it's really weird to be like, the UK CMA is doing that. Meanwhile, every time we have a congressional hearing, our government's like, Mr. Zuckerberg, what the fuck is the internet? Are you why my email doesn't work?
Yeah.
Contrasts. Oh my God. A lot of interesting quotes have come out of different ends of Microsoft and Activision and Blizzard. one of the humorous ones was Microsoft calling this their darkest day in their over 4 decades of being in the UK. And also then making a weird veiled threat about how they will keep this in mind when they assess growing or not growing in that region economically.
I'm sure that the
large-
UK CMA takes to something like that well.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure
they'll back down now. They'll change their minds now.
So the way appeals work in this case, I don't think the Microsoft executive saying this shit, no. Like, I don't think they're actually aware.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the appeal is also with CMA.
Yeah, no shit.
Secondly, if Microsoft wins the appeal, do you know what that means? That means we go right fucking back to square one on the CMA investigating. It doesn't mean they win. It means the CMA has to start their investigation of it over.
So when I say, because it's worth noting, the reason they could block the Nvidia ARM deal is because ARM was owned by a British company.
Oh, yeah.
The reason they can block the Microsoft and Activision-Blizzard stuff is there are companies in the UK owned by Microsoft, owned by Activision.
Oh.
Right. So when they blocked the ARM and Nvidia deal, they said the same shit. They were like, we're gonna appeal this. And within like 3 months, they went, never mind.
Yeah, even the biggest Microsoft like boosters are like, you almost never win one of these appeals. Because
Go ahead.
because the challenge is not no, we won't. You have to convince the CMA they were irrational to have this stance. That is the language everybody uses. You have to convince them that they're just fucking wildly off base. That's not going to happen. This deal is done.
You have to win the argument that you start with, sweetie, you're being irrational.
You have to win an argument against your parents.
You have to win an argument against your parents that you started with, sweetie, you're being irrational.
Right? Like, I don't have to convince you that I'm right. You have to convince me that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
And then I'll reassess this fucking blatant math equation again.
Mm-hmm.
And yet again go, that seems like a thing I shouldn't let have happen.
So yeah, by all means, continue to threaten this advisory board that that you are big enough to fuck with the UK's economy, and they better let you become even bigger.
Yeah.
I don't like. Do you understand, giant companies, that when you say, how dare you not allow us to acquire more economic power, will now misuse the economic power we do have.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know to what benefit they think that gives them.
They're rich technocrats who have never been told no a single time. We need to be grateful it has gone this well, because typically when Bobby Kotick is told no, he threatens to have someone killed.
That's true. Allegedly.
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 Kotick went on TV drunk again and said some fucking bizarre shit like, the FTC and the CMA's officials met last week before this decision. I certainly hope the FTC didn't push them to do this. Oh, just the wildest cope, which I understand. He just lost $800 million. I would also be delusional.
Yeah.
It'd be so great if the FTC also just pulled out their gun. Like, no,
that feels like what's going to happen. I feel like the FTC and the EU is next month. The FTC's not till August.
God. Yeah, I'm sure things will really improve from here. For Microsoft. I really hope for the best for you, third richest company in the world. I feel so bad for you.
You're just so behind. You needed this.
Yeah, you can't earn your place in a market. That's
Did you know that
shitty.
allegedly this is the best performing Xbox generation?
I still don't buy that.
In terms of units sold, like at this point in the lifespan, there is more than the 360. Yeah.
That still seems crazy.
Yeah.
Which still isn't very much, but it is weird that Microsoft is wringing their hands and weeping when, according to people in Microsoft who are willing to say numbers, they're doing better than last gen and the 360 gen.
Like, are they going back and correcting the 360 numbers to units sold and not units shipped?
That is a good question.
Then I could see, maybe.
That is an interesting question.
I don't expect that to hold because the 360 had two enormous things bolstering it.
Mm-hmm.
One was its fucking failure rate, which nobody likes to talk about when discussing the what size the Xbox's audience ever was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
As I've
two-
said multiple times, I knew various people who went through more than 7.
Yeah, I went
360.
through, I think, 3 before I gave up and just went all PS3.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, Microsoft, in a stunning display of competence that they haven't fucking shown since then, was like, we need to get the 360's price point as low as we fucking can, as fast as we can. We need to get this shit under $200 fast.
Yeah, it did seem like there was market pressure and the leverage to properly lower the price then, which I would say is not really here now, but the Series S is their replacement for that market force.
Which has flatlined, according to people. Like they have basically not moved to Series S this whole year.
Yeah, I mean, if the X is in stock, then...
It's not.
Oh, God.
They're still having really severe supply problems with the Series X, which I hope, please Xbox at least be this competent. Series X supply being bad right now better be like in 2022 when it was bad for the PS5 because they're sitting on it for Starfield. That needs to be what they're doing. If they're not, it doesn't matter how big or successful your game is if the people can't get the fucking hardware to play it.
We talked about last week the rumors of Hi-Fi Rush didn't perform well enough and how disappointed Microsoft was over that. And it's like, yeah, you put a game that does well on consoles on PC and the least successful console right now. So you
and on your rental service.
Right, you put it on a service where people don't buy things, which is what you've done with your whole platform.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem they have right now is no one on there wants to buy anything.
I mean, yeah, they definitely bred a culture of not really wanting to buy stuff. It's funny.
But don't
I
worry,
didn't
Dan,
connect this
they
dot
got-
until now because I was like,
They got Game Pass has almost half as many subscribers as Final Fantasy 14.
okay, that's an insane way to frame that number I never would have thought of. That's okay. I'm sure Square Enix is paying a lot of licensing money to a bunch of different companies in order to make Final Fantasy 14, right? It's not like they just made a good product and they get to make a lot of money off of it.
No, never.
Does Game Pass let me play all the way through Heaven's Word for free?
No,
No,
you can't
in
play
fact,
that on
it's
Xbox.
not even on Xbox.
Which I find insane because this game was on PS3.
Right.
But yeah, I didn't even think about how driving a lot of the emulation crowd over there. Because, for the longest time, YouTubers could see really good hits out of doing videos on, the emulation's so great over here on the Series S. Look at it on the Series S and Series X. It's so good. It's incredible. Please don't notice it hitched. Anyways, I can't even make a whole video of hitch-free footage, but it's so good. It's so good. And how that might also have a culture of not buying things. So it's just you like Wonder Twin powers activated of a user base that does not want to buy shit. It's worth saying because people assume the worst, which whatever, go ahead. But the first 2 Xboxes were competently made and run, technically. Like the Red Ring of Death, a problem, but how they manage it as a platform, the architectural design of it, the power level, et cetera, right? Like the PS3 comes out a year later and is worse.
Right.
They did a really good job managing that. And it's been a real fucking shame to watch everything since around 2012 go to shit with Xbox and in no way improve. Like, everyone sits here and they want to pretend that they're amazing and their output's great and it's just as good as the other guys. And it's not. They've been letting their major IPs rot this whole time, and they aren't doing the one simple trick they need to do to start competing again. And it's make fucking games.
Yeah, last year there was nothing. Like literally nothing
There
came
was
out.
Pentiment.
There was not a
That was it.
Yeah, there was not a
The
single
whole year.
retail. I don't think they shipped a single fucking game to retail last year. All last year.
Right? You can't say that about any. Basically, you don't even need to limit to the big three. You could be like, yeah, any publisher that's remotely active.
Nippon
Has-
ET Software of America shipped several times, well, technically infinitely times more games to retail than Xbox because
They shipped them to
anything more
retail,
than
yeah,
zero
Yeah.
is infinite.
Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I think this is really unfortunate. I think all the people who consider themselves Xbox fans who think this deal should go through are enablers.
Yeah.
I genuinely believe that. The last several acquisitions haven't solved this problem. Why would this one?
Right? Why would you think any more people under that umbrella would make it work
I mean,
out?
we're already hearing about, there are already rumors leaking out that because Azure, their cloud service, isn't going well, they're putting pressure on Bethesda to ship games earlier and more unfinished.
That
Thus,
seems
Redfall.
So,
crazy.
for context, there was a guy who leaked Hi-Fi Rush and even leaked that it was going to be Shadow Drop that day.
okay.
And then he came back and said, "Yeah, Azure's not doing well, so the entire company is being entire rest of the company is being expected to perform better to blunt the losses. So they're trying to push out Redfall and Starfield as soon as possible. Both games are not in good states."
The weird thing is, I thought that Azure was the only thing making the money.
Yeah. And now it's not making enough money.
Well,
so
we don't see in this fucked up hellscape. Well, we expected $2 billion, but it only made $1 billion. Is
Yeah.
right.
causes this problem.
This thing that didn't change didn't grow geometrically in profit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. And it's worth noting the reason why cloud services make Amazon and Microsoft so much money is the margins.
Yeah.
You know, it's exactly why PlayStation Plus is the biggest robbery and Xbox Live possible, because it's 99% profit.
Yeah.
It's just gonna sit here and stew over Microsoft's major innovation to the game industry is allowing every platform holder to charge rent. That feels great.
Yeah.
That
What a
sucks.
market leader.
What a market leader. And hard drives. Thank you for the hard drives. That seemed inevitable.
Yeah. Yeah. Is PlayStation
Yeah,
is
it's one of
also
those
working on
real,
the same thing.
Yep.
It's one of those real, if you hadn't done it, someone else would have, so quit milking it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like being like, Dreamcast is the first one that got online. It's like, yeah, but obviously.
Technically, it's not. You could fucking play Street Fighter 2 online.
That's
The
true.
weird shit that hooked to your console.
What was it? X-Band? You could use
Yeah,
X-Band.
X-Band.
Yeah. There you go. Super Nintendo and Genesis got your ass beat. We should move on to the next unfortunate bit of Microsoft news. At least this one's kind of funny. Redfall shipping to retail with boxes that say it's 60 frames per second and then a sticker on top that says, not actually.
A well-oiled machine.
Yeah, that sure leads credence to the Redfall isn't in a good state and they're pushing it out early rumor.
It's just like, how you didn't have to put a 60 frame per second tag on it. Games usually don't have that sort of tag.
On Xbox, I assume they have a ton of tags, but I wouldn't know. I don't buy games for my Xbox because Game Pass exists.
I think it was a performance mode. This game has a performance mode tag
Okay.
on the back, so they had to cover it.
It literally in the lower left says 60 frames per second.
Yeah, I guess even just before I left GameStop, they started rolling out more and more features for how the boxes on Xbox work and all the different things they show. So I guess it makes sense they kept expanding, even though they completely exited the retail market.
Yeah, they did it. They did it like 2 or 3 times right at the end there, which was really strange.
I'm trying to remember what game I had to do this for, because there was some other game where it was like, okay, there's oopsie
No Man's
whoopsie.
Sky.
Here's a sticker to put on it. Yeah, it probably was No Man's Sky.
Yeah, that did have a sticker. What was it for multiplayer?
Yeah.
For multiplayer.
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember that.
So, two possibilities here, neither of which are good for Microsoft. One, this happens because they're pushing this game out 2 or 3 months before they intended to. Two, communication between the divisions is so fucking bad that the cases got shipped with this feature they did not intend for it.
Yeah, for anyone who wants to see it, it's on screen now. Lower left, 60 frames per second.
Oh my God.
Upper left, 60 frames per second performance mode, not available at launch.
That is such a hopeful phrase, at launch.
Yeah.
They put that sticker in the wrong place.
Oh, they absolutely did, but they wanted you to see all these other cool things. Did you know this was optimized for Xbox Series X? They should have put that in the upper left, not available at launch.
That appeal's going to go super well. No, please allow us to keep dragging companies under this bridge.
Say, what happens to them once they get dragged up to
Mind your fucking business, G-Man.
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Yeah, this is all insane. I never thought we would get another No Man's Sky sticker situation, but here we are. It's really funny because not even 2 whole weeks ago, I had to listen to a podcaster who's very positive. Some might say weirdly positive about Microsoft. Say that clearly this is because of underpowered consoles. That it's like, yeah, fuck no. What do you want me to say here? This isn't a game that should ever ship at 30.
What are you talking about? Just literally every trailer was a 60. That's normal, right?
And it's on the box. It's on the box. It's on the box. I can't. It's on the box. Anyway, moving on. We have game news. I say we started off with a banger. I say we started off with the single most important, noteworthy thing to talk about this entire week. Phil Spencer said some words.
I really wish he'd stop doing that.
Yeah, right.
These are maybe the most damning, revealing words he's ever uttered.
This is by far the biggest pile of things you probably shouldn't say all in a row Phil Spencer's ever done. So we're going to read an excerpt from the Grumpy Phil Spencer interview with Kind of Funny. I'm calling it that because they called it that in the Kind of Funny Xbox podcast.
I believe he even himself called it that.
Yes, he was like, "Oh, you're getting grumpy, Phil, today," and it was very hilarious. But we're gonna read this and then discuss, I guess. Phil explains, when you're in third place in the console marketplace, and the top 2 players are as strong as they are and have, in certain cases, very, very discreet focus on doing deals and other things that make being Xbox hard for us as a team, that's on us, not on anybody else. ... I see out there, I see the commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true. That if we go off and build some great games, all of a sudden you'll see a console share shift in a dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games, ... But this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, doesn't really lay into the reality that most people are already a member of one of the 3 ecosystems, ... The continuity from generation to generation is so strong. I see a lot of pundits out there that kind of want to go back to a time where we had carts and discs and every new generation is a clean slate and you could just switch the whole console share. That's just not the world we live in today. Hey, Phil, here's a quick question. How would you know? How would you know that shipping good content won't fix it? You haven't done it.
Nintendo just did the clean slate thing and it worked out fine.
Right. The Switch is right over there. Do you think the Switch is, like, as a piece of hardware, such a strong proposition that if they didn't ship good games, people would just buy it? I don't even think so. And it offers something wholly unique from the other two.
Also, this is him literally saying they are, in fact, competing with those 2 other things.
He said constantly was not the case to the CMA in order to get this pushed through.
Yeah, for
to
years.
which one of the hosts of Kind of Funny's Xbox podcast said, "I'm really sad our acquisition didn't go through. I'm like, you are a fucking traitor to the human race.
Yeah.
You just referred to a giant corporation trying to consolidate another giant corporation into themselves as though you're one of their board members.
All the Xbox fans are one unified front for this to happen.
So, like,
it's not
console
complicated.
Console generations are so fucking long now. If we take the cross-gen phase into consideration, they're 9 to 10 years. If you shipped fucking good, like, and the average age of a game consumer is only going to keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
If you shipped great games and focused on actually bringing down the cost of your hardware, which you should really fucking do, Microsoft. That was why you had the best. That's why 360 was your most successful gen. Part of it. I still remember the majority of a console sales happened under $199.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Mm.
If you shipped great games, PS5 owners will be like, well, we're like 4 years into the gen. There's the Series X is like $300 now. I'll pick it up and see what they've got going on. And if they like it, there will be at least some of them that your games are more to their tastes that will switch the order they get these consoles next time. They'll get yours first instead of Sony's.
Yeah, this isn't radically different from before in that way.
You want a fucking mini episode of the Rant Is Go here? You're a fucking liar. And all this shit is coward talk.
Yeah,
you want to
this
sit
is
here?
Disingenuous.
This is extremely disingenuous. You're sitting here and you haven't shipped compelling software in the 13... Where are we at? 10 years straight. Later this year, it will have been 10 years under Phil Spencer. He has not shipped compelling software this whole fucking time. You want to act like you lost the Xbox One generation? That was a thing outside of your control? Where the fuck was the software that gen? Where the fuck was it? There was a push strong at the beginning with a lot of exclusive, and they tried, and that dropped off so hard. The tail end of that generation, named one hard-hitting Xbox exclusive. It's just Gears 5.
Yeah.
And that has problems. That is not a 10 out of 10 game. And you know it. You're trying to compete with people who legitimately ship 10 out of 10 games. You want to talk about it's impossible to complete? Fuck you. Why isn't your console stronger? You say it is. It's almost as strong as the competitor. It is negligible. It is one of the smallest differences we've ever seen in the marketplace. Xbox One owners wish the Xbox One was only that much weaker than the PS4. They would have killed for that. They were 720p while the PS4 was 1080p. You want to talk about it? Why isn't your price lower? Why isn't your online free? There are so many fucking things you could be doing right now to get some numbers. And you're sitting here saying you're just locked in place. It is impossible for you to get more share. At the end of the day, this entire interview just comes off as somebody who does not give an actual shit about the console owners, saying they absolutely care so much about them. They're trying their best and just doing nothing. It feels like they're hanging them out to dry. And I say this as someone who owns a fucking Xbox and struggles to find a reason to fucking boot it up. Because it has all the same games that the PS5 has. There's no compelling software that's exclusive to it. It doesn't run the games meaningfully better. There aren't features that I get on it. The online's still paid for, so I let it lapse. This is not complicated. You need to do a thing.
Just the act of, like, what have developers said constantly since the PS4 came out? That social button revived a lot of genres that were dead.
Yeah, it's free marketing.
But now it's unbelievably hard to share something from the Xbox to Twitter.
Right.
And before they just took the ability away.
Also, their tools absolutely suck for it. Like, the PS4 at launch had better tools for this shit than the Xbox has now. It took them over a generation, or I think just barely the whole gen, to put a share button on the controller. Like, they did that at the end of the Xbox One gen. Why did that take that long?
Didn't it not launch until the new gen?
I thought it was, well, either way at the same time, it just barely took an entire gen.
Yeah, exactly.
That shouldn't have happened.
Of course not.
That button is back compatible, proving they could have done it at any point in time. They could have done it 2 years earlier. But they didn't. They didn't care. They didn't compete.
Yeah.
You're still selling your controller that has double A's at the same price your competitors are doing built-in batteries. You don't have the feature sense of the feature of a DualSense or even a Switch Pro controller. Like, why is it the same price? You have the fucking Series S, and that's supposed to be your affordable option, but then it doesn't work with discs.
I mean, their overall plan is to, they don't want you to buy discs. They want you to buy Game Pass because that's the only thing they actually care about.
Right, but that's the fucking problem. The fucking problem here is they do not make a strong, compelling argument on any tier of their whole platform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like this is double reverse late stage capitalism brain rot, where like fucking capitalism, the way people think about it, you know, the way they pretend it exists, where it drives innovation and makes the product better, is where businesses, you know, do things and sell products and try to attract customers. Microsoft became established in the industry and has decided they don't want to run a business. They just want to collect rent.
Right.
And their executive suite is mad that that's not working.
Yeah, because they stopped way too early to do that. They stopped at the beginning of the Xbox One generation. Like, they haven't been earning this in the least. Like, you want to talk about, like, what was it? Fucking Capcom sales. They only got, like, 11% of their sales in that year around Resident Evil 2 remake on Xbox. And it's like, do they really even earn that? What are they doing that's so compelling that they deserve that much of the market share in the console market? I think they are asleep at the fucking wheel, and I think if someone else came into this market space, we could actually see some competition. We could actually see some compelling choices being made by platform holders. Instead, we saw Nintendo fire up their own premium online service, and the same for Sony.
Yeah.
Because all Microsoft proved is that Game Pass exists, so people are willing to pay even more money each month.
Yep.
Some people, not nearly as many as they need.
Right, of course. But it's just
what
ludicrous.
I'm so fucking pissed here. What does your box offer, Phil? All of us love that backwards compatibility shit. Can you give $1 billion to that? You wanted to burn $70 billion on Activision. Could you burn $1 billion on getting even more games back compat? That would be a compelling reason to own a console.
Yeah.
Xbox, even if you already had a PS5.
Yeah.
Because they aren't. Sony clearly isn't interested in this. Anybody who isn't a fucking idiot could look at them being like, our bad emulation and cloud shit is good enough, and be like, hey, we have an opening here. We can drive a wedge and be like, hey, we really care about 7th gen games and our previous games. You can come over here and get them. Instead, all your first party games aren't even backwards compatible. And that initiative's just dead. It's been 3 years.
Yeah, they literally announced the end of that initiative. And frankly, that initiative is why I don't sell my Series X. It's still a great way to play Final Fantasy 13 and many other 7th gen or even some 8th gen titles.
Yeah. I can play Shadows of the Damned on it. I can play Final Fantasy 13. I can play the Gears of War games. I can play all this shit. I can play Lost Odyssey. You know, back remember when you tried to get games?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they used to do that. The 360 era is completely rich with that sort of like drive.
And my understanding is that Microsoft, most of the work on those things were expected to come from the publishers, with Microsoft only doing very little support. And I'm like, you should be going to them and saying, hey, let us fucking put your game on our back compat. You'll get sales. We'll do it. We have a team to do that.
Yeah, instead, because of certain things, I believe we're actually seeing like a recession a little bit in what games are available. You know, it's starting to shrink a little bit. And it's like, this is the opposite direction you should be going when that is your major advantage over your competitor. Sony right now is doing a monthly paid service to play broken PS1 games.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't asleep at the wheel, you would be talking up how good your back emulation is. Like, oh, look, Panzer Dragoon Orta is 4K now. Look at how beautiful that is. There aren't any glitches or anything. Now let's look at Sony's PS1 stuff. They don't care, though. They stopped being awake at the wheel a long time ago.
This whole interview just gave me this unbelievably depressing energy of like, because I had been under the impression that there was a plan with Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like there was an idea, but now I'm starting to think, oh, you just had no other ideas, and it's like, here's something we can do. Maybe it'll get us out of this hole.
Right. Like in their
like
minds,
you didn't even have the nefarious plan of we'll use it as a loss leader and then crank up the price. You just had no idea.
In their minds, Game Pass was supposed to reverse the flow of the console share. They did the only thing they think they can do to fix the problem because they don't understand what competing is anymore. Like, that's the truth. In that interview, various things he said, because the thing's 40 plus minutes long.
Yeah.
He says a lot of shit.
Yeah, basically every line is just like, whoa, you actually said that. You shouldn't have.
I don't understand. Like, this was the Xbox fans were already pissed after Redfall's launch. This is coming out and feeding the sharks your blood. Like,
I don't know. Some of these people have been so in the belief that Microsoft is doing their best that just Phil saying, we believe in giving console owners the best experience might be enough for them to be like, okay, he cares.
I did see a number of replies to that
Not-
tweet that had just the supercut of this stuff. Being like, oh man, I love the Phil's so transparent. And people just buy it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna
value.
have the crazies that the spell can never ever break ever. But coming out and saying, don't expect Starfield to be good enough to get anyone to sell their PS5. That's not something you should fucking say, Phil. Like, you shouldn't what the Starfield was the great fucking hope. It was the fucking Wizard of Oz. You don't pull back the curtain before, like, months before it's out.
You have a Starfield Direct in 1 month. You need to be telling me Starfield's going to blow my dick off. It's going to make anyone who fucking bought a PS5 kill themselves because they can't afford to buy a Series X. That's what your ass needs to be telling me right now. And maybe, just maybe, they land that.
He also had that weird line of like, well, with Redfall, we just didn't get our team over there from Microsoft and to help them and fix it up.
It was the weirdest thing because
Starfield,
why didn't you do that?
There's a part of that sentence. There's a part of that interview where he says, yeah, we sent over the people from Rare and then it was Rare and the coalition to try to help it out. But he said something along the lines of, we would have had to have done that sooner to get it ready in time. And it's like, okay, so that's you admitting it's not done on a technical level. But then later in this interview, you call it a creative vision problem, which it isn't. It's a you didn't let them finish the game problem. Which is a thing you can affect, Phil. You can't make people smarter or have better ideas, but for the love of God, you can give them money to finish the fucking game.
Yeah, they gave Double Fine so much fucking time and money to do Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 comes out, pretty great. If they hadn't been legally obligated to release it on other platforms, that would have been a strong Xbox exclusive.
Right, yeah. It would have been anything. It would have been one of the strongest this gen because I'm not under the opinion that Halo Infinite is a good Xbox exclusive. That thing's practically Swiss cheese. There are holes all over it. There are major problems with every aspect of it.
You can't be trying to manage expectations on Starfield after Redfall was that bad. This is the worst possible time to be trying to do that.
Right. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. Like, I'm not somebody who feigns outrage for attention or whatever. I hate those, like, you know, people who their entire thing is I'm YouTube demagogue man and I'm going to be angry every week at a specific time about something and we'll see what it is on the way. This genuinely was an interview full of so many things that I wish the man would just catch so much shit for saying.
Yeah.
Because one, it's not a marketing or a messaging issue. It is literally a look directly into the broken minds at Xbox. It is them lying about what the issue with the thing was that they just shipped. Like, they're trying to say Redfall's a creative vision problem. It's like, no, that's not the problem. Problem is the game doesn't run right. At one point, he almost made it started to pivot and make it sound like IGN did a disservice to the game by showing 60 frames per second footage of the PC version when the Xbox is there. Like, at one point in that interview, he brings that up.
Then
like,
he does reel that back and be like, we released the footage and shouldn't have set expectations like that.
Yeah, it's like we shouldn't have said 60 frames a second. I'm like, my brother in Christ, no, you should have, and the game should have run right.
Right. So anyway, I think this is a lot of Microsoft's fault. This is a lot of Silicon Valley brain rot on display. A lot of late stage capitalism here. But it's not like they really are unique in suffering from that. You know, Sony is charging $50 fucking for the PS5 version of Marvel Spider-Man, a game that came out in 2018.
Yeah.
A game that's almost 5 years old, they're charging $50 fucking for on the PS5. So clearly there's a lot of what can we get away with going on right now. The difference between them and you is that they're shipping compelling software. So for fuck's sake, you sitting here saying it's not going to fix anything if we make a good video game when your job is to make good video games is the most insanely dumb thing I could imagine.
Yeah, and also in that interview, he talks about, well, Avowed's looking good, all these things are looking good, but I shouldn't even
How do
say
we
that.
trust you now?
Yeah, it's like, why are you even saying this then? If later in the interview you're going to say this insane rant about how shipping good games doesn't matter.
Well, it's really funny because when he says that, he does the thing of, I shouldn't say this, but... And then he says the thing that he wants to say anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I shouldn't say this, but Avowed's looking great, but I shouldn't say that. You can't say, meet me behind the White House. You can't say that. That's illegal to say. It's insane. It's absolutely fucking bonkers that this is the state of the industry now. That we just have, there are only 3 main competitors in this industry, and one of them just doesn't want to try to earn it at all.
Yeah, one of them's in denial about being in a competition that they could even compete in. Like they just fully submitted to, this is our place. We cannot possibly grow, which seems crazy.
Yeah, there is a lot of coping in that interview. And there's a tonal shift that I feel like Phil hasn't had before this moment. Between how things are going right now and the thought that eventually Starfield's going to come out and not do wonders, I do wonder if that man's going to make it to the 10-year anniversary of running Xbox.
Yeah,
He even has a line in there talking about he thinks he's overpaid for what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like...
In understanding why people say that he should be fired. It's like...
Right? Like, you could you imagine Jack Tretton saying that?
No.
Could you imagine Jim Ryan saying it?
No, never.
No.
That's him trying to like appeal to people and be likable like Phil does.
I mean,
but you don't usually be that self-deprecating.
I feel like there were a lot of coded phrases in this interview that do appeal to the really fanatic Xbox fans.
Mm-hmm. Because that's still their core demographic.
Absolutely insane people.
I don't think there's enough of those people anymore.
No,
I was stunned how many. I
No.
was stunned how many people Redfall broke the spell of. But like I said, I mentioned this a couple times before. But Xbox built the idea of like, okay, we're the PC console, so we have games that are like big PC games, like Immersive Sims and Flight Simulator.
Yeah,
PC guys fucking love Arkane. They're the successors to Looking Glass. They're like the successors to the guys who made Thief.
Yeah.
Every single review of this game has some line where it's like, I genuinely can't believe Arkane put out a game this bad.
Yeah, it's squarely on Microsoft's shoulders.
Yeah.
This is a game that's just not done. And
I see some of those Xbox pundits on Twitter trying to deflect and be like, this is a Bethesda game. You don't have to blame Microsoft for it. And it's like,
I had those people in my replies.
They've owned Microsoft. They've owned Bethesda for going on 3 years. Like their fingers are in everything now. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Well, there was a number of people who were telling me, they're just like, you can't blame Phil for this. And I'm like, but Phil runs Xbox. And they're like, this isn't his fault.
It is, because he could have looked at the game and said, we'll sit on that a few more months.
Phil basically came out and said, yeah, it was me today.
Right.
I don't know what else you could get.
Right. I don't. Anyway, this was one of the worst interviews in gaming history.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to go back to the 90s to get an interview this condemning.
I feel like this is going to be bad in future trade negotiations because so if good games won't help you, why do you need to buy Activision?
I think if
Also, there was the part of this where he's like trying to say the CMA's dumb for thinking cloud gaming's the future, and I'm like, that's how you opened your discussions with them.
I know
That's on you. Because for people who can't remember one whole year ago, which is, I think, every game journalist, the opening salvo is them being like, well, it's not about consoles, it's about cloud gaming. That's the future, and that's what we care about. So to open this interview with going, the CMA thinks cloud gaming is really important, which isn't a real market. I'm like, what are you saying? What is going on?
no one's going to remember.
They think we're going to be running Xbox next year. And I'm like, excuse me, what'd you just say into that microphone?
Again, going back to the Starfield thing, a lot of how games are received is not so much about the quality of the game itself. Like, obviously, extreme cases like Redfall, nothing can help you.
Right.
But it's about the narrative you build. And if you sell someone a game like it's the greatest game ever made, it's the biggest, most ambitious, coolest game ever made, and it even kinda is, it'll build, the illusion will survive in people's minds.
Yeah, besides the games are usually good at doing that.
Oh, yeah.
So coming out and being saying, like, guys, don't expect too much out of Starfield. What are you doing? You need to be building the illusion it's an immaculate super game.
Right? Like at this point, you should be on TV saying the CMA was right to fear us. That's how good Starfield is.
Yes, that is what you need to be doing.
I think something else that I reach from the statement where new games isn't going to help us is absolutely just nail in the coffin of they're going to buy Activision, then make Hexen again or make any IP I want. It's no, they want this catalog for Game Pass. That's all they care about. They just want a bigger catalog to shove in there.
Right.
That's all it's ever been about.
Yeah, everyone who was hoping for that had no basis in reality for it. Like if
Phil
Microsoft
vaguely implied it once in a tweet, I think.
Well, yeah, that was after people already had the narrative.
Yeah.
Phil doesn't steer narratives. He helps control it from the flow it's already going in, which is why he didn't do any good pivots during this interview, because the narrative currently is, Phil, people say they want your head on a stick. And he's like, they're right.
Like, Phil,
But come back next month.
Please, Phil, Starfield is going up against Spider-Man 2. Maybe. I feel like with how bad Redfall received things, the likelihood of Starfield being delayed went up exponentially.
Oh, yeah, and people will be happy, and they'll be right to be happy. Or Microsoft will prove they are the most inept people in the entire industry, and they will ship Starfield in September. Anyone else feel like we're being edited into some other footage?
It's just like, this is just pathetic. It was I always hate companies and corporate guys being self-depreciating anyway, because you're trying to fucking sell me things. Can you at least pretend your dick is big?
Dude hitting on you at the bar who's like, please, I really need this. You're not gonna like it, but I need this.
Yeah, like, I don't want that. Nobody does.
Nobody does.
He's just at the bar looking for pity sex.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
And he's upfront about it, too. He's very upfront about it. I cried in my car for an hour before I even came in here today. Oh, was that you in the parking lot? I saw the light inside of the car and heard sobbing. That was you. I figured something happened in the bar that caused that. He's like, no, I was just thinking about my life. Anyways.
But yeah, this interview is like, I'm now like, it's all, since for the last gen was there was a lot of Xbox going to drop out after this things. There was a lot of those takes because they did so bad. This feels like, for real, we're heading towards like 2027, 2028. They're like, you guys going again? No.
I mean, yeah, in this interview, he literally is like, well, we did bad last time, so we can never recover from that.
Yeah,
That's when people built their digital library, so we just are doomed.
forever.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, no, I actually gave them a lot of rope towards the end of last gen because a lot of the time, as you reach the end of a generation, you dry up. Your catalog isn't gushing nearly as much. Sony did the opposite and put out some of the best bangers of that gen in the last 3 years.
If the new
Ghost
Switch
of
comes out
Tsushima
next
and-
year, they're going to be like, well, yeah, we had Tears of the Kingdom and whatever the fucking else we have in the chamber.
Right. But generally speaking, especially 7th gen as a reference, 7th gen is the reference in this case. You dry up near the end. Sony put out a bunch of bangers at the end of the PS4, which was weird, but that didn't make me think Microsoft's asleep at the wheel. That made me think Microsoft was saving up to get a fresh start.
Yeah.
And then they had nothing. They literally didn't have a launch title made by Microsoft Game Studios.
Yeah.
And it's been this way.
We've seen like 2 years straight of nothing.
We're going on 3 years. Three.
Yeah, we are 6 months away from 3 years of virtually nothing coming out on Xbox. Like it's Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, Pentiment, and I think that's it. And considering there's a good argument to be made that there's a pretty easy argument to make that none of those are 10s.
Oh, yeah.
There's not an impossible argument to make that none of those are 9s.
And 2 of those are blatantly unfinished. Like, just patently. So, like,
I mean, yeah,
Halo and
Redfall's really
Redfall.
not done, and Halo Infinite super obviously was not a holistically designed and finished project, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's no reason for anybody to buy an Xbox. You need games to get people to buy the Xbox. Like, you're behind on user experience. You're behind on software. I'm really scared if that PS4, PS5 Slim with the detachable thing is real, you're gonna be behind on price. Do you know how fucking over it is if you get behind on price?
And here's the thing, at the end of the day, as much as I want more competition in this market, Microsoft has proved they can't do it. So Sony, I'm gonna need you to price that diskless PS5 that can attach the disk drive at $300. I need people to lose their minds as there's a $300 console from one of these two on the market for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
Because good lord. Yeah, it's awful. Anyway, did anyone have any other comments they wanted to throw out here?
Look at the insane shit I took notes.
I'm going to just briefly summarize. Half of it is weepy, self-deprecating stuff. The other half is disingenuous statements about what it means to compete and what they can do. So this was a terrible interview. I think it's one of the worst ever. I genuinely cannot think of a worse interview, except for maybe Xbox One interviews at E3 in 2013. Hey, nothing bad happened to the guy running Xbox shortly after that, right?
No, what are you talking about? Matrix, I love that guy. He's got a sports car. He's always around. I'm like, where did he go? Did he go to EA? I don't even know.
He went to Zynga.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. But yeah, did you have anything else to say
No,
about
I don't have anything else. No,
I assume
covered
Aggro
it.
doesn't have anything else to say.
No, yeah, I'm good.
Just don't. Starfield isn't. That's like nothing. You didn't have to say that part, Phil. You didn't have to say, don't expect Starfield to be good enough to bring over PS5 people. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm laughing because it's true. Literally, you shouldn't say that. Like I'm supposed to be looking at my Series X and being like, I'm gonna keep you for Starfield.
Right.
But now it's like, man, I sure need that to play Sonic Unleashed at a decent frame rate and nothing else.
Yeah, it's like we're 3 years into the gen.
There should be a list of reasons.
Yeah, there should be a list of games, a reason people who have a PS5 or only have a Switch somehow are like, oh, I want that.
Right.
It's not like PC gaming is good right now. That's not a or that's not the same competition area.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can move on.
Yeah.
Should I start with the Bob stuff? No, let's keep it with the CMA tangent. Hey guys, the Competition and Markets Authority of the UK restricted Activision and Microsoft from investing each other.
Yeah, it's completely.
This is unhinged. This is because you said you would hit me. This is because you threatened us economically. You can no longer invest in each other. Fucking insane. Dude, if we said this during Gamer Premonitions, everyone would have been like, you idiots, that's not going to happen. This is fucking, like, unbelievably fucking savage. They're getting shot to death in the streets.
Right?
That's insane. Hey, guys, I'm going to go ahead and say there's no way Activision doesn't walk away with the $7 billion or whatever, the $4 billion.
Yeah, the huge.
Why would you not? At this point, it's looking so unlikely, and you can just make $4 billion.
Right? Pay us and try again in a decade.
No, we want to keep this one going for the decade. No,
No, you don't.
No,
No, you really don't want to do that. You really, really don't want to do that. Had some thoughts on that Phil Spencer interview since, but I don't know if any of them are salient enough to express. So, just a bunch of like, yeah. Why are you asking for pity? You literally have been running Xbox for almost a decade now. You can't sit here and pretend that you didn't get any control of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we're gonna move right past that. Let's go to Bob News. Hey, Bob.
Sure, just top of it.
Yeah, sure. It's really funny. I don't think this is in anyone's news. Maybe it is the EU stuff.
I think Chris has
Yes,
it.
it's in mine.
Okay.
We'll just say it now since we're
Yeah,
fucking
sure.
talking about it.
Sure, yeah.
The EU said, yeah, go ahead and merge with Activision as long as everybody gets to license Activision Blizzard games on their cloud things for 10 years. And then the CMA put out a thing saying, that's good for them. We still don't care. It's still blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, the EU thing is weird. It was like, I was reading some of it and it had this tone of, well, it doesn't make sense for them to do this monopolistic behavior and they would only hurt them. Like,
And I'm like, they just did that.
Do you see Microsoft, they don't care about money. They made that clear.
But if they did really fucked up shit, they might lose money, and that's really important to one of the largest companies on the face of the planet. They wouldn't do that thing they just did with Bethesda.
No, they wouldn't do that again, right?
But yeah, no, I thought it was very telling that the CMA felt it was necessary to make a press release around the EU, given Brexit, given the online fervor, given everything else, given the stancing in the PR from Microsoft and Activision. I totally get why they were like, oh yeah, we're going to need a press release that says no. No.
Just as a reminder, we're not part of that. We said no.
Just as a reminder, this doesn't matter. When they lose their appeal, which they will, their options are quit or divest every company they own as a subsidiary that's based in the UK and stop selling any products in the UK forever.
Now, here's the funniest thing. I think we got through every big thing about the CMA shit without saying this once, but in order to do that, that means they have to give up one of their only devs consistently turning shit out, and that's Playground Games. The developers of Forza.
Right.
Because they're British. So the only way they can get this through is by giving up one of their only developers who can consistently turn out games.
And, all revenue from the UK forever.
Right.
Right, which... somebody threw a chart at me for like, here's the GDP for the UK, and I'm like, wow, that's shockingly high. Wow. Given the size.
Right.
Yeah. So, that would maybe not be great to give up the 7th largest GDP in the fucking world. To question mark. Yeah, let's just... What is their goal if not let's entertain that's not their goal. What is the goal then of acquiring Call of Duty and Activision?
To put more things on Game Pass.
To make money. That's it. I'm going to say this now.
Okay.
If somehow this acquisition does go through, Call of Duty will not be on Game Pass.
They've already said it will be.
They'll just go back on it. They'll be like, no.
Would Microsoft really go back
telling
on
untruth?
I mean, yes, as we...
But Phil Spencer, he would never.
Like, this Game Pass shit clearly is, like, the circle clearly isn't squaring, and buying some of the most profitable IPs in the world to put them on your subscription service, no, that ain't gonna be happening.
Yeah, that seems even riskier than the Bethesda move.
Honestly, if I'm kind of surprised they haven't already been like, Starfield will not be on Game Pass.
The moment they do that, the Xbox brand is dead.
Yeah, the people are already wanting to kill them in the streets for Redfall.
I would say this man is exaggerating. He is not.
I feel really fucking bad for Bethesda now, because it's like, sure, okay, Bethesda, launch your open world game you've been making for 10 years. Sure, there's nothing to compare you to that just fucking came out and is gonna humiliate you on every conceivable level.
Could you imagine if they did the same thing? If they launched the same week as Zelda, they would have gotten worse than Horizon, I feel. They would be put in that negative space.
Yeah, they are so lucky they pushed it out of this quarter.
Yeah.
And into the third quarter, because, oh my God.
We're going to inevitably, I don't know who will make it. It will probably be Cat in one of his bursts of not being a whiny bitch. Somebody's going to make a video of like, here is Tears of the Kingdom refusing to break no matter what fucked up shit you do, versus Starfield crashing because you moved a coffee cup.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna happen for sure. I think there are a decent number of things that came out or are going to come out this year that would make great material for a Cat video. So that it is bizarre looking upon that he did Resident Evil 4 remake. For people who don't know, I actually appreciate a lot of the work Cat does. Like, the editing job is really top notch. And there are some insightful things. For example, the Saints Row's videos. Or, I believe it was Saints Row. It might have been Crackdown. But they were showing the level of simulation just like Grand Theft Auto and how, like, over time it went down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Crackdown. Because they were like, check out
Dead
Crackdown.
Rising also, and that one was
the Dead
one
Rising
that I really
one's-
like, because it's like...
That's insane, yeah.
He gets Cat gets bogged down a lot in, like, the trees aren't moving the same. But when it's a video game franchise like Dead Rising, it's like, no, the simulation aspect is a big part of the game, and then they just rip that all out for Dead Rising 4.
Yeah, it's really cool and interesting seeing how, like, Dead Rising 1, you'll save someone and then they'll go off in the direction that they need to get to where they're going to stay, right? Now that they're safe. And then Dead Rising 4, I'm not sure if you've seen the Dead Rising 4 video, but he saves the person. They're like, thanks. And then they just fade away in front of him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think the item they were holding just drops on the ground.
Yes! It was so funny. But yeah, I hope that guy does some videos this year on a lot of games that I think are worth doing that for. You know, I think the Back 4 Blood video is a really good one too, for showing not just Back 4 Blood bad, be angry, but just how impressive and good Left 4 Dead is even this many years later.
Right.
You know, like, honestly, a lot of that 7th gen simulation stuff that got cut away so we could have prettier graphics, I think that is sort of the thing that Tears of the Kingdom really ties into.
Yeah, for sure.
That ambition of physics and systems and things to make the fun that I hope things go back towards, because I'm currently watching the Western industry almost burn alive, while Tears of the Kingdom and Elden Ring are just making tons of money.
Mm-hmm.
And not being, one of the founders or head people at Godot said, technically accurate. Or whatever the fuck the tweet was. That was a funny tweet. Anyways, hey, Bob, we need to get to the rest of
sure. BlizzCon 2023 is happening.
Maybe we don't need to get to the rest of your news. I have changed my opinion.
And the last thing, which I am delighted by, I am so fucking happy this happened.
This is the Chris Wolfhart Smugness Hour.
It's true. So Dylan Snyder, a developer for Blizzard, a senior designer on Overwatch 2, worked on a bunch of other big games, basically tweeted confirmation that shit that we've been saying on Big Think Dimension for 4 years. Of Activision times bad things to releasing new content is true. Because of fucking course it is.
Yeah, there's no way it would time up like this always, unless... I know Activision's always on fire, but come on. It's not like there was any sort of big press release this week about Pride Month, and maybe something came out about Activision 2 days later, right?
No.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, and they literally say, Yeah, no shit, guys. It's literally every single time. They exploit our work to try and do damage control for their bad fucking news.
I love the dull thought of the confirmation of basic pattern recognition.
But the funny thing is, there have been people in like comment sections and on Twitter and stuff being like, Chris is making it up. That's not true. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
People always need confirmation of basic pattern recognition. And
For example, that Inti creates Mega Man X 5 and 6.
There is a lot of people who act like having basic pattern recognition is like cheating. Like you're not allowed to base your decision making on that.
That shit
somehow
I was
evil
saying,
and wrong.
Yeah, that shit I was saying earlier. There are people out there among us who just deal with every fucking point in interaction individually with no collective understanding of what the world is.
I mean, that may be true, but you said among us while saying it, so now...
It's true.
I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm leaving big things. I can't do this anymore.
And I might as well bring it up. The fucking Variety put up an absolutely hideous fucking puff piece about Bobby Kotick, wherein he literally said some shit like, the evil unions are the ones who pushed all this sexual harassment nonsense. It was a very small problem we quickly took care of. Like, this motherfucker said this to another human being.
Didn't more accusations come out today?
Yeah, like yesterday, it was like 29 more.
Oh my god.
And it's like, yeah, it keeps being more because now people are confident they can say it and not get pushed out of the industry entirely.
I got one last piece of news.
Oh, it's a small one though, right?
So fucking upset, so fucking mad. I just feel the bile rising up in my fucking heart.
I was screaming. Every new detail that came out of this, I'm screaming.
So Bloomberg got a report about Redfall.
Everything's fine now, right?
No, and it never was. So the whole reason Redfall exists is ZeniMax wanted a more broadly appealing game after Prey didn't sell that well. And they also want microtransactions. So that's what set them on the path of making this multiplayer Arkane game, which was apparently something from directors Harvey Smith and Ricardo Bear, who'd worked on Deus Ex and stuff. But they couldn't define well what that even meant. So there's a bunch of confusion. They lose about 70% of their staff from when Prey launched to when Redfall launched.
That studio no longer exists anymore.
Yeah.
Like it just isn't a real studio anymore. It's now a fucking hollow shell. And the thing with the bad direction, apparently they would just like stumble around the fucking offices mumbling shit about Destiny and Borderlands. Like they didn't have any fucking idea what they were supposed to be making. And when the devs were like, hey, heads of the studio, what are we fucking making? They couldn't get an answer.
Yeah, it seemed that most people working there did not want to make a multiplayer game at all.
It's so weird to see the thing you bemoan and joke about happening to the industry happen this concisely and textbook.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then the Microsoft acquisition happened. And people hoped Microsoft would cancel the game or let them reboot it. They did not do that. They canceled the PlayStation version. That's it. They then took a hands-off approach.
Microsoft is like, it's unbelievable how we have the touch of death. We can't touch any of these studios we acquire or we'll ruin them. Now those external studios now have the opposite problem of their internal ones. It's like, we're not getting involved at all and just letting horrible things, these companies spin around with no leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And people were like, they'll fix Activision. Really? They wouldn't even cancel an obviously terrible game or change its direction. You think they're going to throw every single project Activision-Blizzard has into development hell by clearing out abusive middle management? That ain't going to fucking happen.
Yeah.
You don't spend $70 billion to throw every project into development hell by cutting the heads off of leadership, even if you should.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this is where we get that amazing quote of leaders saying that, oh, the project's all going to come together at the last minute with arcane magic.
The Arkane that is what EA leadership said about every BioWare game they shipped. And this is the mindset that slowly crushed BioWare down into a state where they can't ship anything. We didn't talk about this, by the way, when it happened. It happened like 2 months ago. That fucking Dragon Age game ain't coming out. They were like, we had to move the entire Mass Effect game to the Mass Effect team Dragon Age because this shit ain't coming together.
Man, Western gaming is going great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what arcane magic? They just said Prey wasn't successful. What fucking arcane magic? The one game the studio made was not successful.
What are you talking about? Arcane magic. They made 70% of their staff disappear over the production of one terrible video game.
That's pretty magic. That's like, I wish I could cast some words into the air that would make 70% of people leave my vicinity.
Somebody in chat said
wizards
time to wait
over there.
7 years for Dragon Age. We've already waited 7 years for Dragon Age. The last one came out in 2014, 9 years ago.
So, yeah, this is this is absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
When we talk about the industry and we talk about like how it's going behind the scenes, like Aggro was saying, we generally are speaking broadly. Not every story or assertion we make is happening at an individual studio, largely, is what we imply when we say these things. But this story is literally every single one of them.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of people also didn't want to, like, they couldn't hire people because they couldn't, the game wasn't announced. So you couldn't tell people that we want to find multiplayer engineers. And so a lot of people who were trying to get hired were like single player guys who want to make immersive sims.
God. All of this because ZeniMax forced them to make a game that they later recanted wanting them to make.
Yeah, because later they took out all the microtransaction stuff.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
You know, I had half been saying it as like what's the term? Like almost like a mantra. Like if I say it enough times, it'll be spoken into being.
Mm-hmm.
I really think like the chickens have come home to roost. The unsustainable practices of all these big Western devs. It has come time for the money to be taken out of the bank account. Oops, you don't have enough. Like some people are like, how are these companies gonna suffer financially? They sell so much each game. If they can't ship a fucking game, they can't sell it. Now can they?
Right. Yeah, we're hitting a point where it really is just they may not ukemi this time.
like Activision is moving heaven and earth to not have to skip a Call of Duty year, because you know how much fucking money they lose if they skip a year on Call of Duty? They lose like $5 billion.
Mm-hmm. And they absolutely cannot see that dip in the chart.
No.
That will break their minds.
Yeah. Ignore the fact that they have
the stock will
Warzone.
tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It was a creative vision problem, according to Phil Spencer. And according to other people, you know, the studio obviously shipped the game they wanted to, and it's just not great. They fully meditated on every mechanic in the game clearly and obviously. It shipped when it was ready. It was just not good. That was the problem.
Apparently, a lot of people were surprised who got to play it early, who got to play it like 2 years ago. It's like, this hasn't changed nearly as much as I thought it would have.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
That doesn't surprise me at all. That seems so much like what happens when you have no leadership. It's like, what am I supposed to be working on? I guess I'll just work on random bullshit. Oops,
right.
A bunch of people working on random bullshit doesn't come together to make a game.
Oh yeah, that actually, you know, that makes a lot of sense, because about 2 years ago, this is about what I imagined it looked like.
Yeah, right?
Not done.
Right? In no way
Shocking.
shippable.
This is fucking nuts. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure everyone at that studio is fucking furious after that Phil Spencer interview where they basically blame Arkane Austin for all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if it doesn't come out a couple months from now. Like, everybody still there from Prey left. after that interview.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure everyone there right now is probably thinking of leaving after that interview. Because they were forced to make a game none of them wanted to make, and then they were blamed when it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking idiots. Jesus Christ.
I'm now imagining, like, leadership from these studios trying to talk to Phil Spencer and him fucking running. He's like, no, if I give you any advice, you'll melt.
He's like fighting them off and crawling into his car. Drive, and he
Phil,
slaps.
guidance. God, do you know how fucking over it is if Starfield isn't good?
Oh yeah, no, it's we are literally.
Honestly, I don't think the actual quality of Starfield is at all going to affect what happens seconds after Starfield launches. It's all going to happen anyway.
Phil Spencer, his fingers, chain link fence. He's shaking it back and forth. Children are playing in the.
I really do wonder,
the playground.
Like, is the
nuke
aura
goes off.
is the combination of one, the aura around Microsoft at the moment, and point two, the fact it's been 8 years since an actual one of these Bethesda games. Will that like shatter the magic? Like people won't go, haha, the game didn't load like they did back then. Like, will the narrative have turned enough that isn't quirky and cute anymore? Now they're pissed at Bethesda.
That is what Microsoft and ZeniMax and everyone has set up perfectly.
Yeah, no, standards have changed dramatically.
Let's put it this way, okay? Back then, when Fallout 4 shipped, there were, let's say, 3 spotlights on it, right? Skyrim gets 1 because it's the game of a generation. Oh my God, what an amazing experience. Fallout 4 comes out and more and more people start to get disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Then now Fallout 76 comes out and people are like, what the fuck? This isn't up to snuff. What the hell's going on here? And it keeps going. Now, because of the Xbox shit, on top of all this other shit, they have like 19 hard spotlights on it, practically melting Starfield. The box itself melting on store shelves as everyone just goes, you're going to be perfect and run great, right?
Yeah, you're going to be a 10.
You're going to be as good as Tears of the Kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man 2, which will probably launch first.
Yes. I
Like,
know that.
They're really setting up Starfield in a bad fucking position.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I was talking to a friend who doesn't like, they follow gaming, but they're not like super like that's their main hobby.
Mm-hmm.
And even they're just like, we need Microsoft so that way Sony doesn't get worse. Like, even if I don't ever buy any of their products, there must be, it's like the Sith, okay?
Yeah.
There must always be 2 fungible consoles.
I mean, I made this joke. Not where anybody could see it, of like Satya Nadella going down to Bethesda and Obsidian being like, "Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy, because you're being sold to NetEase." Because I do wonder, will that happen? Will like NetEase or Tencent be the ones who are like, if you're done with Xbox, we'll take that. We'll take the whole thing.
You know, if enough of these NetEase projects come out really good, then maybe people would be like, yeah. But let's be real. The really fanatic fans that Xbox has left will never be okay with that.
Yeah, no,
they'll be owned by
that'd
China.
have to be hidden like extremely.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
if
it'd
we
just be
go
like
back,
the Chinese console.
It's
Never.
the Chinese console.
if we go back to none of the big platforms being American, PR people and journalists will come up with slurs you could only dream of. They will come up with shit that would make your 90-year-old great-grandfather blush.
That is some
What?
cough
Me
syrup
comparing this
before
game's
sleeping.
unfocused story to Chop Suey was completely unrelated to who made it.
That's just a thing I do all the time. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I do want to see what happens with Xbox. I do really think Sony needs to be challenged, and Xbox could be doing that, but currently they're not.
Yeah, it's really sad to have this third player who's not playing.
Let's count all the ways they're not challenging Sony. Is their online cheaper or more comprehensive but better? No. Is their box cheaper? No. Does their box have more functionality in any measurable way? No. Their storage costs more than Sony because they made it proprietary bullshit. Their catalog doesn't challenge anyone in the industry, let alone Sony. This is such a nightmare. They used to have an advantage, and you know what that was? Back compat, and they killed it over a year ago.
I think it was longer than that. I think it was before the Series X came out.
No, it was slightly after because they had to do the 60 frames per second updates, and that was the last wave.
Yeah.
That was it, the last hurrah.
In 7th Gen, Microsoft aggressively competed on price. They sensed weakness with Sony's fucking gigantic $600 box and slashed, and their whole thing was getting the 360's price lower.
Yeah.
But now they don't give a shit. They just like, well, it doesn't matter if only a couple people are in our ecosystem. We'll charge them rent and it'll be a tidy little profit and keep us stumbling along injured forever.
You know why Sony shit and Nintendo shit is getting better over time is because they have what we call employees. And so there is a gained sediment of knowledge building up at the bottom of these studios over time as they accomplish more and more amazing things. And there is no mystery when we look at Microsoft why no studio can ship a fucking game anymore because they won't hire employees.
Yeah, with Nintendo, like, they work with these Western companies, and I can't vet this, it's just fucking hearsay, but they're like, okay, what's your 1, 10, and 50-year plan? And they get to the third one, and these companies are like, what? Huh?
Excuse me? You want what? Level 5 is like, dead, and dead. And they're like, okay. Factor 5, not level 5.
Yeah, level 5 actually turned that shit around. I'm starting to wonder, is the difference really as simple as Japan doesn't have venture capitalists? Is it literally just that?
I mean, yeah, our financial sector ruins everything.
Like, Japan doesn't have a group of psychos going, no, you need to make more money every single quarter forever, or else we'll start strip mining the company.
I mean, there was, like, if you think about it, Japan had to go through these reforms in the 90s for the financial sector. Like, I believe it's the beginning of the 90s is when that bubble burst. We still haven't done that. In fact, if anything, we've made a lot of things infinitely worse since then.
Yeah, it's busted for us a couple times, but they're just like, no, we don't need to fix anything. Just build on the rubble.
So
when will Godzilla tear down our financial sector?
Yeah. Yeah, so I need Microsoft to start competing. The Series S is not competing. Game Pass isn't competing. Let me explain to you. People buy a console because they want to go to a place for a great experience they can't already get. The Series S and Game Pass is not a great experience they can't already get. It feels like a fucking dilapidated Kmart. That is not, the teenagers didn't go, God, I wish they would build a broken down Kmart in town so I could hang out there. They just decided that was good enough. And good enough isn't. It just fucking isn't. You need to have more. You need to challenge them. And they are completely unchallenged. Sony is making so much fucking bank because in no way are they insecure.
Yeah.
It's at a point where Sony could skip a year on shipping any games and people would still feel like more positive about their prospects owning a PS5. They'd be like, but yeah, Wolverine's coming, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it didn't already skip 2 years.
Meanwhile, Halo fans, Gears fans, anyone who ever loved Rare, Arkane Austin fans, it sucks so much. They can do better. They're one of the richest companies in the world. They just choose not to.
Yeah.
They made an almost identical box. There is functionally no major differences between these two boxes, except for the PS5 plays 0 PS3 games. And the Series X plays some 360 games. God, fucking. I hope we get an update on Rare. And it's like, oh yeah, that's launching in 3 months. That's what I need at this point.
I'd like there to be anything. Please show Avowed. Please show a new Rare thing. even go, we canceled the back compat initiative because we completed our actual fucking it plays everything emulator. We can't offer everything.
That shit ain't happening. They
License.
suck so
I
much.
know,
I hate them for saying it. I hate them for saying that. That is a Phil Spencer spell.
Yeah.
Like, just like, remember, hey guys, you remember when that Xbox One VR headset launched? The one they talked about multiple years and then everyone just stopped talking about?
Yep.
They partnered with Oculus. You all remember?
I just hope bare minimum we don't have the fucking dog shit we had last year where it's like, we're going to focus on games that are launching day one on Game Pass, so none of them are anything you give a shit about, except maybe Wolong.
Man, I just realized a lot of those have not launched yet. Like the one I was excited for just still isn't out. I don't even remember the name anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember people telling me even people who like Game Pass are starting to feel like Game Pass is soft. Like they're feeling less
Atlas
positive
Fallen?
about it.
No.
But I sucker punched Bob.
Yeah.
Bob's like, Game Pass fans are waking up.
The Game Pass fans are saying Game Pass is soft.
Yeah. It doesn't go hard.
That's been a thing for a while, and every
Yeah.
time Xbox gets really fucking hyper defensive about it because they know that's all they have.
Uh-huh.
Like I remember Kotaku a while back putting out an article. It's like people, like a lot of Game Pass people have been like, "Where's the fucking games? You aren't dropping any." And then Xbox did a really snarky quote tweet of like, "Say you don't play indie games without saying you don't play indie games." And like at this point, I was really, really, really harsh on Game Pass initially because it felt like a terrible attempt to doom the entire industry. But now I know fucking nobody subs to Game Pass basically.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Game publishers, by and large, are not the same as music artists. There was no world in which somehow Game Pass led to the game developers and game publishers of the world getting a buying stake in Microsoft and letting them take advantage of them only long enough to do that, which is what happened with Spotify for people who don't know. Sony and a few other large music labels were like, oh yeah, fuck us, keep fucking us. By the way, we own majority share. You're going to stop fucking us. You're going to fuck everyone else. That was never going to happen. So, of course, game publishers would only line up for that deal for so long.
Yeah, I assume after each of them did it and then got burnt.
Right.
Now they're not doing it.
It feels like the main point of Game Pass at this point is for Embracer and 505 and all those tier of publishers to fleece their fucking smaller devs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need a better source than that straw hat if I'm even going to talk about it. Yeah, this sucks. I wish somebody would challenge Sony. Anyways, anyone want to say anything else before I end this episode of Big Thing to Mention?
I don't think so.
Oh, let's talk about this for 1 second.
Sure.
So the CMA appeal got set up for late July.
Oh yeah, I forgot about. We forgot to bring this up in time.
Microsoft is pushing really heavily for like an express thing because allegedly Activision is getting sick of fucking waiting and getting cold feet, and their deal ends on July 17th. That is when they need to renew the acquisition arrangement. And there's a lot of rumors that Comcast is hovering right fucking around Activision being like, if Microsoft doesn't buy them, we fucking will.
Yeah.
And let me be clear, Comcast should also not be allowed to buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
But if we somehow stumble into the timeline where Xbox loses $4 billion for nothing, and then Comcast just comes in and picks up Activision and carts them away, I don't think I'll ever stop laughing.
Yeah.
I think what will be interesting is if Comcast buys them, how does their behavior change? Because I feel like Comcast, being in a different industry, would be like, you own how many IPs? Why are we not making merch, cartoons, anything? Why are you literally only making COD? I think Comcast wouldn't understand that.
Mm-hmm. A part of that interview was that puff piece on Bobby Kotick was he apparently at some point they wanted to acquire Time Warner, and then
Who?
Activision.
Activision wanted to acquire Time Warner.
Yeah, which seemed crazy. And it was him rambling on like about yeah, then we'd make games on their stuff, and they'd make TV shows of our stuff. And it's like, I know this is all complete fake, but this seems crazy to even say out loud.
By the way, any article where you let Bobby Kotick talk and you quote him directly is a hit piece, just so we're clear.
Yes.
I assume he is just fucking on meds or coke or both at all times now, because he saw his fucking $800 million payday just vanish in front of his eyes.
Don't worry, I'm sure he'll get away with some of the $4 billion.
Right.
Oh yeah, by the way, Activision has $12 billion on hand, but Bobby Kotick says that talent wants too much money nowadays. It's problematic.
Yeah, it's really problematic that they have $12 billion in cash on hand.
That couldn't go anywhere though.
How does that work? Anyway, that's all so fucking insane. What a shit show. Get it together, game industry. Here we go, news. Is that right?
Yeah. Stuff happened.
Let's see. We had, I believe it was a press release from Microsoft. Let me just play that directly into the audio here.
Xbox will never win.
Bob, do you have the full story behind why Xbox will never win, or?
No, I didn't write it down.
Okay. There's an FTC thing, and apparently they just went, we lost. And
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
literally said, our dick is small. We can never win no matter what. It's literally impossible for us to compete with Sony and Nintendo. At least they fucking named Nintendo for once. Normally they pretend they don't exist.
Right.
Yeah, they don't exist. There's no such
So
thing as a
let us
Nintendo.
buy Activision so we can compete. Like that's their whole thing. It's just pleading.
Yeah. Let's cover real news.
Yeah, and since we're talking about Microsoft, here's the Microsoft Ruins the Podcast section of the podcast.
Why do I not have a sound for this
Yeah,
by
we
now?
feel like we should have
We've been
something.
years into this.
Let's run through this really quick because there's barely fucking anything to actually talk about. Let's avoid going on the Xbox sucks tangent, which
Of
we've
course.
already sort of gone on once. The FTC did not failed to get an injunction preventing Activision and Microsoft from closing. Microsoft and Activision can theoretically close tomorrow. The FTC has appealed and might be able to get a delay. They can get this appeal on the grounds that the judge of the case that they're appealing was a moron, and they are. If you read the decision, it is very stupid. It includes many things like, well, I already decided. It basically has the energy of, I already decided where I want to be. I will now work backwards from that in my decision, explaining how I got there. And it's a lot like, this person's testimony is inconvenient for the conclusion I want to reach, so I will ignore it. There's many things like that in the decision, and if you go, you can follow Matthew Stoller, I believe, is his account.
Yeah.
Let me check. I don't have it in front of me right now.
Look, it's really fucking basic. We got an email from Microsoft where they said we can spend the current market leader out because we're part of a super mega core. Like, that's literally what we're here to discuss.
And the basically judge saying, well, I trust them when they said they won't do that.
Right. They said they weren't going to do the thing we're all here to legally stop them from doing.
That we have an email from them saying it is their core strategy from not even that long ago.
Jesus Christ.
I
Yes,
will
it
now
is-
say
it
this
is-
is actually good for the gamers.
It is Twitter at Matthew Stoller, Stoller. So if you want to follow somebody who talks about FTC shit and see the exact phenomena I was talking about where their mentions fill with Xbox lunatics.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing. If they don't close by the 18th, they have to renew the agreement, which Bobby Kotick said on the stand in this this trial. I'm not doing that. I'm taking Microsoft's money and leaving. I'm just going to go.
Which is funny as shit.
Yeah.
The CMA is meeting with Microsoft right now as Microsoft desperately tries to find some kind of agreement with them before the deal ends, because even Microsoft is convinced, yeah, Kotick will walk and take our money.
Mm-hmm.
He will just fuck us.
He would love a few billion for free.
Yeah.
But the CMA, a lot of people, one being noted fucking imbecile Tom Warren, presented the CMA as being all on board and ready to negotiate. Apparently, they're less fucking willing to negotiate than all the Xbox people said they were. So now it's like Microsoft trying to be like, we'll give you control of our cloud business for so long. Please. We'll like divest half of our cloud shit. Please.
Also, I'm going to note, because it's driving me absolutely fucking insane every time I hear this covered somewhere. Absolutely fucking driving me insane. The reason the UK is obsessed with the cloud gaming stuff is Microsoft led with, well, this is about that. It's not about the consoles. It's about cloud gaming. They literally framed the entire discussion with the CMA about that. So every time somebody comes out and they go, the CMA is fucking stupid, they keep pretending cloud gaming is a real thing. It's like, that was Microsoft's core argument. They set the frames of the discussion and then ate shit on their weird fucking goalposts.
The great thing about it is they're like, oh no, this isn't about destroying Sony's ability to compete in the console market. This is about cloud gaming. The CMA is like, okay, but you also can't literally do the same thing over here. It's not different.
Right.
I don't know why you think that's going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so who knows? Either way, by the next big think dimension, this will be over. God fucking willing, assuming Kotick doesn't have a change of heart and fucking extend the deal and we have to do this for another fucking year.
That's Tuesday. Jesus.
Good Lord willing and the creek don't rise.
So anyway,
It's almost over.
yeah.
So
That's why when this came up before and people were like, are you going to talk about the FTC injunction trial? I'm like, no. Because fucking we're almost there. Fuck it. I don't care. Just
yeah, we've mentioned like some interesting things that came out, but most like covering it, we're not equipped to cover it extensively. That's not our area of expertise. We would just be those Xbox guys who say everything is a good sign for Xbox, but in the other we would be uneducated on the subject is the point.
Right. I don't have a degree in law. All I have is an understanding that the quality of life going down has coincided with mega corporations, monopolies, oligopolies. So I've yet to hear one good story out of a mega corporation buying another company. The fact I can't hear one when that shit is happening every day of the week, nonstop for a decade, 3 decades, kind of says something. Anyway.